And here we are again. Sorry for a little hiccup, but we had a little bit of a technical difficulty. But here we are again. And of course, as the players are waiting, I don't want to have to wait them any longer. Let's go back to the table. Game 3 of this very important round 10 match starts now.
And the two players are indeed ready for this very crucial game 3. So when we left, there was like 10 minutes on the clock, and I'm very curious to see if there was any time extension. To be honest, that would be interesting to know that. But for now, we are going to see for the first time the White Forest strategy going first, and we know that the White Forest strategy going first, it's absolutely incredible. You have so many ways to go into your combos and to try to play around some interactions. But on the other hand, the Drag Hotel strategy, being able to play during the opponent's turn thanks to the 5 mana to just mess with the bodies on the field is of course very strong. But we see the Black Gold Love, which was so crucial during the first game, and here in the graveyard, I mean, it will help Roselli play around the Arsalion, which is so good.
Now the Deception of the Sinful Spores is being activated. We seemingly having no response from Gabriel's side so far. Oh, maybe he is considering it right now. Yep, there is something. Okay, what is it? Is it a Fuvalos? Is it a 5 mana? What can we do here? It needs to be impactful, that's for sure. It is Draco Tail, 5 mana. But what are we even going into here? Are we summoning a Gulamel on the opponent's turn? Do we just go ahead and summon a Phalion? Is Rolly chaining that Black Gold Lofts here? She's not, okay.
Yeah, and I think that's very clever, like in the first game, because, yeah, of course, Gabriel can just summon the other monsters that wasn't called by the Black Gold Lof. You still have the ability to go into the Gulamel and get rid of the Continue spell, which would be, of course, very good. So instead, you keep it for the next turn, and we know that you have to go into Arsalion on your own turn to try to get those resources back. So Roselli recognized that and just stays still.
Exact same decision. Oh, we can just summon Secretarion here on the turn 0 as well. I mean, we saw that Rosalie has plenty of tools to play around, and in the last duel, still, it is denying some of these spellcaster effects that Rosalie's deck is definitely including. Setting Draco Tail Sting here, getting multiple trap cards set up. There also is K2 Draco Tail. 6 minutes remaining. It doesn't get much more pressures than this.
Yeah, this is very interesting. We are going to get rid of course, the Diable Star thanks to the pen, and we get some resources. Very interesting choice to go into the trap card here and not the Rahu, which means that you want to interact with the opponent's resources and probably also get another card in your hand and draw another one. So, yeah, very interesting here from the side of Gabriel. What is Roselli gonna do next?
But I think Gabriel did exactly what I was suggesting. Just did something that is impactful and quick. We have a quick game 3 here. We have to play it out quickly, and he just found a solution with Secretarion to shut down some of the plays from Rosalie and also immediately take some monsters off of her field with the first move that he did. So I feel like he has taken a good direction, but Rosalie keeps on going. Hallowed Azamina into Murcielago by sending the Deception, so we will keep on going.
And that's literally full combo. So, I mean, Gabriel, I think he would like to have some interaction to try to prevent Rosalie to go into full combo. But yeah, as you just mentioned, we are going to go below the bar of the 5 minutes. And that is very scary because we don't want to lose this game. For both duelists, we still want to be able to compete for the top 8, and a defeat here would be absolutely dramatic.
Yes, we are using Wanted in the graveyard, putting the Deception back underneath the deck. That's why we shuffled, and now we drew another card. What's next up on the menu? Hallowed Azamina, of course, came back into the hand. We put the Vengeance into the graveyard because obviously it can come back later, and that is the second Azamina monster now on the field. There is Foolish Burial Goods as well. Is this just going to be for more engine? It is. Curse of Diabel is being searched, so we want the Philia Diabel, and that is going to result in even another level 8 monster here. And as the opponent, as Gabriel has a monster on the field, we could possibly even special summon it out.
True.
Diabels to the hand. Yeah, in the hand, special summons it out by putting that, setting it back. Oh, Rosalie is going full speed now.
Yeah.
It's not much time anymore, so we are rushing this combo, and that's how you have to do it. I was wondering how quick you can even perform this combo. Rosalie is teaching us now by going full speed here.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the good point because, yeah, Rosalie knows her deck perfectly. She knows it by heart, and we can see that because the combos is going so quick, and we had so many monsters on the field. We are still protected thanks to the Ilia Sylvia, and I think it's going to be very hard for Gabriel on the following turn, to be honest, because remember, there is still the Black God Love, which is sitting in the graveyard waiting to be activated on his turn.
Little hiccup there, though. We wanted to activate the effect of Arcelia, but then Gabriel reminded, hey, that actually is just a spellcaster which you cannot use because of Secretarion. Secretarion now gone, though, through the effect of SP Little Knight and the pass. 3 minutes remaining. Can Gabriel get through this, or was that enough from Rosalie's side?
I mean, you're gonna need some very powerful cards, and we see that he drew a card that he would probably have liked during the previous turn. But yeah, it's gonna be very hard because there are a lot of interactions. But watch Gabriel, he's very steady. He's like thinking carefully about what is gonna be the next move and how he can just break this field, which is indeed pretty good, to be honest.
Okay, we do resolve the effect of Draco Tail Sting, banishing those 2 cards, getting another draw. Gabriel is fishing for cards that may be his winning cards, but can he do it in only 2.5 minutes? This is really down to the wire in the first match of the day immediately. That's already a good direction to go for the day, I feel like. That is setting the tone here for day 2 at YCS Bologna. Normal summons Bamululu now.
So we get access to the fusion summon, but of course, I mean, it's going to be very interesting to see if we react. We decide to use the effect to try to destroy the Malulu, which is going to be the case, and we are going to bring... Oh,
that's Silvera this time that we summon out here. Interesting.
Absolutely.
Normally it was Poplar, but here it shall be Silvera instead. Gabriel struggles. Not many cards left, but there's Fusion. We can negate it, though, and that is the victory! Rosalie in the end, with so little time remaining, clinches it out and is a round 10 feature match winner. In what fashion? With the Godspeed there all of a sudden. That was sick.
Yeah, absolutely. The White Forest strategy taking the game right here, and it was very impressive because we saw the White Forest strategy going second 2 times in a row, and in the third game we saw little time remaining and Rosalie activating all those cards all of a sudden very fast, and we saw that she knows her combos very well and she still reacted to every single interaction in a very good way. So very impressive to see this deck and this duelist doing so well in that round 10.
It was, and that was also one of her side deck tools, Vera being in the showcase. Vera's the last action of the duel, essentially. Scourge of the White Forest. You don't have that many hard negations in the format overall. I think the White Forest deck actually with Ilia Sylvia already is doing quite well with it, but from the side deck on top of that, and also have Scourge of the White Forest, which makes it even harder to break it. But actually, I've just been told that I thought our backup feature match surely must be over, but no, we have for today the Genesis Invitational here for the first time in Europe. So I think as we are in Game 3, let's go over and check out what's going on there.
Oh, this is looking exciting.
Oh my.
Yeah.
We have Niels and Gilles.
And I see a runic fountain on the field, and I got very excited because I really like the runic cards, to be honest. And we can see that there is some Lunalights card as well. Very exciting to see those strategies, and looks like Niels got a pretty huge field there.
Yeah, it's not just the runic cards we see here, it's also the more recent brand new Radiant Typhoons, which does allow Mystical Space Typhoon to come back into the forefront and even allow it the ability to technically now negate. And it definitely looks like there is the advantage on Niels' side here, but you never really want to be writing off Lunalights because all it takes is one access to Liger Dancer and you could be in a little bit of trouble.
That's true, and Gilles basically deciding to use the big brother of the
Mystical
Mystical Space Typhoon! And there's Twin
negate.
Twister in the graveyard. Oh yeah, we are negating polymerization. What a time to be alive. We just go into the backup feature match, Genesis format, and the first thing we see is MST negating here. That's hilarious. But Mystical Space Typhoon did the trick, Gilles. Can he push any further with that gold Leo still on the field? Okay, there's a black sheep. Shall be negated as well, though.
Yeah.
And this is Bastard. This is Bastard. But yeah, I really like
Yeah.
the fact that Mystical Space Typhoon negating was such a joke for so many years.
Yeah.
And finally, I mean, now it can negate. That's so cool, to be honest.
Yeah, what I really like about the Radiant Typhoons is just like how modernized they've been able to bring a Mystical Space Typhoon. They all have incredibly good effects, and that is the handshake there, tuned in at the perfect time to prove that Mystical Space Typhoon can now negate. Absolutely amazing. I am super excited to be seeing more advanced, but also more Genesis content throughout today as well.
100%. We had 2 qualifiers basically this weekend. We had one on Friday, one on Saturday, where all the duelists that were 3-1 or better, 4-0 of course, made it here into this invitational to play it out, of course, for such prestigious pricing there. We have very good prizes waiting for the Genesis players, which they are really going to duel hard for. And Niels already made the first step, was the first match of the day. It's single elimination, so we have taken the first step. You're not allowed to lose. In the main event, it kind of becomes the same. Yeah, we're still playing Swiss, but losing, as we just saw, Gabriel Susi on an X2 record is really bringing you into a tough situation if you want to make it to top 8. Sort of impossible. I mean, some X3s probably are going to make it into top 8. It's going to be quite
but
hard.
I wouldn't
though.
bet on that. You know, I'd rather stay X2 and be pretty sure to be in the top 8, but it's going to be very interesting. I saw a lot of duelists in the room today, and they were all, you know, X2, so on the verge of being eliminated. You have to just keep winning and not doing a single mistake, otherwise you are not being able to you're not able to go into the top 8. And this is so interesting, to be honest. The fact that you have so much pressure on your shoulders and you just have to keep going and keep staying focused, and that's where really great players are the best, to be honest.
For sure, but like we all gave away our pick for the advanced format.
Whoa.
For Genesis, what are we thinking? The Invitational, what is going to be taken down?
Very good question. I think Radiants are looking very strong. Radiant Typhoons with the Runics. I feel that they could very much put in a lot of work on that one. I don't think a lot of people are fully familiar with the strategy as of yet, and we've already seen how powerful a Mystical Space Typhoon can be.
Fair enough. I'll be a little boring. I think Draco Tail also is really good in Genesis format, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see it taking it in the Genesis format Invitational. What are you thinking, John Lexi?
So no Apophis in the main format and no Apophis in the... Oh, come on. I mean, I'm going to say something else. I really like the Onomat strategy, to be honest, in the Genesis format, and I wouldn't be surprised if a player decides to bring this strategy and win it all.
For sure, but no Genesis format between Gabriel Susi and Rosalie, as they are still, of course, in the main event where the current format is being played. And we want to hear it now from Rosalie after this exciting match. So let's bring it over to the Analyst's Corner with Rosalie and Mike.
Hello everyone, congratulations for the win. It was an amazing match, and I think everyone here wants to know your pick, White Forest. What is your mind behind that?
I mean, I just wanted a deck that can break boards well. And I think White Forest honestly just Mitsuyami, but better, because they both lose to Drill, but White Forest doesn't lose to Fuwa. And also no one knows what the cards do.
Yeah, so you want to cut people off guard and trying to play going first and going second, right?
Yep.
Okay, so I would like to ask you about some tech choices that you made regarding the deck.
Sure.
For example, I think the card that showcased a lot of power, it was the Black Goat Who Laughs. And I think it is one of those cards that you really want to see going first and second. Can you tell me a little bit more about this card?
White Forest, as a deck, uses spell trap cards as discard fodder, and Blackout Last is by far the best one that you can discard, because the graveyard effect, like, it's a quick effect and an interruption. This card is mainly for Yami and Mitsu, though, because calling Snatchy and Murakumo is really strong, and against Draco Tail it's kinda because they can always have a different option when you change to the fusion spell. But it's still good in the matchup, though.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was going to ask you. For example, in this scenario, you chose not to activate the Black Goat Who Laughs against Phimena, because I think that you thought about Arthalion, Gulamel, or Secretarion even. What is your thought process behind it?
I actually didn't even consider Secretarion, because its effect doesn't activate, so if he makes that, it doesn't matter. The only thing I was actually scared of here was Gulamel, because if he pops the Deception, then my only play is Wand to Draw. I have nothing else. So I just wanted to make sure he doesn't Gulamel me. But if I call Gulamel, he gets to go Arthalion for free. But if he makes Gulamel, I can just chain it to the effect so that he can't chain the Gulamel anyway.
Okay, I totally agree with you. And I think in the previous scenario that we experienced, it was one of those scenarios that you really wanted to have the Black Hole who laughs even in the graveyard and on the field, because it has two different effects, right? And I think that utilized both of them really, really well. And I think it is one of those cards that can potentially steal games even when your opponent doesn't expect to have it in your graveyard, but since your monster sends a trap to the graveyard as a cost to activate their effects. And I think it is one of those tech cards that you really want to utilize, right?
For sure.
And how do you feel about White Forest general in the current meta state?
I mean, as long as you do not get drolled when you're going second and don't open only one-ofs, your deck is very strong.
So your only fear, real fear, is Droll and Lockbird?
It's the only non-engine that does like real damage to the deck, yeah.
And how do you feel about the current matchups in the meta?
I think Mitsuyami is free if you go first. They don't play enough non-engine to stop you, and they can't break the board with Chaos Angel. I think Draco Tail is a good matchup, but if they make the full board and you don't have strong non-engine, it's hard to beat. And I think Pure Yami is just a buy, because you always break their board, and unless they draw Ash plus Purge, they can never stop you from playing.
I mean, right now you're starting at X2, still making to the top 8, trying for this top cut, and I truly believe that you are going for this top cut and potentially for the win. I hope the best for you, best of luck, and good luck to the rest of the tournament. Thank you very much for being with me. Thanks everyone, congratulations again, and see you again in a bit more minutes for some Yu-Gi-Oh content.
Welcome back, everyone, to the coverage here at YCS Bologna 2025, and I am joined by no other than Danilo Siracusa for a cool Master vs. Caster duel here. Danilo, introduce yourself, because you have quite some tournament records to your name at this point.
I'm just happy to be here to play some fun duels with my friend. So
sounds about right. Yeah. But don't play yourself down, because I think, how many YCS tops? Do you count, or do you just take it as it comes?
I think 5, if you count the UWCQ.
Okay, fair enough. And I mean, for example, here in Bologna, you've already been to top 8 a couple years back. You were in that like super decorated top 8 where there was Joshua Schmidt, Dinka Bui, yourself, Anthony Lopez. So that was a really fun tournament. What did you play back in the day there?
I played the Tearlaments.
Nice.
That's a pure, more control kind of version of the deck. I remember that the standard way to play the deck was with a lot of hero, like Malicious, and like abuse Beatrice a lot.
Yeah,
the card was really good when it was back then. And I just figured I wanted to play the game in like a slower pace.
Fair.
That's like the kind of decks that I enjoy playing when I have the possibility to. And it worked out for me.
Fair enough. So we are going to play a match of Genesis here, with both of us bringing our Genesis deck, and then we will be talking about plenty more stuff with Danilo here during that duel. So I would say let's go into the action here. Let's draw our 5 cards, and I will give you the dice first. So go ahead. What are we seeing here? I see a 9. Okay, I see why you're winning so many tournaments. And then next to that from my side, I can offer a 6. So
I would like to start.
We'll be able to go first. Have fun. Let's see what we have here. Okay. Well, that might work. That's not too bad.
I'll try to go into main phase.
That's fine.
I will normal summon Lucius and attempt to use its effect.
Aha, okay, so even though this is Genesis, that is a deck that is still very powerful. You have to... The thing, though, is you have to find ways to make this work. So, like, you having 5 mana is pretty unlikely. So, you know what? Herald of Orange Light, discard Keldo.
That's pretty good, actually. That's
Isn't it? So
well,
Lucius effect for you.
I'll try to use a Raffle.
Okay, that's fine. That's still pretty good.
I will fuse... Let me think a second about it. Yeah.
Draco Tail is still so good. Like, you only have 1 for mana, you only have 1
I'll use, Frixul from my hand.
I mean, having Keldo and Grave is pretty decent.
Yeah, it's really annoying.
That's not too bad.
And I'll send the pun from my deck.
Okay.
I'll summon a Gulaman.
Okay, yeah.
And I would like to activate Chilling 1 Pan, Chilling 2 Frixul.
So Frixel would be summoning back.
No,
right?
no, it just.
Oh no, wait, no, it's
sets.
just yeah. That's fine. Yeah, that's cool. That's okay. Oops.
I'll set Aketu and I'll set. Interesting.
Yeah.
To set a sting.
Fair enough. So, but with that YCS Bologna success being a couple years back, still, like, currently you're very much involved in the competitive scene, right?
Yeah.
Because we saw you, for example, at the World Championship points playoff last season, where in the end, sadly, you failed. You didn't manage to qualify for the World Championship, so you could not go to Paris. But that apparently sparked some motivation again, right? Because you are back on the grind, you're back out there playing many regionals. And I mean, only a couple weeks back, like, you had very successful results at German Open, and like, you already collected a lot of points. Like, what was that like not being able to qualify last season? Did you, like, immediately after the tournament already know I'm going to go try and back again?
I wasn't sure. I wanted to take some time off because it was like a pretty intense year of playing the game.
Fair.
And I didn't qualify because I played badly, and it was on my end.
I see.
So I'll just, after a little bit, just relaxed, accepted that it was my fault.
Fair.
And I'll try it again this year, I guess.
Yeah, but I mean, that's a strong ability to realize, right? Like, just saying, hey, this one was on me, because I think it's easy for a lot of players to just say, hey, this was variance, I just drew badly or something. But when you're like, when you're able to say, hey, I made this mistake, so from here on I have to do better.
I didn't deserve to win some games because of that. Even if my opponent had better hands or they drew the correct card at the nice moment where they needed it, at the end of the day, if I make a mistake and I was still able to win the game, it's still on my end.
Yeah.
Like, it's my fault. So
I think for
it's part of the game.
Like, for competitive Yu-Gi-Oh, and I mean, you are, like, very much at the competitive top of Yu-Gi-Oh here in Europe. Would you say that's one of the most important things to do, like, learn from your own mistakes?
Yeah, like, the first thing I do when I lose during a tournament is not, except when I'm playing against Malice, it's not like blaming my opponent, drawing good, or me being unlucky. It's just what else could I have done, what different plays could have made to, like, play around the situations. And that helped me out a lot.
I do see you when I'm walking through the tournament tables, and like a match is over and you're still sitting there for like a couple more minutes, and you're like in your head you're going through the game. I think that's a strong ability, and probably part of why you're so successful and trying again here in Bologna to maybe repeat the top 8 finish or better. But let's continue with what you're setting up here at the moment. You're already doing pretty well. So this is Sting and
I'll activate Ketu.
Nice.
To search.
That's fine. Yeah. And this is possibly...
I'll grab 5 mana.
We're only having 1 5 mana is not even that bad, because you can just search it so easily here. So easily. Oh, I was hoping my Herald would just stop you in its tracks.
I mean, I could do something else. Like, I could play more, but I don't think it's smart into that Keldo specifically.
Okay.
So I think I'm happy with this. I'll let you go.
Okay. All right. I'll go draw face.
Yep.
Stand by face, main face.
That's fine.
And I will try... I'll try to use Mudora effect, discarding Vernasilv of the Misting Seedlings.
The second effect of Mudora is to place the trap, right?
Yes. Okay, is it in my deck? Who knows? Who knows?
Welcome back. We're here with more coverage here at YCS Bologna 2025. In front of me, I have our round 11 feature match. Alessandro Popolizio versus Sanchayan Kalaranjathan. And they're ready to kick things off because they've already done the dice roll. We have a crowd to appear to are cheering on. And Sanchayan, you're going first. So I'm going to hand you guys over to your amazing commentators to take you through our round 11 feature match.
Thank you, Ed, and welcome to day 2 from us as well. And indeed, we have been through 10 rounds already, but a lot more remains to figure out who will be those 8 duelists facing off.
Right now we have a very, very interesting matchup against those decks that are, you know, like a meta color right now, as we were discussing yesterday, that yes, we have a very wide meta right now into our event, but I think the answer to this particular YCS is to find a deck and a deck choice in order to counter the meta and trying to figure out those key options that can give you the edge against your opponent.
I mean, yeah, I really feel like that once again we have on stream another interesting match because, as you mentioned, there's also about the game choice and adapting your style, and there's, you know, Evil Twin Finsmith, which honestly I was not expecting at all, but seems that so far is working very well for Sanchean, and on the other hand we have Yami, so one of the top contender honestly for the event, and I'm really looking forward to see our duelist in action, especially because there's the Solfa Chord, which honestly, I mean, we never see so much of them in action, especially because it may suffer a lot on Lockbird, but I think it gives consistency to the strategy.
Yeah, it is one of those variants of Yami that can get people off guard. Obviously, as Alberto mentioned, there are some issues with drone and Lockbird, but I think it is one of those engines that you want to bring into your Yami strategy in order to up the ceiling of the deck.
Indeed. So, without further ado, I think we have two interesting combo decks waiting for us. Let's find out who will win in just a few moments. And as already mentioned, on the one hand, we have a deck that we have seen less of, mainly because of Fuvalos in the forms of their deck, but on the other, one of the most expected ones. So, let's find out who will be the winner of Game 1.
So Evil Twin Fiendsmith, it is one of those decks that are really going to see in action because it has the uniqueness still to have an access to Fiendsmith with a Link 1, which is very, very important after the latest Forbidden Millie.
But there it is. Oh, but we do have Ashe now, another Fuvalos. Oh, wow. We said Fuvalos is the enemy #1 for this strategy, but wow.
Do you like activating Fuvalos in the draw phase?
Not so much, but maybe they are aware of each other's deck. That's the one thing I'm wondering about. Because
it passed.
It's just a
even
pass.
if you know.
It's a pass.
Yeah, I mean, as we've mentioned, Solfacor has a problem with Drone and Lockbird, but Evil Twin also has a problem with Fuvalos. It is one of those cards that they're really scary against your deck, and at least now we can see Alessandro comboing off with his Solfacor strategy in order to access the amazing Solfacor happiness. It is one of those cards that gives an amazing and call by the grave into the Ash Blossom.
Ash Blossom,
and
that is it.
That's it.
Oh my, such a quick start to this match. I mean, doesn't get much faster than it. And Alessandro takes the lead. What can you say? Wow. I mean, brutal opener. We mentioned it that Fuvalos is one of the reasons why maybe these Evil Twin decks have fallen off in popularity, because the synergy is incredible with the Fiendsmith cards. But unfortunately, like, Fuvalos just throws so many cards against it, and you have to just hopefully draw the out. He did draw the out, but second
only
Fuvalos.
one out.
Yeah.
And as we experience, yes, sometimes it may be like this, that your opponent feels like has everything, meaning that double Fuvalos and Call by the Grave for the Ash Blossom was very brutal. However, Solfacor, I want to talk about it because it is one of those decks that, for example, as we saw Happiness, it is such a powerful spell card, meaning that it gives the opportunity to add 2 cards and discard 1, but it's not a cost to discard, which is very, very important for cases, for example, as Blossom, since, yes, we had the Call by the Grave, but otherwise we were not committing to discard a utility card from our hand.
I mean, I think in terms of consistency, it's definitely very powerful, especially because with only 1 card you get access to, especially your engine, you know?
Yeah.
But on the other hand, as mentioned, it was also about, what you were expecting from this tournament, especially, in terms of hand traps and interruptions for other opponents. I think that so far it's one of these very good engines, because I also saw at top table some players playing it. But I'm really looking forward to do this game 2, especially see how our players adjusted their decks. And I think they're both ready. So I would say let's jump into game 2.
And
we are.
I think one thing that we didn't comment about is that Alessandro doesn't...
Oh, and again the Fuvalos.
I guess he doesn't need to know what his opponent is up to.
And there it is, first card of the engine finally activated. But there is an Ash to stop it. Is this gonna be again a pass? Do we have a way to play the game? We do have Finn Smiths.
However, if my opponent activate Fugalos in the draw phase, I immediately think that he's probably having a second copy, as we saw also in game 1. So I believe that it might actually be again the
there's
case.
also Purge.
Look at this opener. But
Okay. There's at least something, you know, to start things off with. Nothing special.
my. Has to feel absolutely.
Oh, and draw and Lockbird.
Oh,
Okay.
that's
And-
big.
Yes, because Evil Twin doesn't been so much up to do draw adding cards from the deck, so they can still play under draw very, very well. Action also Finsmith, as we are going to see with their Evil Twin Physical Deals, is a light Fins that can be transformed into Finsmith Requiem, and right now we are protected from Fugalos.
That's big. Obviously, we're gonna have to give up a draw of our own from the Lila, but I think we are completely happy with that, as long as we get to play the game. And yeah, as you've mentioned, this is the power of this deck being light fiends. This is the great synergy.
And one thing I like about Evil Twin now that Purge has been activated is that you feel safe against Bestials and Diddy Crow, which is two cards that potentially may impact your plays in the Evil Twin and in the Finsmith strategies. So, as we can experience right now, Evil Twin can, as we said, play very, very well under draw because they just give up one draw and potentially add if they have the continue spell. However, as we can experience right now, Sanchien doesn't care about drawing cards or adding them, so he activated the Drawn Lockbird, which is a direct out to Fugalos and can establish his field.
Yeah, and this is what we saw plenty of times a couple just years ago, where this deck was paired with Sprite cards, and it was quite the powerhouse. But nowadays, again, if it wasn't for Fugalos, I'm sure we would see way more of this deck. But
I mean, the fact that you can have access to the Finsmith engine so easily gives such a ceiling to the deck. It gives so much potential and power to the deck. And right now we can see Sequence being summoned in order for us to fusion summon into Lacrima, since has come back from the Forbidden Unlimited list, or even Desiree.
I mean, I think it's a very solid start from Sanchi, and especially because Alessandro really started things off very well. Very solid hand with full of interruptions. But here, yeah, I mean, as mentioned, it comes the Lacrima, which we haven't seen in a while, and you know, this is quite impressive, honestly, quite impressive field, because he also now brings back the Trouble Sunny onto the field.
I like decks that can play Ancient Roll and have it as a backup plan against Fugalos, because Droll is very strong against Malcharmis. However, not every deck can afford to play it, right? And as we can showcase right now, Evil Twin Finsmith, it is one of those decks that they really can play Ancient Roll.
Yeah, it doesn't really suffer from it, especially because, I mean, as we are witnessing, essentially it did the full combo, and this is you know.
I mean, Caesar is quite an option against Yami. I mean, it can be quite an option against Solfagord Engine, but against Yami, if Alessandro has drawn to his Yamis, I think that...
oh,
or even Luna no more is an out.
Wow. I mean, you already have 3 Entraps plus the Dark Ruler and the Marshmallow. Oh, What? Hands, honestly, Alessandro is drawing. Okay, at least he's human. He draws the cards you don't really want to get.
We didn't access Ravium, right?
No.
So we don't have Lacrima in graveyard.
No. And we also shuffled back the Requiem. So, no Fiendsmith in Paradise today.
Yeah, because it will be a good option to play around.
Of course.
No more.
The thing is that it doesn't even have the Fiendsmith in Paradise in the deck.
Ah,
so.
he doesn't play it.
Yes, sometimes when you play 15 round of Swiss to 16, it is one of those cards that you can afford not to play it because you don't want to have bad cards in your deck and hand in order for you to be more consistent.
See.
Yeah, I mean, it all depends on the choices you really want to make at the beginning of the tournament. We talked about it a few times. I feel like, though, it's one of those cards that may really help you out on the long run, especially like thinking about, for example, Punishment. You know, it's one of those cards we talked a lot about this weekend, and used to be sided in. Now it's pretty much in every duelist's main deck, and I think it makes a lot of sense. But
Yeah. Good news is at least we cannot lose the game this turn, technically, because of the damage, but this is the spots where the minion boosting just feels so good, you know, turning these small monsters into beasts.
Yeah, but in the other hand, we cannot win in this turn since we have activated no more, so we need to establish a strong field, and since right now we cannot deal any damage to our opponent.
I thought, let me check something, because I remember there was a draw that we might have missed from Sanchen. Don't we have Frosting Wraith? I thought so, no? Yeah. Oh. I thought we started with the Kissy Frost. So we could have gotten a draw at the start of the turn when we added a card, but I guess we didn't go for it. Anyways, we didn't use yet the effect of Snatchy because we are drawn the minion. And
As always.
yeah, of course. Yeah, we have drawn a lot of minion this weekend on stream. It's actually cursed, yeah. And now we can access this Akruki, which was in the deck even though we were going second, and that's an interesting take, considering we didn't even know what we were up against.
Yeah, you don't like a Krogi going second?
It depends on the matchup. The only thing, I mean, I guess
On a blind matchup, it's good.
On a blind matchup, might as well. And yeah, as you can see, I think we just passed. And now we are going to be using Lacrima, but that, yeah, might actually be an issue because we haven't used the cookie yet, and that's gonna get rid of our Link 4.
I mean, it just forces us to activate the effect, obviously.
Ma Dark Ruler is still active, no?
Ah.
Yeah. So the Link 4 is going to be destroyed by Cookie. Then, as you can see here, we have the Agnum Day, and now finally it's back to Sanshen, but he's staring a full Yami field with the Akruki, and surprise, it's not gonna be easy considering I think we are only on the top deck we just drew. No more cards. I mean, really custom hand from Alessandro, both games, you have to admit, but now let's see if we can do something about this.
We have still Requiem in the extra deck, so we can access Requiem and try to force with Engraver in order to. But we have a Croaky and the Cookie on the main monster zone.
And every time we use an effect, you're gonna give even more yummies.
Do we have a Lollipop also in the graveyard?
No, not yet, I believe. I think we have Marsh. Yeah, we don't. We have Marsh and
Caps.
Capsi. What's going on? Ah,
so he was debating because Cookie and all the
I think he kind of
yummy synchros is up to 2 monsters.
forgot that he could have gone for. But also here again, I think we have another instance where, I think we could have chained the Snatch, you know. So we could have gotten another summon off the dugout, but better late than never. And here, oh, we are actually not gonna use only the Cookie. We are using a Cookie and then a Croaky. That's interesting. I mean, I guess anyways you could have just flipped that face up. Is it really necessary? That's the question. And preventing immediately going for this, I guess we want to set up the Lolly engrave. But no. Wow. Okay. That's an interesting sequence from Alessandro.
I mean, he wants to have a synchro that can activate the second effect to tag out, because Cookie has already activated the effect to tag out. So.
Look at that draw. The one draw of Capsi ends up being a purge. Wow. And now Senshen just checking the graveyard and it's all done, and we know the surprise is there, so this seems a bit doomed for the Evil Twin Finsmith deck, and we could have a very quick future match here. Oh, but did we shuffle it back already? Yeah, we did. Okay. I feel like I missed it.
And I mean, this is why we didn't summon before the Mass Mouth, because we had the surprise, so we wanted to summon Mass Mouth at the correct time in order to take back a surprise from the graveyard.
Makes sense, and I mean, this is just brutal. As we have talked about, all you need are 4 monsters to deal 8,000 damage with the Yummy deck if the minion is there, and this is exactly it. We just swing with. Oh, okay. Yeah, there are 5 monsters. This is plenty enough. We're gonna just swing, and that is it. Alessandro takes this match by storm with a 2-0 convincing fashion. Wow. I mean, what can we say? I mean, again, it was refreshing to see a bit of, Live Twin, Evil Twins in there, but when you're facing off against, ends like the ones that Alessandro drew, it's rough.
I mean, it is one of those scenarios that they really start the debate, because Evil Twin Finsmith, it is one of those decks that have access to the Finsmith engine despite needing to draw Engraver, for example, by just having engine and going from their monsters to Requiem, since they are light fiend. However, there is a very strong card against the deck, Fugalos, as we experience. So it is one of those decks that you're debating if you want to bring into a YCS, meaning that they have a weakness against one of the most representative cards. However, it is one of those cards that can catch your opponents off guard.
I mean, I also feel like that we didn't really get to see much of the Live Twin Finsmith potential in general, just because, Alessandro's end were phenomenal, to be fair. Both in Game 1 and Game 2, I really feel like he had all the answers needed, and I mean, essentially, he really tried this Game 2, but I think every single card Alessandro drew were just, shutting down his strategy. But I think it's still refreshing to see, sometimes, difference as we have seen also yesterday throughout our day 1, and once again another different deck on stream, which just proving that the field of duelists this weekend was so diverse, and we had so many different decks. Well, looking forward to the next round as well, honestly.
Yeah,
So
but at the same time, in 2025, Yu-Gi-Oh! Can be played in a lot of different ways, and that is because if any of you tuned in yesterday, of course, since a couple of events, we've introduced the Backup Future match, and while yesterday, of course, we were focusing on the main event, today is the first time that in Europe, we have a Genesis Invitationals where our duelists had the chance to qualify on Friday or Saturday by going into a 4 rounds event, and they needed to pretty much go 4-0 or 3-1 to qualify. And today they're battling in a single elimination tournament with amazing prizes all the way from the past, and I would be excited honestly to be playing in there, and we will be able to show you guys some Genesis action right after our winners interview, of course. So just stand in there, and if you're a fan of this very interesting point-based format, I suggest you to just hang in there. But again, we had a very exciting match in this round, although it was brief, full of emotion, full of fuvalos, I'd say, because we saw 3 in 2 games, in 2 openings ends. But of course, you gotta give congratulations to the winner. And you know, it's not only about making it all the way to the top 8, because we have a lot of amazing prizes as well for the day 2 participants and for top 64. But for now, let's focus on the winner of this round with Dale.
Welcome back, duelists. I am here with round 11's winner, Alessandro. Now, we saw a very, very quick round on that one. Very well controlled by yourself. We're going to be starting off with the video number 1 of our clip. So this is where you end up utilizing Full Loss, then react with an Ash Blossom, and no break, go with a second Full Loss. Now, were you kind of predicting an Ash Blossom on this one? Were you kind of happy that no matter the outcome, you were going to get advantage of a Full Loss?
For sure. If I have a double full loss, I always do it one in the draw phase, and if the opponent responds again, I chain another one. But if the opponent doesn't respond, when it will activate effect or summon from the extra, I chain the other one, so it stops a bit more than throwing rapidly both. But in this case, I thought it was the best because he used the Nash, and if he had even called by, that's fine.
Put some early pressure on your opponent. And then we're just going to have a quick look at, so still in game number 1, moving on to clip number 2. Now, this just kind of shows you play another Ash Blossom from your opponent and straight away activating the Call by the Grave. Now, was that the card for turn, or was that already in your hand and you were pretty comfortable with what you had?
Yeah, I was pretty confident. I thought that just by Imperma I would have lost, and with that call by I was very
happy on that one.
Happy and confident, and he scooped right away.
So when something like this happens and your opponent scoops pretty fastly, you don't really have the full information on what type of deck do they play. So when you move into your side deck,
he play 40 cards in the main deck, sorry, and he threw an Entrap and another one, so I think he played a deck not like Dracotail, so I sided against a combo deck, I thought.
Yeah, very.
And, it happened.
It worked out for you.
Deck, yes.
Yeah, exactly that. So very, very well analysed on that one. So we're going to be moving into, exactly as you mentioned, with a combo-related deck. Now, this is obviously already presented the field for you. Now know exactly what your opponent is playing. You've already presented them with a Purge and a Full Loss. And then we see the Dark Ruler no more. So that side-in pattern of going into a combo-style deck really did work for you. So when you see that Dark Ruler no more, trying to navigate the Yummy strategy and limiting your opponent's resource, what were your thoughts here? Because you know that they are strong monsters and you need to clear them off bit by bit.
He have only Caesar and Link 4 on field, so their main interruptions are there, and there were the ones that hurt me more, especially with Marshmallow in hand and field spell. So Dark Ruler was a great card in this moment, and when I drew it, I was fine, and then I special summon and then doing my Yummy combo as usual.
Yeah, perfect. And the final thing I'm going to show you is, so this is something quite unique to a more so Yummy Sulfur Chord strategy, not something you could really use in a Yummy Mitsurugi strategy. So talk to me about the importance of a Dominus Purge.
Purge is a great card. I choose this deck especially for the fact that I can play more non-engine, because the fact that you can draw it by Capsi during the opponent's turn gave you so much advantage, and the fact that it must have to play around my draw in his turn, I think is one of the strong parts of the deck.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Alessandro.
Thank
we
you.
wished you the best of luck in the remaining Swiss rounds. Thank you very much for every single one of you watching at home. Now we're going to be going head back to the casters because we have even more content to show you from the Genesis Invitational.
And we are back, thank you Dale, and as we have already hinted at, I think without wasting too much time, we can just jump back into the latest Yu-Gi-Oh! Format. And you might have missed it, guys, but if you look at that graveyard, there is a needle ceiling which just cleared 5 monsters on the side of the field of Federico. Wow.
One thing I love about Genesis is that it gives the opportunity to hold options like Needle Ceiling, one of those cards that used to really shaking the meta back in the day, being brought back in the spotlight and bring so much power in this format, since obviously you can clear the field if your opponent has, not only your opponent, if they're on the field 4 or more monsters.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy to see it back in 2025 on some top tables. And yeah, now comes Ghost Mourner, another of those cheap options in terms of points, because for anyone not too familiar with Genesis format, how does it work? Well, every single card in the history of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game is legal. Every single one. No, links no. Every single one except for just a few things out there, which are links and pendulums. But every card on the Forbidden Limited list is legal. But of course that comes with a catch, because every card is assigned a certain amount of points, and this event has a cap of 100 points. So essentially you need to build your deck respecting those restrictions, which makes things extremely interesting, because usually you either choose a deck like Ice Barrier, as we are seeing here, where pretty much none of your engine has points, or you can choose a deck like maybe, you know, Apophis, as we are seeing here, of other decks that have some restrictions. And then the most interesting aspect becomes, what is the engine, you know, the non-engine in your deck? What are the points? And well, especially entraps, I can tell you, are not so easy to choose from.
And right now I think that we have a point system update lately, and I think it shifted the meta of Genesis, if we can call it, regarding the hand-traps that players utilize into another aspect. For example, as we can see, Mure is one of those options that it gives the potential to negate a special summon monster, which is very, very important in this current format of Genesis. And I think it is one of those options that you want to bring into your deck and to bring into a tournament in order to have an edge against your opponent.
I mean, I feel like also it's quite common also nowadays that players still read their cards, because essentially you have access to such a big pool of cards, you know, through the entire Yu-Gi-Oh! And of course we are seeing most of them being, you know, the newer ones, such as Mold Wars being activated from Federico here, but also Needle Ceiling, like a card that was released maybe more than 15 years ago. And so it's still in the making. So it's just about the fantasy, about what you really feel like playing. But also like Ice Barriers as well. I think it's one of those decks that maybe has, you know, a lot of years. But still, it's very interesting to mix up those, you know, like hand traps, interruption, trap cards, all of it at once. Absolutely.
No, it's actually one of the solid decks in the format. Apophis is interesting because some of their cards have points, but in particular in the latest update. But I mean, they're still overall quite cheap. The only thing is it's tough to pair it with the deck that Diego won YCS Lille with, because Primite, in particular Lord Deload, is 33 points, I believe, and then that's a lot of points for just one continuous spell.
If you were about to play in this event, what decks would you consider to bring?
On my side, I've tested a bit the Radiant Typhoon cards, which are definitely among the best decks. So it would be between two choices, I would say, because that deck is really good in terms of engine, but the way you have to play it is either with the runic cards, which, although they are quite, less impactful because you cannot special summon in the extra monster zone, they still provide a lot of good synergy. But maybe I would just call it a day and play Dragotail, because it has points, but it's just safe, and going second, I feel like it can break through most fields. So either one of the two, I would say.
I like Vanquish, honestly. Like Vanquish, I think it's another deck that you can definitely play in Genesis. Of course, like you have to adapt it accordingly, but I think you have a lot of different options in general. The deck is super solid. I really like it. You have one in your mind?
Yes, if I have to choose a more competitive deck, I would probably go for Dragotail or even Luna Light. It is one of those cards that, yes, there are some cards in the point system. However, I think that they can work very, very well. But I have a secret strategy I want to try. I want to try Xabers.
Oh.
Yes. Since they also get support really, really close, I think it is one of those decks that they really need to be in the radar, because it has so much potential. Obviously no card in the point system or from the engine, and it is one of those decks that I really want to play back in the day, but I wasn't into the game yet, so it is one of those decks that I really have the memory of and the nostalgia to play it eventually in an event.
That's great to hear. And as we were talking, though, Ice Barrier took game 1, and now they're only one game away from advancing again. As mentioned, this invitational is direct single elimination, so there is no room for error. If you lose, you are out, and let's see if the Apophis deck can bring itself back. Going first, it's scary, I can tell you that much. It can pretty much do the same. He has access easily to Man with the Mark, which has no points, and even Temple, I believe, is only 5 points, something pretty small. So it's it's a deck that can afford to play a lot of good trap cards, but we'll see. Regardless, it's quite refreshing to see. I was also delighted to notice that on Friday, I think that makes a big difference that we have a qualifier for the invitational on Friday, because that means that even our top players that are gonna of course enter the main event have a way. I saw a lot from Dinka to some big names trying the event, and it's nice to have some ways and multiple ways to play the game. And then basically they just probably play the main event. If it goes well, they keep going. Otherwise, they can still play in an amazing event on Sunday, which is this invitational, where again you have really exclusive prizes from the past, because we have the original version of Dark and Dragon, and that's amazing to see. But now our duelists are ready, so let's jump into game 2. By the way, I like the commitment of playing Ice Barrier and then using the Trishula sleeves.
I mean, you have to, right?
Absolutely.
And Genesis, the fact that I love about this format is that it rewards the players that has a lot of fantasy and understands how each cards can work with each other, find its ways to, find the chemistry behind all the potential options that all the card pool can give to a player. And I think that players, for example, as you mentioned, Dinka, that is very, very well known for understanding the game and finding unique choices.
He's having a blast.
Yeah.
And here comes the Man with the Mark. We saw it in the YCS Lille finals, and he is back. the rest of the end, wow, we see some interesting, again, non-engine when you are forced to play around with points. We see a card in DD Crow, which is free, and it's gonna be, you know, unusually popular, I'd say. But this is solid. We can access, you know, Apophis the Serpent and just get things going.
And also it's very, very good against the Ice Barrier also, which is very important. And I see 2 copies, I believe, of DD Crow.
Yeah, 2 copies, maybe in permanence. I don't know. There is a trap card, which luckily, because you need another card to put face down to use the second effect of Temple. And yeah, there it is. The difference between, you know, what we are used to seeing is that since the format is a little bit slower, you usually play the other Apophis cards. So outside of trap cards, we usually see, you know, all of the Temple of Kings related cards, which is nice. And I think we are just giving some translations here to Federico, because he is not so familiar with this strategy.
But I mean, right now I think we cannot activate Temple because I only see 1 trap in
but we set 1 now.
Yeah.
So we just set the other one from end and we can use it. Yeah. So here comes Apophis the Serpent. A lot of translations needed. Then we are gonna set what I believe was impermanence. Not super sure, but could be. It would be a bit surprising because it's kind of costly, so maybe it's not.
No, it's not imperma.
Okay. And yeah, here we see another of those interesting cards, which allows you to just special summon itself and access the full engine of Temple of Kings. And it would be interesting to see if we are actually using the counter. Probably yes, going first. So Anubis. And this is the OG Temple of Kings, which allows us to activate 1 trap card right away.
I think it is the first card in the Forbidden Limit list that got forbidden before its release, right?
Could be.
I think so.
Could be. And yeah, as you can see, although usually we need to wait 1 turn to activate trap cards, this is not gonna be the case.
So Alberto, how do you feel about this match?
No, I mean, I think it's very interesting to see also Apophis, not only in the TCG, but also in the Genesis format. I really enjoyed the deck at YCS Lille, and honestly, seeing it also in how the deck can be played in Genesis with a lot of different traps. I think while Jonas was side decking, I think I saw 3 copies of Torrential Tribute. There's Needle Ceilings as well. I mean, the deck is consistent. With just 1 card, essentially, you can put up so much advantage onto the field, and with having hand traps and interruptions on your hand as well, you can essentially stop your opponent. I would really like to see also having a look at the top tables, you know, the other decks that are being played currently, because, you know, there's so much variety, there's so many different stuff that you can play, you know, it's very interesting.
And I see 1 Rack 4 that has a lot of history and has not been summoned quite often during the latest formats, but I think it is one of those cards that really has shaped up the meta, and it is Redoer, who has an amazing effect even if it has a trap as a material.
Oh, and
a spell, you called it.
Jackpot. Because we have every single one, and this means that, as you were saying, we get an additional effect based on the type of card, and this way we have all 3, and that makes it so that the Redoer banishes itself and then comes back. It draws a card because there is a spell, and then it does basically puts a card on top of the deck because there is a trap. So it's actually super strong right now.
And every standby phase can activate the effect to attach the top deck of our opponent to him as a material. And also, if there is any chance that we don't want to activate one of the effects, we can just choose not to activate all 3, for example, but we can activate, for example, the 2 or the 1 out of them.
Oh, and here comes Foolish Burial Goods, but we know that in the end there is El Cuervo. Diddy Crow raiding to wait. Oh, and that's an interesting one. We haven't seen in a 1 minute. Breakthrough Skill.
One of the OG cards that used to be very popular during the Dragon Ruler format, and it is one of those cards that you want to send to the graveyard with, for example, Foolish Burial Goods, in order to have a way to interact with your opponent, since you can banish it from the graveyard in order to target one face-up monster and negate its effect.
But there is a catch. The Breakthrough Skill is not from 2020 onward, and so you cannot banish it the same turn. So it gets, you know, significantly worse from, let's say, Black Gold Laugh, and this means that right now it doesn't really do much.
Yeah, but Genesis has given the opportunity for a lot of back and forth gameplay, and we can afford, for example, to establish a field and a graveyard in order to try to play through turns after turns and grind the game.
We have a second copy. And yeah, both duelists having a read at their opponent's decks. Here comes the Crow, the first one. Oh, but we're going through Breakthrough.
Oh yeah?
Oh, maybe, I guess. I mean, thankfully we have a second one, but I mean, I don't blame Jonas. Probably he just is used to playing the modern version of the game, and he thinks that can be activated right away, but that is not the case. And let's see.
Yes, I mean, in the current years, for example 2025, you expect trap cards when it is in the graveyard and to be able. Maybe we activate Diddy Crow to the breakthrough.
No, we
skill?
use both. Yeah, we use two Diddy Crows.
Yes.
So one on the Breakthrough and now one on the Ice Barrier Monster. But it seems like we are out. So if there is another way to push through for Federico, we are a bit defenseless at this point.
We'll have to redo it.
Yeah.
With the effect not only to kind of bounce, yes, because it goes to
bounce
the
back to the
top,
deck.
yeah, and also draw a card, which can be a potential 100.
A third Diddy Crow, you say?
Or Murner, because as we saw, Jonas is utilizing Ghost Murner, for example.
Or a third Diddy Crow, you say?
You want the first Diddy Crow, right?
El Cuervo. Let's see. This is not going to be a link because we cannot access any, as you can see from the layout of their playmats.
I thought that we had all the access to every card, no?
Almost, almost. And here comes the third synchro of this duel. And it's a great one, I'll tell you that much.
Using Redoer? Yes.
Yes.
Is that going to be too late is the question.
And one thing about Redoer, as we mentioned, is that, first of all, the touch is not a cost, it's an effect, which can play a huge role, for example.
Oh! What a draw.
I think it's a pass.
Not sure about what a draw. No, I think we didn't detach the monster, no? Which is also interesting, but yeah, I think it's too much to handle for Federico. So he also recognizes he is done with this game, but it's quite the explosive combo deck, the one he's piloting. And now in game 3, he will get a chance to show us all what the Ice Barrier deck is capable of.
And I mean, I really love the fact that we can experience against some of the cards that used to be very, very important back in their days. For example, Breakthrough Skill, Little Ceiling, or even a duel that hasn't seen a lot of play from the tier format that was one year and a half before. So I really love the fact that we can experience against so powerful cards against the meta.
Yeah.
And obviously from the Ice Barrier side is also Trisula.
Yeah, no, I mean, absolutely. And I think Breakthrough Skill is at least 12 and a half years old as a card, because I remember, as you mentioned, Dragon Ruler, I think I remember well because I played it, and someone here didn't play it at this table. It was just Lille 2013 because the card was...
Didn't like it.
But I think it was one of the first trap card that could be activated from the graveyard, honestly, which was great back
Unique,
then.
for sure.
Yeah.
But Mike, I think you can remember that on Friday we also played a bit of Time Wizard with you, and I was playing a water deck myself, and back in the day there was a trap card which we have seen recently in Sky Striker decks, and there is Water Art, Spiritual Water Art Aoi. And I can tell you that there are 3 copies in the Ice Barrier deck now that it goes first, so it will be interesting to see if then he gets to take a look at the end of Jonas, and that would be absolutely great because every single monster is water in his deck. But without further ado, let's jump into the final game. And let's go back to action. Now. Here we are. Federico, the deck is quite consistent. Again, I don't want to jinx it, but so many starters.
Bangless.
Yeah, but Jonas utilizes a lot of cards that can give a hard problem to Ice Barrier strategy.
Say another Diddy Grow.
And
it is there, the first card he drew, the first card, Mike, is the Spiritual Water Art. I want to see it, I called it. And I'm excited to see some water art action.
And you can tell from how you feel about this card, if a player is new or not. For example, for me, it is a Sky Striker card.
Yeah, that's blasphemy, if you ask me. But are we... Oof! A lot of trap cards, interesting one in the end from Jonas. Oh, but there is a point card in the end. A sneaky rock hiding in there. And this is a lot of monsters, because this is one of the interesting combos of the deck where you get a lot of tokens, and then if you have wins over Ice Barrier, you can turn it into monsters. That's not quite the case yet.
I mean, we just see tokens being summoned right now.
We go into Nibiru here. Wow.
He can also tribute the tokens. The only instance is, for example, with the token that Sky Striker drones provide, it is not being tributed from Nibiru and stays on the field because
of its own effect.
Of its own effect that prevents it from being tributed. So Nibiru can't tribute tokens.
Are you bothered at all that he took away 4 tokens to pick a 5th one instead of just removing 3 and keeping 1 around?
I'm furious Federico doesn't play the originals Ice Barrier tokens because they have been released in the OTS 21.
OTS,
I believe. I would love to see them in action.
Oh. So, it's gonna be a big ask for this Nibiru to stop everything, but I guess if you're not super familiar with the deck your opponent is playing, you might as well just use it right away and pray that's enough.
I mean, we maybe have another copy of Diddy Crow.
Unfortunately, I think the rest of the end might be all traps. And the good news is that Federico is gonna take a look at the hand. And yeah, this is a great card. We saw this being played in the Sprite deck as well as a small engine. But yeah, it seems like this Nibiru was devastating, and now we are checking the effect. It's pretty straightforward. You just tribute a water monster, and I think that's it. So this Nibiru was absolutely crucial, and now here comes the Spiritual Water Aoi. We are gonna take a look at the end from Jonas.
a card that that was in the spotlight due to Sky Striker,
Yeah.
and only due to Sky Striker.
Wow, look at this endo. I mean, not great to be fair, but what can you do? You don't really have any starters. We have double Torrential Tribute, Ultimate Slayer, and a Kaiju, so all cards for pretty much disrupting our opponent, but those Torrentials are gonna be annoying.
Yeah, but I mean, you need to send back potentially Engine.
Yeah, and it's kind of surprising that we choose the Ultimate Slayer out of all things, to be fair. How big were the tokens? Do they have any attack? That's the big questions on that token. I want to say no,
But you cannot activate on token.
No, I mean just now, because if you see double Torrential and the token is decent, you could just attack with it, you know? But I think the token might be just 0, I don't know, honestly. And I guess, no, yeah. It's pretty small, so token is gone, and well, playing around double Torrential is not gonna be a joke.
I mean, Alberto is one of those players that is very famous about his Ultimate Time Wizard 2010 playstyle, and I think that he can provide us with some insights around how you can play very, very good against a Torrential, for example.
Well, thankfully back then there was only one Torrential, which was the good news. Here, having 3, honestly, it's painful because you know, every single time you want to do a move, essentially, you just keep.
Can we find some engine? No, we just passed right back. Very unfortunate, and we draw into a foolish Burial Goods, which is great news for Federico. And now he only has to deal with 1 Torrential, which is a lot more manageable.
Would you mind some years ago to say only 1 Torrential?
I know. I have very good memories of Torrential, I can tell you that much. Tom, our dear commentator, not so much. And yeah, here comes the second Torrential, as expected. And now we have Foolish.
Isn't too soon to activate Torrential, though?
I mean, it worked last turn, so he just is repeating it.
I mean, since there are no links, you can wait for another monster to scare you for a synchro summoning, for example.
No. And now we're gonna go for Foolish Burial Goods.
Now. No breakthrough skill this time around. So.
Yeah, I mean, no point.
I mean, you can send breakthrough in order to play around a potential top deck of Man of the Mark.
You cannot use it in their turn, though.
Yeah.
You can only use it in your own. I mean, it's not a custom card. It's from back in the day. It's already good enough. Come on. Okay, now finally we do something, and now we're just gonna beat up, deal some damage with the Swamp DT. And is that really a pass? Wow. I mean, we had this cool Meister, but I mean, only 1 more card in hand except for Gamma Seal, and it's a pass back. What is going on?
I mean, this is the fact that I really love about the Genesis, is that it has give some back and forth into the current meta state, meaning that it takes so many turns in order for a player to win, and I really love the fact that every game goes to grind. Every game, you know, takes a lot of turns in order for you to establish a strong field and trying to find the answers.
What a draw. This one is huge. Having already the Swamp DT, we draw into Apophis the Serpent, and now we have the possibility to negate the 2 cards that our opponent has with the second Swamp DT. That's big. We already passed back, so if we are Federico, we are in desperate need of finding some, because if we do not, we still have access to our fusion next turn for the Apophis deck, and that could seal the game. And is that... Okay. Oh. Okay, we discard. Now we have the possibility to go into a synchro. Finally.
The only issue is that it can be negated right now.
Yeah, but at least we can still attack over.
Yeah. I mean, Lancia is one of those synchro monsters that have provided a very, very good edge into the Ash barrier through the latest, through the structure deck that was released, and gave the Ice Bar strategy one of those, you know, extra tools in the arsenal in order to deal with potential threats.
Is that gonna be it? It's a pass. This could be huge, because we know there is a kaiju. But this allows us to access our extra deck, so maybe Jonas a bit too fast there. The big news is, as mentioned, now that we have two Apophis trap cards, we can not only negate but then upgrade our trap cards into our Apophis fusion. And that is exactly what we are gonna do here. Divine Serpent Apophis coming on the field.
And I think right now, can Federico actually find a win right here? Because yes, we have a Gameciel in order to interact with Lancia. However, we're providing to our opponent very, very strong monsters, and we need to find an access to our Apophis fusion, which we just did in order to reset the traps. And this is quite why the reason the fusion is very, very important, because it can give so much resources back into the Apophis strategy.
Well, pretty close match, I have to say. They're still, you know, battling this one out.
And we see a trade-off of Gameciels right here.
Well, they're exchanging Gameciels, honestly. Yeah, it's back then they used to be like that. It still is in Genesis.
When Kaijus were released, they said it upped the meta so much, because they give the opportunity to deal with problematic cards like Chaos Max that you require to find out when they have been summoned. And I think it is one of those cards that really changed the whole way of Yu-Gi-Oh! Was used to play back in the day. And we can see that only 8 minutes has been left on the clock, which can be, you know, quite problematic.
Since it's direct elimination, I'm pretty sure they have different rules. I'm
How much?
not gonna
sure
pretend, unfortunately. No, I mean, I don't think You think they're gonna have double loss in a direct elimination? No, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be like top cut for us. So similar rules as all back in the day. I mean, nowadays we don't have time in the top 8, so it's quite different, but we can assume it's gonna be somewhere along those lines. But I'm not too sure, honestly. But yeah, it's good to see, of course, such a tight match. Very low margin, as we've mentioned, for mistakes, because it's all or nothing. As you can see, we are here in round 2, but still a long way to go to crown the Invitational champion. And on the other hand, I can also inform you that the main event keeps going, and we already have pairings for the next round. So it won't be a big break before we are able to jump from this match into round 11? No, 12.
Yeah,
12, right? Yes.
Yeah, 12. Bene. Ooh, and finally we access the man with the mark. What a clutch top deck this one is, because not only does it give you that, it's also a rank 4 Xyz. Wow.
You think potentially a redoer will be summoned?
Could be, but we have a lot of powerful options, and yeah, this, wow, keeps, you know, a lot of swings back and forth, and also we have possibly more copies of the Divine Serpent. This is huge. Because also in this game we have not used the other monsters, I believe. So we can go... Yeah, here it is. Dio.
Can we activate the second effect of the temple, though? Or we did not?
Yeah, we have a trap in grave. Yeah, here comes the redoer. 5 minutes on the clock, but they might not be needed.
Che cosa?
I think we will have, for your joy, a Greek player coming up. And here it is, the shuffle back. Who is going to be taking it? Jonas absolutely in the lead here. Finally accessing this boss, and now moving to the battle phase, attacking over. Just don't wanna make a mistake at this stage.
I mean, we can activate the effect of redoer only to bounce and just attack per game, right?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I think it's with 800 life points remaining for Federico here. There's one last Destiny draw.
Let's take a spell off the top. Is it gonna be a spell? Let's see it. Is it gonna be a spell for the jackpot? Nope, not quite. Another monster. Maybe we don't have a trap. Oh, I thought we did.
No, we have, but it is
Yeah.
on the bottom.
Yeah, we're just a couple minutes away from this.
Yeah, I mean, I really feel like Jonas really played it incredibly well, patiently waiting and using his trap cards just to take control of the game. And honestly, I really feel like Federico really tried, but Jonas really had all the answers needed. And yeah, I mean, Federico's just with one card in hand remaining. It's going to be very, very difficult, especially because Jonas' field is full of monsters at the moment with cards in hand as well. And I mean, I really liked how honestly the deck has been shaping up for the Genesis format, especially because now it's full of trap cards, full of, you know, other different disruptions and hand traps as well. But
about 2 minutes remain, and it's a pass back to Jonas. He doesn't need all that much to find it out, and it's a Gameciel off the top. Wow. But again, we are gonna use the effect in the graveyard to bring out the Trishula from our extra deck, pairing up with those sleeves.
I think that you wanted this end, right? You wanted to a Trishula to be summoned with the sleeves of Trishula in the field.
Doesn't get much better than that. But now there is some crawlerification. Also, because I'm wondering, doesn't Trishula have to be synchro summon,
yeah.
no?
Yeah, I also believe that.
And so that won't be the case. And indeed, we are now switching over our monsters to attack, and it seems like after a long-fought duel, Jonas made this comeback possible and clutches this one out. He is advancing in this invitational. Congratulations to Federico, but as already hinted, we are already with our round 12 players, so let's go back to Ed.
Thank you, Marcello. Yes, I am here. We're going to be straight back over with you guys in just a sec. But let me introduce your round 12 feature match duelists. We have Dinka Vui versus Nestoras Tsaveras. And they're ready to kick things off with a die roll. Who would like to go first? Nestoras is going to roll first. And that is a 10. And for Dinka Vui, we have a 9. So Nestoras, are you going to go first? He's going to go first. I'm going to hand you guys straight back over to your commentators. Going to take you through our round 12 feature match here at YCS Bologna.
Long time no see. So we're back. Okay, here as mentioned, thanks to our lovely backup feature with the Genesis Invitational, we can just keep going and start things off with the round 12. Oh well, what a matchup we have ahead. He might not have had the best of day ones, but Dinka Vui is still to play and he will be facing off against Nestoras. So let's not waste any time. Our duelists are ready. Let's go back to action. Here they are.
Dinka obviously is one of the most well-known players in Europe right now, and I think he has made quite a name having it is 2 or 3 YCS wins.
I think he's a national for sure.
Yeah, he has a national.
Two YCSs, I think.
Two
YCSs and a national.
One national.
And German nationals, yeah.
Nestoras, on the other side, is one of the Greek prodigies right now in the Greek scene, and he's a very young player that right now he's trying to find his first stop, and he's quite of those players that I think that will be discussed in the years to come in Europe, because I think it has so much potential.
And what a better way than to test that against Dinka here on stream. I mean, the Draco Tail against arguably one of the worst matchups in that Vanquish Show K9. A lot of players picking it up because they expected Draco Tails. So let's see whether that will be true.
As we experienced, I think that Fugalus was changing the draw phase, which is quite an odd, because as we can see, it was not in the main phase in order to play around Fimena potentially. And I think it is one of those scenarios that you can take the bet to activate it in the draw phase instead of waiting, for example, for an activation of an effect to special summon in order for your opponent to not have 5 mana to chain.
I feel like in other decks you might take the risk and wait, but with the Vanquish or K9, every single card matters because you need those different attributes, and so it's absolutely important. Even that one additional draw can completely change the game. But here we set up pretty well. I guess 3 face downs, and now do we have Olli Su? It's the big question, always, or even Izuna. We have Lupis, fair enough. I mean, that's also extremely good because it can get us into the famous, I'd say at this point, Typhon Zeus play, protected. And yeah, that's exactly what Dinka is gonna go for. So this is the one matchup where you don't mind drawing Lupis.
Yeah, I mean, I think we talked about a lot how Vanquish Soul K9 plays it very well against Dracotel. I think he has a very good matchup, especially because of all the resources and answers that he has. And yeah, I think those two decks may be the contenders to win the event. So we will also see throughout the day the percentages of those decks being at the top tables. And
yeah,
but
Nestoras here forgets that the Lupis protects from that horn. And I think it's still worth using, no? Because you need to use it alongside the pop. But you cannot, so this maybe it's not something that Nestoras has seen already against him, but it's quite a famous way to play the game, I'd say, no? I'm surprised he has not faced off against this Lupis. And yeah, that's huge.
And also we need to take into consideration that nervous and anxiety all really hit you when we're in a feature match, especially against Dinka Boy, right?
And look at this, absolutely brutal. Thankfully, he at least put Artalion in attack so he can get a draw, but yeah, this just clears the whole field. Wow. I mean, this is a nice inclusion. How many copies is he running? Just the one for the branded fusion?
Two copies,
okay,
yes.
2 copies is nice because one can get the second.
I mean, right now it is a big debate in the Dracotel community whether you play 0 copies, 1 copy, 2 copies, or even 3 copies.
That's huge.
Yes, it is one of those cards that you really want to see.
Oh, and there is a Fuvalos now, which of course just wants to make sure that the 5 mana gives a draw to Dinka. And now we have Jokul and Noroi. Okay. And of course this is just asking Nestoras for a response.
We are searching through our extra deck, so I believe that F5 mana maybe potentially be activated. We know that he had,
no?
yeah,
If you don't, Reaper just completely shuts you down. Yeah, you're kind of forced to do it. Unfortunately, not good targets at all.
I mean, right now,
Artalion, though.
maybe Artalion to Noroi and Nibiru?
And Joggle, you mean?
No, Nibiru. To have a second plan, otherwise he just summon back.
Right now we have 1, 2, 3, no?
Yeah. Fourth
Doesn't do
Noroi,
much, no?
fifth, for example, Izuna. You can nip there. Otherwise,
I think it makes sense, yes.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Otherwise, he just summons back Noroi.
Yeah.
And no, instead he bounced both.
Oh, okay.
This is gonna be really, really close. If Dinka has other ways to play, he cannot normal because there is only 1 card in the end from Nestoras. Got it. And you can see Dinka really debating the best way to play, around this deck is really to try and go down to 1 card, but sometimes it's not so easy. But Nestoras now has, so those, but the one of Rasen, that's so brutal.
I mean, we have give to our opponent 2 draws, so it is
Yeah.
quite okay. I'm guessing to think that he has access to his Vanquish so engine since he has drawn 2 cards from Fugalos and 1 card from his draw phase. So I believe it will.
No, 1 from Fuga.
Okay, no,
What?
2.
No, because that came back from grave. It was only a stallion, no?
Not right now. In the previous turn.
Ah, okay. I thought in this turn.
I mean, still, you know, I think that. I mean, you also saw it yesterday with Joshua. Like Raisin, I think he outdrew Raisin a couple of times, and I think it's the
Stake
card
your
of the
soul.
yeah, Stake Your Soul. I think it's one of those cards that you know, really maybe enjoys being on stream. You know.
No, I mean, it's
He wants some spot. Right?
Yes.
yeah, it's one of those instances where the deck has been hit in the consistency, you know, aspects. But in terms of power, when everything is drawn, it's still as good as it was before, and it's arguably one of the best decks, if not the best deck, when it sees everything. So
We experienced someone's Genesis before that was quite skeptical about Link Summon.
yeah. Yeah, just look at this. This is gonna be a walk in the park for Dinka now that he knows every card of his opponent. You can do so much. Of course, no battle phase because we have already gone for Zeus, but I mean, that's not that big of a deal.
Yes, I think right now, generally speaking, Vanquish K9 is a very, very difficult matchup against Dracotail, and right now, Dinka just shows why this deck is very, very good against Dracotail, meaning that the engine of Vanquish is not the one that you want to face with Arthalion, since Arthalion providing back all the attributes, providing back all the resources to the hand, it is not quite the option to deal with this deck. And obviously K9 is very, very strong against Dracotails.
Yeah, I mean, here it comes the Nibiru, but the thing is that it doesn't really do much. That's the point. Like with, I mean, I think Vinkabu is more than happy, honestly, with what he has achieved. I think his hand is full of Vanquish Soul. He has the Oldest Soul, which is alive. I mean, I think it's going to be very difficult for Nestoras because especially in this turn, his entire field was cleared by Zeus. And yeah, I mean, of course, the Nibiru shuts down a little bit, you know, Dinka's strategy, but his hands are full. Like,
did he draw 3 Nibirus?
oh, maybe right, yeah.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
it was 3 Nibirus.
You're right.
And the token has been summoned in attack since Dinka Boy has already gone through his battle phase, so we potentially place it on attack position in order for Nestoras to find a way to Dracotail Horn in order to bounce back the token. But he will not draw, which is very important.
Dinka still with 6+ cards in hand, so just slightly phased by this. And wow, reveals that he is also playing Bestials. Interesting.
So we're
That's
not even
big.
going to have the ad from
Yeah. Branded Fusion.
Albion, yeah.
That's massive, actually.
Mm.
Because, I mean, Branded Fusion alone could help a bit. I think the Frixel has been used, though, so that makes it slightly more awkward. But
It
I mean,
is
still,
on the graveyard.
yeah.
I mean, we can still
Yeah,
send
yeah.
Mululu and not activate Lubin,
Yeah.
for example.
Yeah. And I think that's pretty much it. So it's going to be a pass back to Nestoras. Can he find something good off the top? Still phasing off so much recursion from Dinka.
I mean, the ad from Albion was very important because Prime Fusion is the only card in a Dracotail deck right now that can establish a field and find engine without having to discard any card. And right now we have Mululu, but we don't have
Cards in
any
hand.
cards in hand. So we will need to activate Ketu, that will be probably being dealt with an infinite permanence that it is potentially in the back row.
Yeah, that's huge. Second Olisu comes down, making quick work of this Mululu essentially.
I mean, as mentioned, of course, the Nibiru being activated from Nestor as in the turn before is not really doing much because Dinka already had a second Holisu and
yeah, now we can go grab the Caesar. And yeah, that deals with the last card, and this is a great lesson of how to pilot this deck by Dinka.
I think Dinka could also go for Exist monsters in the previous turn, because Lupus was activated in the first turn, so in the second turn that Gulamel activated in the graveyard, we could summon it back and go for a potential Exist play. But I mean, even in this scenario, don't find a way for Nesros to come through, especially if the back row is something like an infinite permanence.
yeah, I mean, look at this. What a show off here from Dinka. And I really like the cross ship, honestly, in Dragotail in general. I think it's a very good addition on all the players.
We've seen some players use this cross ship to access, you know, different type of lines, and unfortunately, again, shouldn't be quite enough here, but good attempt by Nestoras.
So right now we are going for Nest Knight probably, since Frixel will be summoned to take back 5 mana, but when 5 mana will be chained, we can chain Nest Knight in order to attach, for example, Arthalion or even the Frixel, and there will be no valid target for us to fusion summon.
And I mean, look at this. Honestly, this was very well executed from Dinka, which every single time he's been on stream over the last years, honestly, it's just been showing
right here
us.
He can actually chain Nest Knight if 5 mana is activated, so we have to bounce Crosship or Arthalion to the extra deck, so in either way we will not have a card in hand.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah. I think it's Frixel. Yes.
Yeah.
So Frixel's effect will resolve to summon
And
Lucius.
he needs to take something from extra, no? Under the Nest Knight.
Yes. I mean, I'm pretty sure that he plays the target.
Yeah, of course.
So we summon Lucius, and we have already committed to a normal summon.
Yeah, he's just attached the Masquerade, yeah.
So right now, only 5 mana is an option, yes. In order for us to go to a Secretarian Dragon, we set Ketu and we have not yet activated, so we can activate Ketu to take Urgula or Pan. So we can advance our plays. Mululu will be summoned through Secretarian, and now we can fuse summon even to Arthalion. And I think that we need to go for Urgula here in order for us to also take more resources back in the hand. Ketu is one of those cards that it's not only a starter for the deck, but also becomes so much powerful when it faces an established field, because if our opponent has one monster or more, we can actually not only add, but also fusion summon. Yes, we go for Urgula, and probably we are going for Arthalion because we need to generate resources.
I mean, I think Ketu itself generates so much value, honestly, with the deck, especially when, as you mentioned, when you're in such a game state in which, for example, you're really looking for resources, that itself just generate a lot. We don't know Dinka's set card, I think, right?
No, we do not. Can we also take Nibiru? Have Dinka made for 5 summons? He has made for sure 4. I don't know if it provides anything, but it may be an option.
And yeah, now we get to resolve really well.
Oh, okay. What a bluff.
Yeah.
Trying to find ways for ways.
Opening both reinforcement and Razen, but might as well.
I mean, you cannot call that this hand was unlucky.
No, but I mean, it's relevant to set it because at least you protect the field spell, which by itself then will protect your monsters.
And this is the odd part about Dracotail and this against Vanquish Soul K9, is that Dinka yet has not interacted a lot with Nessoras, meaning that he has only utilized 2 cards in order to interact. However, Dracotail cannot find a real boost.
Oh man, isn't that... No, yeah, unfortunate mistake here. Because since we have 3 cards banished, it's 27-27, so he attacked into the Nash Knight, but it doesn't die.
We attack with that right?
No, he attacked into the Nash Knight first, and then Dinka was like, it's actually 27. No, it's 27, because they have the same attack, so... everything good until the end there, with an unfortunate sleep, but it's fine. Maybe we didn't want to attack anything else anyways at this point.
We didn't activate Ra? So I'm guessing Rahu was not activated because there's only one Gulamel in our extra deck, because the extra deck is quite tight right now, and obviously Arthalion and Urgula have activated their effects, so we could not be able to take back the 5 mana, which is very important in this scenario and matchup, and this is maybe why we kept Rahu set.
Oh, and we're gonna use the 5 mana right here.
Yes, but what are we going to access?
Just another Arthalion.
Have we not?
For the name, yeah.
But I think that we have passed turn, right?
Yeah, we have. And yeah, so it gets to resolve, so we're gonna grab a Nibiru back, set and negate this Caesar, but I mean, now Dinka knows everything, and this Nibiru is not scary, to be fair.
I mean, it's Rahu, Ketu and a Sting, and I think Sting right here doesn't provide much.
Yeah, but even Reaper keeps Nibiru in check if we want to. So yeah, that's it. I think solid attempt by Nestoras, but the opener was just too good by Dinka, and he takes this game 1. That's big. We mentioned it. One of the reasons why players this weekend decided to bring back the Vanquish Soul K9 strategy was exactly this matchup. Obviously, you're not going to draw ends of this quality every time, but I mean, this worked.
I mean, this is the general matchup, how it goes, to be honest, because it is one of those matchups that as a Dracotail player you feel that you are still starting comboing off and starting generating resources, but at the end of the day you don't generate advantage, because you don't want to give back to Vanquish Soul players their monsters back in the hand. you have to wait for the Xyz, and if you wait for the Xyz, Reaper is a very problematic card against Dragotail, and it is one of those matchups that you really need to find non-engine cards in order for you to help you. Otherwise, as we experience, yes, you are going to bounce back, for example, Vanquish monsters, K9 monsters, but it is what the deck wants to have more names in the hand.
I mean, the more names you have, exactly, the better it is, especially because you can deal with everything your opponent has. I mean, we know how explosive Dragotail is, you know, right? With the Keto and the there's so much stuff going on also with the branded fusion package. But I really feel like that at the end of the day, it's very worth it to bring such a deck to this tournament, especially because if you really expect a lot of players relying on Dragotails, he has a lot of advantage. On the other side, I really feel like that Nestoras tried, you know, with what he had. Although I really feel that Dinka Buizan was amazing, and I think he also drew Nestoras Trinibiru, maybe, as we noticed. So it was not, you know, great ideal hand. And now for going into game 2, I think he will bring in the defenders, which I think it's super powerful card when going first in general. Just puts a lot of pressure to your opponent, especially for those matchups. I think it's a great card, honestly.
Yeah. So. On the other hand, what do you think Dinka is going to bring for this matchup? I mean, already the engine is solid, no?
But it is one of those decks that they can afford to play Retaliating Sea, and I think this is why, for example, Fen, as Alberto just mentioned, is a very good option because it can deal with Retaliating any Zuna, which is very important. However, there is one favorite card of yours, I think, that can be brought up from the side in, side out, and it's limited.
Okay.
Can you guess which one?
Let's see if we'll see it in action, because our duelists are ready, so let's just go back to the table.
Usual pyramid from Dinka. Was never missing on it and it's on the stream. And now Nestoras is going first, so let's see.
So, if I was Nestoras and was going to main phase without Fugalos being activated in the draw phase, as we saw in game 1, I would expect not to be an option for Dinka right now. However, double Fugalos may be activated, but I don't think that this is a case.
Going for Rao immediately. Usually you want to keep it as the last.
I mean, you can set Rahu to check for Retaliating since you have 5 mana in hand. Yeah. I think it makes sense post side deck.
It also depends, what's your hand, honestly.
Well, yeah, it doesn't seem like he's gonna get interrupted right now. So we get to add back the 5 mana and then set 2 cards. Should be the Ketu plus one of the trap cards.
Which one do you want against a Vanquish K9? I believe that Flame is a very good option because they can special summon the monsters in defense immediately.
It used to be better when there were 3 stakes your soul. Now, the number of targets is much, reduced, but it's still really good, I would say.
And you can deal with the field spell. Otherwise, you can just summon monsters in defense and you can never be able to activate Horn.
I also saw some players siding in against Vanquish today, anti-spell Fragrance, which I'm not so sure, honestly, about, because it's, of course there are a few spells in the deck, but the deck is mostly monsters, so...
Yeah, I mean, the logical behind that is that since the weakness of Vanquish K9 is their consistency, you try to activate cards like anti-spell to cut them off from cards like Prosperity, Stake Your Soul, Reinforcement of the Army, in order to just make their weakness bigger.
But in this case, we can access all of the different trap cards because we just open all engine and that is it. We have 3 trap cards and then we'll be able to add back the 5 mana. Yep.
But, I mean, honestly, for Vanquish K9, this field doesn't seem very scary.
No.
Because Stinks can only be used against
we have only Su
Lupis
or Aizuna? No, we don't. No Lupis as well, which was essentially how Nestoras lost the game. And Dinka now has to face This field. I see spells.
Yeah, 3 spells.
Yeah.
So,
that's
any
spell.
spell, yeah.
Yeah.
You want to take it back?
Yeah, I want to take it back. No, I don't think so. I mean, I think... Wait, let me count them.
Maybe it's double case, because what is even there?
Yeah, I think I played 6 spells.
Yeah, so that's
And he drew
why.
3 of them, so... 50%.
Yeah, I think he has at least a couple of case. Yeah.
Imagine though having Anspiel here.
Yeah, it would be big.
We can address this with Gulamel, but we choose to activate Ash Blossom.
And
Yeah,
of course.
Of course.
Here it is. Oh,
And Matt loves
a
to
bit of an unfortunate.
take
Yeah.
Stagger, so... I mean, we can activate Horn here and keep the flame for the Stake Your Soul, no?
You cannot add Sacred Soul. It's not the Vanquish Soul card.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that would be good. So,
You want another spell? I mean, he already has 3,
yeah,
you know?
he didn't even activate the Medlov. And yeah, that is it. Very quick game, unfortunately. I mean, we've mentioned you only play 6 spells, but when you do 3 of them and, you know, 2 Stake Your Souls, you're facing off against Flame, is not really a good feeling. And that's why, you know, sometimes that's just how it is. And Dinka is not even going to bother to try and play, you know, against this. You know, double case and then Medlov plus field spell. So obviously going second, you're not going to have the Snow Devil. So that makes it so you can't even activate the effect. That's, you know, a really, really unfortunate end. But I mean, that means that anyways, as we saw in game 1, they need a lot of time to grind things out. And so having 22 minutes is good because it means that most likely we won't get into a double loss, especially at this stage. And now for the first time, Dinka will be going first.
And I mean, it is one of those scenarios that you really want to avoid playing Dragotail. However, you can feel more safe to go second with Dragotail against Vanquish Soul K9 because you can at least have Purulia, which is a very strong card against the strategy.
I mean, yeah, he has Mold Charm, means he has also Effect Vader, which potentially could bring in. And on the other hand, I really feel like that Dinka is bringing in Cold by the Grave, Triple Tactic Talents, and also the Snow Devil, which I think for going first is a solid choice. Yeah, I mean, I think it was a very unfortunate hand from him, and on the other side, Nestoras, I think, just showed off how Dragotail is supposed to be, you know, just fusions at 3, pass, and then also having the follow-up for next turn. Now, I think there's pressure, of course. Like, this is the 12th round. You really want to win this one out, having your chances to advance into the tournament with only 2 losses. So,
yeah,
you know, there's a lot to be taken. There's a high stakes, but you know, I really feel like that our players are almost done with shuffling up. So I would say let's jump into game 3.
Right now, I truly believe that it is one of those scenarios that Nestoras is considering to face a potential... Okay, Purulia, as we mentioned, it's a very, very, very good option to interact with Vanquish Soul K9. Yes, because it is the card that you really want to see, because going second against this deck is very, very scary. However, Vanquish Soul K9 can also play cards like Dimensional Fissure, for example, which will be very, very scary against Dragotail strategy.
I mean, yeah, there are a lot of different ones, honestly, depending on how you feel like. But oh, there's also Fruvalos. Wow,
that's crazy, honestly. What's even your strategy at this point, Mike?
So, right now, if I was Nestoras, since I have activated both Fugalos and Purulia, I would be feeling okay and pretty safe, but obviously you are playing against Dinka Boy, you can never feel safe.
I meant mostly what is your strategy if you're Dinka to play around these many armies?
Just potentially go for trying to find the field spell, which will be very, very important, and, you know, trying to give only one draw potentially in order for establish a mini field, as we like to call them, and trying to establish, you know, a field with a potential Vanquish Soul Snow Devil, and in order to play in our opponent's turn, since Vanquish Soul is one of those decks that can afford to play in our opponent's turn.
I mean, at least Reaper seems mandatory, no? It's so good. Yeah, I totally agree with this. It protects you from 5 mana, which is crucial, and then it advances and gives you even another interruption next. So I
and
totally
we can
agree
also
with this.
set,
Yep.
which is very important, since SHUEISHA has activated both Fulgalus and Purulia.
Okay, Lantern. Oh, do we hard draw it? Wow. Or maybe we sided it out, but I don't think so going first.
No, I don't think it has been sided out. It's just an indication that we have a hard road, unfortunately.
That's really
otherwise-
unfortunate and makes a lot of sense. You just pass back.
And I think that Nesros has understand this, that K9 X-Force release has been drawn from Dinka and has been set
Gotta
not
feel
by the
bad
effect of Reaper.
for Dinka, but at least the follow-up is great. So if you are able to keep the aggression at bay, maybe you have a chance next turn. But now it's all on Nestoras. How do you play through this Reaper plus force release?
I mean, you just want a fusion spell, to be honest.
Yeah. I see a couple spells.
You can even
Ooh, I think Branded Fusion is in there.
chain block on the opposite.
Yes,
on
and
the
we
opposite.
start things off with Branded Fusion.
It's one of those cards that when you activate it first thing in your turn, it is quite odd that you don't want to activate the effect of Albion to fuse.
Yeah. We have seen also yesterday with Flaminio playing against this deck that they actually forgo to use the Ash.
And I think right now we can, instead of going for the Shudder, playing send Frixel, we can also send Mululu, which will be more interesting. Because we can send Mululu and chain block Mululu, chain 1, chain 2 Lubellion, and have Mirror Jade and also the negation of Reaper and generating advantage.
Mululu.
So we are considering our options, or even go for Pan and Summon Titanic Lad. It's also another option. So
But it's Nip, which is also an interesting one in this deck because thanks to Artalion, it gives you a nice way to get it back whenever you need it. We've used the fact, no? Of Albion.
yes, I believe so. Otherwise, I will be quite interested why we choose to send Nibiru. So we'll prioritize the effect of Albion.
Ooh, and here
Which is going to be dealt with Infinite Permanence.
Which is also very surprising in this deck. Usually you want to play just monsters.
Yeah,
'Cause you need the attributes.
He side them in, honestly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oof.
Ooh.
But we do have Reaper. Do we have a way to deal with this? Would be shocked. Yeah, so that's just gonna resolve. Was it necessary to use this 5 mana here? I mean, you know the first release is there, but
Yeah, you don't know,
But
you
if-
guessing it.
Yeah.
I mean, kinda no.
Yeah.
Yeah, there he goes. Oof,
Wow.
that's huge. Thankfully, we don't play into the Imperm column. And here we see this Fallen and Virtues. That could actually be it if Dinka doesn't have, you know, some bestial, some form of interruption.
This is huge, honestly. We've seen this card in action this weekend, and
In this scenario, I also like to send Titanic Lad, since Vanquish K9 can establish a field in our turn
Yeah.
and can potentially mean a threat to Dinka to think about in the end phase. However, Albaz obviously is in the graveyard, so this is why maybe we chose to.
And we have Mululu.
Wow.
That was the big question. Was there a playable normal summon? And we do, plus another way to feel. This is almost a checkmate for Dinka if he doesn't have anything. It's so easy to put up a lot of damage at this point. Wow. And yeah, we're gonna use Artalion plus our 2 sets. We haven't used any spell.
We are checking for the Infinite Permanence column.
Yeah. Okay, just in case. Put them at the extremes. Makes sense. And yeah, I mean, unless Dinka has been extremely patient with these interruptions, I mean, all you need is just one more monster, no? Do we have the Ash? Do we have something? We do not.
Wow.
And this could already be it in terms of damage. This is 8,000.
Yeah.
So, wow, what a comeback this would be, and how much this would mean going 10-2 and doing so on stream against Dinka. You said that he is one of those up-and-coming Greek players with potential, and what a way to prove it and to represent your country.
Yes, I told you so at the start of the match that Nestoras is one of those players that have made quite a name in the Greek community, and right now he's showcasing why he's here, why he has a score of 9-2, and I believe that if Dinka doesn't have, for example, a potential Izuna or a Holy Shoe in order to be activated, it will be very, very, very good scenario for Nestoras in order to access the battle phase and take the potential win.
This could be it. But
we have
Dinka
some.
as Izuna. Okay, this is not done already. You never count out the 3-time champion.
The question is if we have something to trigger Gulamal here.
Anyways, we will have K2 after, no? So
Yeah, but after, I mean, you need to trigger it right now before he's going to summon Lupis or Exi summon.
I mean, you can even attack. I mean, even if you don't close this one here immediately, it's not like, I don't know how much Dinka can do.
I mean, he has follow for sure.
Yeah, but you also do, so... Because what can you do here?
And we also get the Virtus and the Fallen in the end phase, which is important.
Because he's playing two. Yeah, we have a lot. We have Urgula. Okay. Yeah, so basically now we use the Urgula to try and use the Gulamel, but obviously Dinka's not gonna allow it.
Since Lupis was activated in the graveyard and Gulamel misses timing since it's a when.
Yeah, but...
And right now we don't have activated K2 yet, right?
No.
So we have one more fusion
that's
summon.
what I'm saying.
Yeah,
so
Yeah, ahead of this, yeah.
we
could chain Gulamel, right?
Yeah, but I mean, maybe he doesn't feel like he wants to, because if he does, then Dinka can chain the Lupis after.
Yeah, okay,
So
we just want
the
to...
ban is more important, because to the ban you cannot really answer. I know what you mean, but like essentially you're not really doing anything. You're just forcing the Lupis to be activated first.
Yeah, and then
And
you
that's
have an
it.
established field.
Yeah, as you can see, very well played by Nestoras, but it is too much for Dinka. And Nestoras does the impossible after losing that game 1. He returns the favor, facing off against the Fuvalos. And then he returns the favor with Purulia, plus is on Fuvalos in game 3. I mean, the Mulcharm is just shaping up the meta time and time again. But it's nice to see, you know, Fallen Virtus coming in hot, having an impact here on stream. And I gotta say, you mentioned it in the analysis that Nestoras has been waiting for his top cut finish. On the one hand, congratulations to him, because 10-2 would be good in any event to make it to the top cut, so he should be proud of himself. Unfortunately, we are only down to top 8 nowadays, and so he will still have 3 rounds to go for. But now, as we've been with you a lot, let's just have a recap of what we witnessed with Basti.
Thank you, Marcello. As this round took quite a bit, I will just break it down on my own here and give Nestoras a little bit of rest after that impressive defeat of the big Dinka Bui. What a match that was. Maybe the 2 decks to determine what is going to win this entire event here at Bologna, at YCS Bologna, with K9 Vanquish on the one hand and Draco Tail, of course, the most represented deck in the entire room, and still here in day 2 as well. First highlight, of course, coming from the first game as well. And this one actually saw Nestoras playing a little bit into the Molchami Fuvolos here, because Dinka Bui immediately chained the Fuvolos to the activation of Lukias, making sure before that, of course, 5 mana could come into the hand, you would have the Fuvolos resolving, in the end netting him 2 draws. Still Nestoras, you see here, commits into a second fusion summon with the Gulamel. That's 1 draw through the Aphelion, 2nd draw with the Gulamel, but you see how that pays off. You see how important that is, because, okay, the highlight ends here, but he's going to get 2 traps to his field. So even though he plays into it here and gives another card, which always is problematic against the Vanquish Soul K9 deck, because every card in their hand matters so much, still getting your trap cards live is crucial. That is what the Draco Tail deck is all about, and that needs to be considered every time. Game 1, though, still was really going into the direction of Dinka Bui then, because the next highlight shows you where it all started and where it was going. We were able to summon Lupus still on the opponent's turn, because obviously they were effects used in the hand and graveyard. Then, with the Lupus, we summoned out Typhon, still on the opponent's turn. And then this went into a battle phase with the follow-up Zeus. And Zeus is, of course, now destroyed here in the graveyard, but what it does, and what was the whole purpose of that, with him going to the graveyard through the Fallen and the Virtuous, the entire field, as you can see here, being empty on Nestoras' end. So with just the 1 Lupus, essentially, we broke the full setup that Nestoras was able to create through that Molchami Fuvolos that Dinka Bui resolved on the first turn. So just the 1 Lupus, and that shows you how sometimes drawing considered to sometimes be the brick of the engine, drawing the Lupus can pay off big time, because Lupus prevented the Typhon from being targeted from the Draco Tail trap card, and then the Zeus could still not be targeted, and therefore we could just completely wipe off the field, and that brought Dinka Bui into such a great position here in this first game, which then ultimately he was able to wrap off. But one more crucial point actually in the match. I think this was when Dinka Bui was after the field clearing move, after resolving another Fuvolos on his own turn now, was starting to go into his K9 cards. As we see, he brought out both the Noroi and the Jokel there from the hand. And here, we were a little bit wondering, commentary was also wondering about this, we brought both of the K9s back into the hand instead of recovering possibly cards from the graveyard, like for example the Nibiru that is there. The answer later on was given though, because I think we started with 3 Nibiru in our opening hand. That right here is the face of the man that drew 3 Nibirus in the opening hand. Still, it was in the end his opponent that could really well pilot through those 3 Nibirus. I think 2 of them ultimately were resolved, and that wrapped it up for Dinka Bui for game number 1. And I mean, that's a situation to be in, right? Nestoras, up-and-coming player from the Greek community, featured match against the big Dinka Bui. Good start, not the greatest start though, with him losing game number 1 now, but we all know how it went from there. Game number 2 went super quickly, because the setup from Nestoras was good. No Fuvolos, no interruption whatsoever. It's not even worth showing you a highlight from game number 2, as in game number 2, the hand of Dinka Bui included Dr. Madlov, Vanquish Soul start, and just no real cards to work with. He couldn't even use Dr. Matlov. So game 2 quickly over, but then game 3 still had some highlights to show. So let's go into the next highlight from that set game 3, and they came quickly. Molchami Perulia in the draw standby phase, first action of the game, meaning the first action from Dinkabui immediately being punished with a draw from Nestoros, as we are still summoning out with the Jockle. And the moment the two monsters are on the field, not only the Perulia, but also its big brother, the Fuvolos, is being activated. And you could really tell Dinkabui there, usually with a stone face, but there, when that Fuvolos also came down, you really saw him taking a little breath there, being like, ah, yeah, the combination of both Charmies. I mean, the one Charmy, okay, but both of them then can be just a little too much. So we would have to go for a really, really minimal field. Only ended on the K9 Force released with the Ripper ultimately. And speaking of that combination, we are going into the last highlight of the match that I have picked out here. Ready here with the Ripper on the field. Ripper used its effect to negate the Famena in the graveyard. That was actually not too bad, because that made use of the Ripper. And here's then the moment, because the Ripper was used, we could go for the Force released, but the Force released immediately being countered by the Fallen and the Virtuous, making sure that the monster that is being targeted, of course being the Ripper, is destroyed before Force release could even resolve, meaning field empty and Nestoros really with everything he needs, because after that, even though the Albion was stopped, there was so much more coming. Normal summon Mululu, and the world from that point on was all Draco Tail. It was his fairy tale then that very moment, and Nestoros in the end managed to go through, defeat Dinkabui here in that round 12 featured match. So maybe someone to still look out for. Possible candidate for top 8, possible candidate to be our YCS Bologna 2025 champion here. Is Draco Tail going to be the deck that takes it all? We will find out in the later rounds, and we will not have to wait for much longer, as the next round will start shortly. So please stay tuned as round 13 comes next. Welcome back, everyone, to the coverage here at YCS Bologna 2025, and I am joined by no other than Danilo Siracusa for a cool Master vs. Caster duel here. Danilo, introduce yourself, because you have quite some tournament records to your name at this point.
I'm just happy to be here to play some fun duels with my friend. So
sounds about right. Yeah. But don't play yourself down, because I think, how many YCS tops? Do you count, or do you just take it as it comes?
I think 5, if you count UWCQ.
Okay, fair enough. And I mean, for example, here in Bologna, you've already been to top 8 a couple years back. You were in that like super decorated top 8 where there was Joshua Schmidt, Dinkabui, yourself, Anthony Lopez. So that was a really, really fun tournament. What did you play back in the day there?
I played the Tearlaments.
Nice.
But a pure, more control kind of version of the deck. I remember that the standard way to play the deck was with a lot of hero, like Malicious, and like abuse Beatrice a lot.
Yeah,
the card was really good when it was back then. And I just figured I wanted to play the game in like a slower pace.
Fair.
That's like the kind of decks that I enjoy playing when I have the possibility to. And it worked out for me.
Fair enough. So we are going to play a match of Genesis here, with both of us bringing our Genesis deck, and then we will be talking about plenty more stuff with Danilo here during that duel. So I would say let's go into the action here. Let's draw our 5 cards, and I will give you the dice first. So go ahead. What are we seeing here? I see a 9. Okay, I see why you're winning so many tournaments. And then next to that from my side, I can offer a 6. So
I would like to start.
We'll be able to go first. Have fun. Let's see what we have here. Okay. Well, that might work. That's not too bad.
I'll try to go into main phase.
That's fine.
I will normal summon Lucius and attempt to use its effect.
Aha, okay. So even though this is Genesis, that is a deck that is still very, very powerful. You have to... The thing, though, is you have to find ways to make this work. So, like, you having 5 mana is pretty unlikely. So, you know what? Herald of Orange Light, discard Keldo.
That's pretty good, actually. That's
Isn't
fun.
it? Isn't it? So,
well,
Lucius effect for you.
I'll try to use a Rafu.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. That's still pretty good.
I will fuse... Let me think a second about it. Yeah.
Drake Tail is still so good. Like, you only have one from mana, you only have one
I'll use, yeah, Frixel from my hand.
I mean, having Keldo and Grave is pretty decent. Though.
Yeah, it's really annoying.
That's not too bad.
And I'll send the pun from my deck.
Okay.
I'll summon a Gulaman.
Okay, yeah.
I would like to activate Chilling 1 Pan, Chilling 2 Frixel.
So Frixel would be summoning back.
No,
right?
no, it just.
Oh no, wait, no,
sets.
it's just yeah. That's fine. Yeah, that's cool. That's okay. Oops.
I'll set a Ketu and I'll set. Interesting.
Yeah.
I'll just set a Sting.
Fair enough. So, but with that YCS Bologna success being a couple years back, still, like, currently you're very much involved in the competitive scene, right?
Yeah.
Because we saw you, for example, at the World Championship points playoff last season, where in the end, sadly, you failed. You didn't manage to qualify for the World Championship, so you could not go to Paris. But that apparently sparked some motivation again, right? Because you are back on the grind, you're back out there playing many regionals. And I mean, only a couple weeks back, like, you had very successful results at German Open, and like, you already collected a lot of points. Like, what was that like not being able to qualify last season? Did you, like, immediately after the tournament already know I'm going to go try and back again?
I wasn't sure. I wanted to take some time off because it was like a pretty intense year of playing the game.
Fair.
And I didn't qualify because I played badly, and it was on my end.
I see.
So I'll just, after a little bit, just relaxed, accepted that it was my fault.
Fair.
And I'll try it again this year, I guess.
Yeah, but I mean, that's a strong ability to realize, right? Like, just saying, hey, this one was on me, because I think it's easy for a lot of players to just say, hey, this was variance, I just drew badly or something. But when you're like, when you're able to say, hey, I made this mistake, so from here on I have to do better.
I didn't deserve to win some games because of that. Even if my opponent had better hands or they drew the correct card at the nice moment where they needed it, at the end of the day, if I make a mistake and I was still able to win the game, it's still on my end.
Yeah.
Like, it's my fault. So
I think for
it's part of the game.
Like, for competitive Yu-Gi-Oh, and I mean, you are, like, very much at the competitive top of Yu-Gi-Oh here in Europe. Would you say that's one of the most important things to do, like, learn from your own mistakes?
Yeah, like, the first thing I do when I lose during a tournament is not, except when I'm playing against Malice, is not like blaming my opponent drawing good or me being unlucky. It's just what else could I have done, what different plays could have made to, like, play around the situations. And that helped me out a lot.
I do see you when I'm walking through the tournament tables and, like, a match is over and you're still sitting there for, like, a couple more minutes and you're, like, in your hat, you're going through the game. I think that's a strong ability, and probably part of why you're so successful and trying again here in Bologna to maybe repeat the top 8 finish or better. But let's continue with what you're setting up here at the moment. You're already doing pretty well. So this is Sting and
I'll activate Ketu.
Nice.
To search.
That's fine. Yeah. And this is possibly...
I'll grab 5 mana.
Where only having 1 5 mana is not even that bad, because you can just search it so easily here. So easily. Oh, I was hoping my Herald would just stop you in its tracks.
I mean, I could do something else. Like, I could play more, but I don't think it's smart into that Keldo specifically.
Okay.
So I think I'm happy with this. I'll let you go.
Okay. All right. I'll go draw face.
Yep.
Standby face, main face.
That's fine.
And I will try... I'll try to use Mudora effect, discarding Vernusilv of the Misting Seedlings.
The second effect of Mudora is to place the trap, right?
Yes. Okay, is it in my deck? Who knows? Gravekeeper's Trap about to come down.
That's fine.
Okay, that's fine. So I am special summoning the Mudora, and of course, surely, I'm also going to activate Gravekeeper's Trap from my deck.
What does he do again? I forgot.
So, like, in every draw phase, I can call the top card of your deck, and if I call it correctly, it goes to the graveyard instead of you drawing it. And also, once per turn during the main phase, I can discard a card to search for one Earth Fairy monster or Gravekeeper card from my deck.
Okay.
So I would like to use the effect, discarding Naturia Blessing, trying to search for something.
I would like to chain my Draco Tail Sting, and I'll give you targets of the Caldo and the Naturia Blessing. Try to banish them.
And I will chain the Caldo then, targeting my Blessing and also your Pan and Lucius.
Think in response.
Yes.
I'll chain my 5-mana in hand.
Yep, that's still a thing. Yeah, that's okay.
I'll try to chain Gulamel, try to destroy the trap.
Ay. Well, yeah.
I'll resolve 5-mana first, so I'll use...
That 5-mana is going to work, sadly. That's going to put him some work for sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna use these 2 from my hand. And I'll summon my copy of Artalion, so the chain resolves. We shuffle a couple cards.
That Blessing shall be shuffled, yep.
Do you have any triggers?
I do not have any triggers,
I would
no.
like to activate Chainlink 1 Artalion, targeting Frixu and... my own 5-mana, and then I'll use Chainlink 2 Urgula, Chainlink 3 Lucius to set from my deck.
That's pretty strong, huh? I mean, I will chain the Mudora, targeting these 2 and the Urgula.
That's fine.
And then, Chainlink 3, I have a question. Sure. To continue with our interview here from Master vs. Caster. So, you're always pretty well prepared. It seems like you're always finding a good deck to play for a certain event. What would you say for an event like this, for a YCS? How much in advance do you start testing? Like, when is the deck building starting? When is the play testing starting? How much time do you need for that?
It really depends. If I'm playing other tournaments, like in this case, on the way leading to the YCS.
Opens and stuff, right? Yeah.
Because the format is evolving like multiple times a week.
Yeah.
So if you play with good players a lot, we start trying to counter each other, which is not always a good thing to do because we're trying to outplay each other, and we're just end on this bubble that we're just trying to beat each other. When the normal players that are not like playing too much because they have stuff, work, studies to do, which is fair. They just played a normal deck that was good a couple weeks ago, and now we're trying to beat our new version of the decks that they lose to the old
nobody's even
version.
playing, right?
So it just becomes a mess. So I think to some degree playing too much is counterproductive.
Okay, interesting. That's a statement.
I think a couple weeks it's fine.
But like, also, with you, I feel like you can pretty easily switch your decks around. Like you have been playing like the one deck, for example. You have been pretty successful with Malice as well. You made top 8 at YCS Birmingham with that. And then like the next week, you're already able to play something completely different. For example, with the Draco Tail deck that you're now also here playing in Genesis format, you haven't really been playing that too much. You have played something different at YCS Lille, and then you came to the German Open and to that weekend of big regionals, and all of a sudden you were there with that deck. So how much time do you need to switch a deck, or do you just know all of the decks in the format and then you can just pick one of them?
So if you just say, let's say you pick the first deck of the format that you like.
We interrupt that video to bring you a duel here at YCS Bologna 2025. In front of me, we have round 13. Unlucky number, but what isn't unlucky are the 2 duelists here. I don't know what I'm doing here, but we have some amazing duelists here for you. Philipp Weidinger, second place at YCS Lille, and also won the German Open, and 2023 world champion for Master Duel, Emre Kizillates. So this is going to be quite an exciting duel. We've already done our high roll, and Philipp is going to be going first. So with that in mind, I'm going to hand you guys over again to your wonderful, wonderful commentators. Boys, take it away.
Always a pleasure to see that smile from Emre on the stage, and he is having a good run here at this YCS Bologna too. But let's face it, Philipp Weidinger at the moment, someone that is almost impossible to defeat in a duel. Only one could do it back at YCS Lille with Diego Zillia in the finals. But then at German Open, just a couple weeks after, he won out of 600 players. So at the moment, he's just in Europe, the one having also the most amounts of world's points. So he's the one to beat, the one to hunt at the moment. But maybe Emre can do it, you never know.
Yeah, absolutely. He looks like he's almost unstoppable at the moment. Of course, second place at the YCL Lille being only stopped by your strategy, the Apophis strategy. But yeah, Emery, a very, very good player, of course. Back-to-back finalist at the Worlds for Master Duel. Of course, it is TCG, but still, he has a lot of knowledge. He's very clinical when it comes to play and have the right decision at the right moment. So, of course, he will be able to try to defeat him, and it's going to be a hell of a battle.
Absolutely will be, and we saw the players already, so why don't we waste no more time and get into the dueling action here in round 13. Game 1 comes your way now.
Straight into action here of round 13 for both of these duelists. We already know what is at stake with a 10-2 record right now. Both of them playing and pushing to get into that all-exclusive top 8 finish. So you're going to be seeing how this one is going to play out. And Philip does not
he's shaking his head. Is he playing with us and with Emerald, or is that really a hand that doesn't offer much place? I mean, pre-preparation, all right? I don't know whether I would shake my hand to that, but there is Ghostbelt on mention. This would have been a bluff of all time, because, I mean, if you shake your hand when seeing your first 5 cards, Emerald is so incentivized to use that Ghost Belt on the pre-preparation of rides, followed up by Aramasa, so we still find the way into our Habakiri. So maybe Philip, as experienced as he is, as successful as he is at the moment, was just playing with Emerald there.
Yeah, absolutely, because this is a very good start indeed. The pre-prep and then having access to the Habakiri. We see the Fuvalos indeed, but we know that the Mitsurugi strategy can still play around that. And what better card than Call by the Grave to play around it? This is of course very, very good here. We have the Habakiri which will resolve, and we are in a very good position here for Philip, because we'll not only have access to the Mitsurugi part, but also to the Yami strategy probably after that. So yeah, pretty good position here for Philippe, considering the fact that Emery used 2 cards from his hand and did not do a whole lot.
Yeah, I also like that Philippe adjusted his deck over time, because we all remember him being so successful at YCS Lille with the pure version of the Mitsurugi deck. But then at German Open, he also told me that in the winner's interview over there, he was like, yeah, the pure version, it just doesn't do it anymore. It doesn't have enough pushes. I had to add the Yummy cards. He was successful with those Yummy cards as well, then at German Open, taking it all undefeated, and he's still with those Yummy cards also here. And we have seen it plenty of times since Lille. There is an easy bridge between the Mitsurugi cards and those Yummy cards. I mean, you have to get somewhat lucky, but honestly, when you're sending 4 cards from your deck to the graveyard with Zombie Vampire, the chances of you seeing a Yummy card are so high, but there is a Bestial Magnamut, and Philip shakes his head. 3 pieces of interaction here from Emerald. 1 has been stopped, but this looks massive because no Zombie Vampire anymore for Philip.
Absolutely, this is absolutely crucial here from Emery, and Philip like shaking his head because he wants to get access to those Yummy cards thanks to the Zombie Vampire, but you need to have those 2 monsters on the field, and in this situation he does not have access to it. The Murakumo is not there anymore, and Emery will on top of that be able to add a dragon from the deck to the hand, which will allow him to get some more resources for the next turn.
Yeah, this has been absolutely amazingly crafted from both Philip and Emery. We thought that maybe with the head shake of Philip, it would just be 1 single interaction that would do it, but he has tried to power through as much as he possibly can. We're now going to be trying to move over to Emery. Emery is possibly going to be searching out a Dracotale Mululu. I assume.
Totally.
He is still in the end phase, does go with that Mululu, as it is of course a dragon monster. And I think Ember, he always is so smiley. He never seems like he could do any harm, but he has done some severe harm to the turn of Philip there, as Philip, with usually the best combo deck in the room, has ended on the single Aspie Little Knight after all those interruptions that Ember threw away. But there's a battle phase, clearing the Little Knight first, making sure that our Murlulu possibly can go uninterrupted in main phase 2 then.
And yeah, that's a very good situation here for Emery, getting rid of the SP Little Knight and activating Branded Fusion right away. So he will just get so many resources out of this Branded Fusion, and Philip cannot do a whole lot about that. That's kind of hard for him right now. We talked about the fact that Mitsurugi Yumi was able to play through so many interruptions, but here, 3 of them is of course a whole lot, and that shows the strengths of the Drake Hotel strategy.
Ooh, look at that. Very often you see Albion being summoned from that, but usually it is not Albion the Sanctifier Dragon, but that's the one that Emre chooses here to summon out off of that branded fusion. We now go for Lucius. It's all looking easy and good for him.
Yeah,
oh, I
totally.
see the hand there from Philip against so many matchups. You desperately want the Troll and Lockbird, but we gotta face it against
doesn't
this
do
deck
anything.
specifically.
It's
That's
gonna
not
be done,
really the case, and therefore game 1 goes to Emre quick and easy. 5 minutes after he went second. That was such a good hand from him there with those interruptions going second. Emre, man, I mean, I always only knew him as a man of Master Duel, a digital player, but he actually he got it with the real physical cards there.
Yeah, I think that if he could have cherry-picked any particular hand in the entire game, he got everything he needed. And that wasn't through just straight out, because we also saw the call by the grave. It was very well held by Philip as well, and I think this is what is absolutely amazing when you're watching duelists of this caliber, is you see when you have that temptation of straight away, as soon as someone activates an interaction with you and you have a counter to it, you're instantly wanting to try and react straight away, but holding it back sometimes can make a big difference. Now, unfortunately, it didn't make a big difference in the outcome of this duel, but that still allowed Philip to push that little bit further forward. Rather than protecting the preparation of rights, he was able to go a different style of route, and I think this is very, very valuable.
Yeah, absolutely. And in this duel, we saw the strength of the Dracotel plays, because, of course, we have so many interactions. We had the Gospel. We also had the Magnamute, which was absolutely crucial because it allows you to get some more engine. Of course, you can search some other bestials, but you also have access to something like a Pan or a Mululu in that case. And the fact that you are able to just get some resources back is very, very good in this strategy. But we saw the Yomi Mitsurugi strategy not do that well against so many interruptions. Usually you still are able to go into something like a Zombie Vampire to get access to the Yomi cards, and it's going to be very interesting to see in the second game if he's able to just go through all those interactions. Remember, Emre, he had almost a perfect hand having those interactions, but also having some follow-up with the branded fusion and also the Mululu.
Definitely.
So,
but actually, let's face it, Bestials seem to be back in town, right? I think they weren't that popular over the last couple of weeks, but we saw even, for example, in the Vanquish Soul deck that Dinkabui was running in the last round, there were Bestials in there. We see Bestials here in the deck that Emre is piloting. I mean, we saw a Magnum with that one. It's kind of easy to include, but I think there might even be more of them. But overall, they seem to be back into the main action. Of course, Mitsurugi still a huge factor. Also, just banishing maybe an Albion from the graveyard or something like that can always help. Philip will need some help now, but he at least has the favorable position to go first in the second game. So let's go back into the action. Game 2 starts now.
Yes, there are some very interesting cards in Philip's side that I highly expect will be coming into this particular type of matchup. So we're going to see if he gets any luck with there. We can see straight away that he has gained direct access to his Yummy strategy, and we're going to see that kick off right now.
Starting off with the Marshmallow Yummy, and not only there is a way from your Mitsurugi cards to your Yummy cards, but it also works the other way around due to the existence of that Herald of the Arclight, which I'm sure we are going to see here. But first of all, that Marshmallow Yummy makes way for Yummy Snatchy.
Yeah, absolutely, and this is a very good start, obviously, because we don't use here the normal summon on the side of Philip, which is of course pretty cool, but we still have the Magnamute, and look at that, Philip smiling, he's laughing, but he doesn't like that, of course. We are not going to be able to use the Field Spell to try to revive this monster, but we have access to the Lollipop, and we're going to get access to the Synchro too, which is of course very good. We will have the Cup C, which will resolve, so we'll have some more engine, and for now we only see the Yummy, but as you just said, there is some very easy bridges to go into the other part of the deck, and it's going to be very interesting if to see if Emre has something to just cut this other part of the deck.
Yeah, and with the Mitsurugi Yummy deck, it's actually not that many Yummy monsters you're playing in the main deck anymore. Very often you only see the triple Marshmallow and then only one of each of the smaller ones, like one Lollipop, one Capsi, and therefore we are only just searching another Marshmallow here, which we discard. Okay, which is fair because the other one is banished at this point, and then we can get that Capsi onto the field. But what now from here on out, Philip? You know your own deck inside out, but now with that Magnum with interrupting with your plans early on, can you still produce a combo that is worthwhile?
And it's going to be very interesting to see if Emre has something more, because we saw 3 interruptions during the last game. Of course, it was what you want against the Yumi Mitsurugi strategy, because it is so powerful, so strong, it can go through so many things. You want to have a lot of them, because one of them is not gonna prevent them from playing the game. So it's gonna be very cool.
Okay.
See?
For a moment it looked like he was passing or something like that, but sure enough he does
of course not.
And look at that. Before those lines into the Mitsurugi engine were figured out, you would be like, okay, that's just Herald pass, but we just link off that Herald of Arclight in the extra monster zone into Gravity Controller, and guess what? There is all of a sudden an Havakiri in the hand, maybe the most powerful ritual monster to ever be created, and that's going to lead to a very, very flourishing way here for Philip.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing to watch this, because Philip is staying calm and collected, so is Emre. It's always going to be a battle of the minds and the wits at the exact same time. And you can kind of see that there are positions where Philip kind of thinks about the type of plays he could make. What is the most risky? Does he have to take the riskiest route? Because if Emre does have an interaction at that particular point, it might derail the plays. But being able to know exactly how you can adapt and push through and continue to move is going to be pivotal in this one. And like I said, Emre is just staring down this field, not even taking a blink.
Yeah, absolutely, but if he doesn't have anything, it's going to be very hard, to be honest, to just go through that field, because of course it is very, very strong. Once it's there with the Murakumo and all the Yami cards, it can be very, very difficult. But Emre, at least, is going to have access to another card at the end of the turn, which is, of course, pretty cool, which will give him 6 cards at the beginning of his turn to try to break the field.
Yeah, and I have to say, there is still a debate going on for all the Mitsurugi Yami players, how to best play the deck. Are you going to play a minimal Mitsurugi package with just only the Saji and then no Futsu, or are you going a little bigger? Are you also going to run that Futsu and then Kusanagi and Aramasa? And as we see here, Philip maybe ending that debate here this weekend by showing us that playing the bigger full package is possibly the best way you can do, and maybe that is going to be the guideline moving forward for this deck as well. Go Yami Surprise, summons back the Marshmallow. Marshmallow gives the Yami Surprise back basically for free. And now, as Gravity Controller is a Link 1, we can just easily use it here for Synchro Summon. It still feels weird saying that. We're using a Link 1 for Synchro Summon, but that's how Yami does. That's how it goes. And we make way for the next Synchro monster here.
Especially because usually Gravity Controller, when it's there, it doesn't leave the field that easily. But yeah, I always like the fact that you're able to get very creative with those bridges, and the fact that you can just get some archetypes working very well together. I really like that. The fact that Zombie Vampire in the extra monster zone, you can just get into a Gravity Controller, which is a Link 1, and then you go into your Synchro plays. This is so cool to watch. And here, Philip is just showcasing how strong this deck is. Even with the presence of the Magnamut, he shows that you can still have a very, very strong field.
Yeah, I think there's still loads more to be seen from Philip, and Emre is not going to be giving this one up without a fight as well. What I also do like about the Mitsurugi strategy, and it's kind of something utilizing the Mulchummies, is mainly they are used as hand interactions. But what I really like about the Yami strategy is you can use it as not your best starter, but it can become a starter to go into a Link 1 like Salamangreat Almirage. But we're going to see all of this keep pushing through, ending on that all-important Herald of the Arclight, and still continue to go.
Ooh, and even Futsu, we got the full setup here.
Yeah.
You might be wondering, wasn't that Herald of Arclight used for the Link summon of that Gravity Controller? But thanks to that Shamisen Samsara Sorrowcat, we were able to put it back into the extra deck, and now afterwards Synchro summon it for a second time.
And that's obviously very strong, because the Herald of Arclight is of course an Omni-Negate, but also it prevents Emre from putting some cards from the deck and hand to the graveyard, and you want those monsters to get into the graveyard. So you first have to get rid of the Herald, and this is not an easy task.
Yeah, and it doesn't end there. I told you it's a bigger Mitsurugi package in the deck of Philip, and we were even going that far saying we're playing the Great Purification in the main deck, actually, which is definitely something interesting to see here. There's a Link Summon coming our way now to the perfect setup. It's looking dreamy here for Philip. Push every single card from his hand into his Fallon Trap Zone. This is massive.
Yeah, Emery will need a lot of luck to just go through all of this, and he's gonna need the perfect combination. During the last game, he had a perfect combination with a lot of interruptions and as well as some very strong engine, thanks to the Burn Diffusion. But this time, I mean, he's gonna need like 6 perfect cards.
And he's going to start it off with Malulu. Okay, we searched for Urgula because we had the Malulu already in hand. Okay. No response from Philip's side. Branded Fusion once more. I think if you play Ultimate Rare Branded Fusion, you're going to draw it twice as often. And Emre has drawn it both games now as well.
But you have to be scared of those cards face down, of course, which are some more interruptions. And what can we expect from those cards? There might be something like maybe... Can we expect something like Infinite Impermanence or Forbidden Droplet or those cards?
We could. I think 2 of them are definitely safe to say that is going to be the Great Purification and Yummy Surprise. Besides that, what else could we have? I think Infinite Impermanence sure could be something. Maybe. Caught by the Grave, yeah. Also, Crossout Designator could go into the same category because both of them could have not really interacted with the Bestia Magna mood that Emre was using, and that Crossout Designator, yeah, also now can't really hit too many things. So it will be interesting to see whether Philip will even have the chance to activate those other 2 cards there in the Spell Trap Zone. Okay, resolving Branded Fusion, and of course, as the Herald is still face up on the field, cards from the deck, monsters from the deck will have to be banished instead of going into the graveyard, which now, when we summon out Lubellion, though, is not that big of a deal, but we do not even go for that. But
once again, we use the Sanctifier, and that's very interesting to go into that monster specifically.
Yeah, so it's quite interesting with Sanctifier because it can't be targeted, but the biggest difference with some of the Mitsurugi cards, and this is where it gives you a little bit edge over a pure Yummy strategy, is they just don't need to target.
That's true, that Murakumo could still get rid of it, but Philip... Do we go after this Sanctifier here? Is Emre maybe announcing the end of main phase? Trying to go after that Herald. Oh, Philip, look, he's going back deep into that thinking tank. We already know that pose from YC as Leah. We can barely even see him anymore in the face cam because he's just so in the zone.
Yeah, just checking exactly how many cards Emery has left in the hand, just to kind of calculate how many interactions he may have or how much further he can push. Starting to starve off a bit of the resource here. We've already lost at Dracotau, Frixel getting to banished, and it looks like we're going to get some form of reaction here from Philip. There's a lot of set cards there, and it's going to be Purification, and Emery scoops it up from that point on.
I mean, sounds kind of logical, to be honest. The field from Philip was so strong, so many interactions, so many cards that you could activate to try to interrupt your opponent. Emery using the Bestial Magnamute, but as we said during the last game, you need a lot of interactions if you want to be able to stop that Yummy Mitsurugi deck, which is obviously very, very strong. Having access to both engines is, of course, absolutely extraordinary because you can literally bridge between the 2 of them and use one of them to try to bait some interaction, then being able to get totally free with the other engine. And I mean, we saw that during that game. The fact that you are able to just go through all your engines, use the Herald of Arclight not only as a disruption but also as a bridge, and then have so many cards that can interact with your opponent. What a deck it is.
I think the real core concept against this deck has to be to stop it while it is trying to build that field, because breaking that field, it almost sometimes feels impossible, and it really was an impossible challenge to Emery here in that very game too.
Yeah, I think this is going to be quite interesting because as we move into game number 3, this is going to be the first time that Emery is going to be able to go first. If he does choose to, he might want to try and throw a little bit of a curveball in there, but I highly expect him to be going first. On the flip side of that as well, when we look at Philip's side deck, there are 2 very, very important cards that I would like to see by this point in the tournament Emery is very well versed with and very well expecting what may or may not come up. One of those cards is something that I've been seeing a lot in the current meta being considered as a side option in order to counteract those incredibly powerful trap cards that we have seen pretty much all weekend
Okay.
the Dracotales can very easily access. So
I think I
hopefully
know where you're going.
we might get to see that. If we don't, it might be to Emre's advantage here.
Fair enough, but Emre, does he even know how to play going first? Because he has played so well there in game 1 going second, and now he will be confronted with that situation almost, that he will be the one playing cards first. But I'm sure with him having such a solid record here already in this tournament that he will be absolutely okay with that. And he is playing that Draco Tail deck for the last couple of weeks. I saw him at those big German regionals as well. He has always been with the Draco Tail cards, was very happy to include the branded cards as well into it, and at this point is just so experienced with the deck. Yeah. Him and that deck basically becoming a union together. It is what it is. And yeah, so what would be the best card for, I mean, have we seen Retaliating Sea all weekend long on one? Because
Not
that
yet.
is considered to be one of the best side deck options against the Draco Tail deck as well.
Yep.
But we didn't really get to catch it anyway, I feel like.
No, I feel it kind of lends itself best to the Mitsurugi Yumi strategy. As we have seen previously, the Mitsurugi started to integrate Dimension Fissure, and they didn't really mind so much about their cards being banished. So with Retaliating Sea, because both players end up banishing their cards, it does give a bit more of a benefit that way, when I feel that that is one of the best cards to possibly be utilized in the Yumi strategy. And we are about to see exactly what cards are going to be utilized here. So we're going to be taking it straight back to the table for that all-important Game 3.
And we are actually entering the game 3 between those two players, Philip and Emre, trying to get their 11th victory over here and to stay alive in that long-awaited run for the top 8. And we are starting actually with the 5-mana right away, fusing another 5-mana and also a Norgula. So pretty good start here, because we are going to get access to all the resources. We summon the Arsalian and we'll probably just get access to the K2 and the Rao.
I mean, this going uninterrupted is then, as a result, pretty decent because it gets us playing. It's not the most optimal start though, right? Because usually you want to have 5 mana in the hand to chain it to a possible Mochami Fuvalos or something like that, but using it as your first action really makes you vulnerable to those cards. But luckily enough here for Emre, Philip apparently no intention of using any of those cards.
Yeah, absolutely, and looks like for the moment there is nothing in Philip's hand, which is pretty cool, but it is important to highlight the fact that Yumi Mitsurugi is also very good going second, because you have access to so many good tools to try to get rid of the opponent's field, considering the fact that the Mitsurugi cards, I mean, they are so powerful. Once you resolve the ritual, it is so good.
But there is an Ash Blossom and Joy Spring, so Philip does have something here that he wants to use. And Emre is shuffling his deck. I don't know, that doesn't feel like too good of a sign when you're shuffling your deck to give it over. Does that mean our turn also is over? Sends one more card. One Ash Blossom stopping the entire turn essentially from Emre. That's massive.
Okay, that's not over yet. Why? Because you still have access to this 5 mana in hand, so you will be able to fuse something away. And
but draw
we
phase.
set a card.
Draw phase prayers is huge. No tribute though, so we're only going to be able to search for a card here if even Emre allows that.
We're going to think about it, and yeah, the flame is being... The flame is being activated, but we have the Ghost Bell on Philip's hand to try to get rid of it, and all of a sudden, I mean, Emre's field doesn't feel that great into the Yumi Mitsurugi strategy, because Philip didn't activate a whole lot yet.
That's definitely true. Ghostbound Haunted Mansion is as popular as ever before, mainly due to that Draco Tail deck being the most represented deck in the room. It's so good against it. It has some very solid overlay as well against that Mitsurugi deck as well, and therefore it's one of the most represented hand interactions in everybody's deck here this weekend.
Yeah, as we're seeing the Habakuri resolve here, it obviously lets you check a little bit for a hand interaction in the form of Ash Blossom and Joy Springs, and there is the Ash Blossom and Joy Springs on the Saji.
Hey.
But there is Mitsurugi Ritual already! We don't need Saji to resolve because Ritual was hard drawn. That's huge. Philip completely taking control. He is currently the most consistent player in Europe in this season, and we see here that he is trying his best, and Emre is smiling. He knows he's in trouble.
Yeah, he actually is in a big trouble. We only don't know one card, which is the last card set on Emre's side. But the last card in Emre's hand is, of course, this 5 mana, which will not lead to a whole lot. Emre deciding to Ash Blossom the Sagi, which was, I think, the right decision.
Ooh, but I mean, that means now 5 mana, if it is activated, we can just chain our Murakumo, so there's no other cards to discard anymore. So 5 mana all of a sudden, not that big of a threat anymore.
And it doesn't do anything, so yeah.
Emre, what is our last set card there? That was the one we set before ending our turn, and maybe, can it help us?
We'll need something great to get out of the situation.
Oh, just destroying the Aphelion, that's not great news. Also resolving the Habakiri that was tributed, so Philip gets even further access to his Mitsurugi cards.
To be fair, this engine is so strong. We've talked about it, but the fact that you are able to resolve the Ritual Mitsurugi is, of course, very, very strong. You get access to so many resources as well as getting rid of the opponent's field. And, I mean, you put a lot of pressure on your opponent because, of course, he used a lot of cards from his hand. And the fact that the Murakumo makes you discard one other card to just try to resolve your effect is so, so strong. I mean, the Mitsurugi card, so powerful.
They are, and Emre really only left with that last set card there. It better be a good one. But Philip right now in the driving seat. And you could really tell, like, by the gestures and the faces that Philip is making. Even though he's shaking his head there, he is feeling much better already.
He's shaking his head with the pre-prep plus a call by and everything, so...
fair,
Considering that...
He's a good actor for real, yeah. And there now is Kapsuyami flying onto the field. We have access to both engines. This is the dream scenario. This is where this deck thrives. This is where we search Mitsurugi Yami. And yep, that is another smile on both sides. It's always great. Whenever Emre can be winning or losing, he will always give you a smile. And that's what's so great about him.
I totally agree on this one. And yeah, we can now see the Yami strategy, and I think that this might just be it. Philippe performing his combo, and he will just go through the field spell to try to get back another monster on the field and just keep going. And it's going to be, I guess, probably soon. We have the horn, but no response, and we are going to discard the Urgula.
So this is actually really important because we still have that Feymaner in the hand, correct? So we're going
two cards in hand.
Yeah, so we're going for the random draw to. This is the Feymaner. We still need 2 more monsters, correct? So I don't think it changes a huge amount.
It looks like Emre doesn't have hand interaction, to be honest.
Snatchy, can Philip snatch away that win here from Emre in game 3, going second? Goes for a Synchro Summon now with that Link 1, as we've previously discussed. That is very possible in this deck, of course. That's how this deck is designed to be.
Crucial moment.
Oh, okay, Aphelion, 2 monsters were sent to the graveyard.
This could be huge. Bring back the Aphelion, and then if you have the Feymaner in hand, which we already know, and the monster was drawn, we could lead ourselves into another Aphelion to recycle some materials.
Absolutely. We are going to get back 2 monsters from the graveyard, thanks to the effect of the Synchro, but let's see if Emre can activate the 5 mana at some point.
Still trying to hold the last resort here against Philip's wall of monsters that keep on getting more and more. Emre just left with that one Aphelion now, but can he turn it into a fusion summon? Can there be another piece of interaction? We will see shortly. But before that, Philip is resolving both effects of his Synchro actually. First, we have Chain to the effect of Aphelion to bring back 2 monsters, but also, of course, Chain Link 1, we declared the effect to search as well. So searching 2 Yami cards here, and then discarding 1 after. Cookie Yami, one of the 1-offs, and then the Majmao as well, which has not been used this turn yet, but will be discarded to the graveyard. All right. Keeps on Synchro Summoning. Do we just go into the same one again? Probably not, as we have used that on-field effect already. Both of them, actually. So, which one is that going to be? Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
You just bring back 2 other monsters, and it does make a lot of sense. You're just extending a little bit your finally! The 5 mana is being activated. Do we have something great in hand? What did we draw of the trap card? That is a very good question, and it might as well decide the result of this game.
Pan could be absolutely huge.
True.
Is it Pan?
Emery's got us on the edge of our seats. This is incredible viewing.
Oh, what is it? What is
we're
it,
gonna see
Emre?
it
Show
real
us.
soon.
Oh, it's just Lucius. It's just
not the
Lucius.
best
That
one,
is
yeah.
a fusion summon. That will not do too much here, right on the spot.
Ooh!
Mysterion Dragon comes in.
That is a very, very good card indeed. Mysterion being able to just try to banish some monsters of the field of Philip. And yeah, this card, not really seen a lot, but still very, very good in some matchup, especially the Yummy matchup.
Yeah, this can make a bit of a difference, and you can see that Philip reading this card might make a bit of a difference in his kind of route of play from this point on and trying to understand how to navigate around it correctly, if he can correctly. We still need to resolve the Dracotau Lucas as well in the graveyard to set up Emre a possible bit of advantage for the next turn if it does get back there, but it does put a stumbling block in Philip's way for taking this round 13.
Yeah, maybe Philip in his head already was kind of wrapping it up, was kind of just already trying to figure out the finishing touches. Okay, we do now, of course, still also resolve the Lucius. That gives us follow-up for next turn. But Philip ain't done just yet.
And to be honest, I didn't see the Mysterion coming, and of course it was a very, very logical answer. And the fact that...
Oh,
yeah, because...
this looks huge, actually.
Yeah, totally. It was probably the only card that allowed Emre to just earn another turn, because you get rid of so many things.
He stopped Philip in his tracks completely, and he has to pass it over just with the Murakumo and the set card. And Emre, speaking of set cards, already has, of course, also his K2 Dracotail set there. What are we going to draw here? Oh, also resource in the graveyard. I can see Emre winning this all of a sudden again.
Yeah, totally. Even if there is the Murakumo on the field, of course we are going to activate the effect and try to lower the amount of resources that Emre has in hand. And that's going to be very interesting. Do you choose to discard, or you just let the effect get negated? I think Emre is just thinking about that right now. But there is a world where you just accept it.
Yeah, I think
and you
let
activate
it. We mentioned it. We spoke it into existence here. And there it is, coming out of the hand. The only unknown card remaining there for Philip in his hand, next to a Yummy Cookie. That's a huge point.
Yeah, absolutely, because Emre, I think that he could very well win this one before the retaliating, but the retaliating is a huge step in the favor of Philip. Of course, getting all your monsters getting banished instead of being in the graveyard. I mean, this is almost impossible to play around that, considering the fact that Emre doesn't have a lot of cards in hand.
Lulu, normal summon. Lulu effect as well.
Is there something?
Philip. Emre has another card in hand, so seems like we can fusion summon, so it must be another monster. Chaining Mitsurugi, Prayer's Bow, tributes the Murakumo.
Yeah.
Oh, fusion summons.
Oh, it was great. It was so good.
Actually, it was such a good one, yeah. It was such an insane one. Searches for the Habakiri, Spashed summons out the Saji. And that Murakumo, even though banished, can still activate its effect to at least search here.
Yeah, what do we go for from Emery's side? We could go for...
question.
We've used 2 dragons, so unfortunately Secturion Dragon is off of the table. But then maybe our Phalion, being able to get you a bit of resource back, could be quite useful. I mean, you've got Lucius in the graveyard. Thaymane's probably not going to do as much for you. We've already used Urgler's effect to try and recycle there. It does become very, very interesting. Taking that Retaliancy off the field is going to be very, very important, but that will guarantee that Philip will have another turn in this duel.
Yeah, absolutely, but I don't really see the winning play over here because we didn't use a whole lot from the hand, so the Arthalion is not going to get some resources back as well as disrupting the opponent. And during the... Yeah, we are going to get the Ash back to try to interrupt Philip during the next turn. But yeah, there is no winning play, to be honest. There is absolutely no winning play, and it's going to be the victory here for Philip, getting his 11th win and still in for the top 8 race, which is pretty cool. Of course, very hard for Emre. He couldn't do it, actually, but very, very good game. We saw the Mysterion, we saw the Retaliating Sea, which was absolutely crucial, considering the fact that there was the Pan in hand, which would have been such a great fusion material being sent to the graveyard. So, Yami Mitsurugi won this one, and we saw all the power of this deck during this round.
And interestingly enough, we had 2 games that were one going second here in this one as well. So I talked to a lot of people that going first right now is, as per usual, as traditionally in Yu-Gi-Oh, like very, very strong. But we got proven differently here again in this match where we had that happen 2 times. But the going second player was able to just go off. Did Philip draw the retaliating C for turn there? Must have not necessarily been the case even, because there were not much spell cards activated from Emre's side even on the first place, so it could have been in his opening hand. Not entirely sure though.
Yeah, I think it was very, very interesting, whether he had it at the start, whether or not, but using it at the prime point for that one there kind of really stifled exactly what Emre was trying to do. But then Emre completely surprising most players by bringing in the Dragon Crown. That really did make it a little bit more awkward for his opponent to navigate, but Philip there showing exactly why he is at top of the world's leaderboard. Both duelists are probably less so Emre, but he's still going to be in a shout for the top end of the kind of brackets to get a bit more additional prizing. But then Philip is going to be powering his way through to try and get into that top 8.
That prestigious top 8. And I mean, imagine, it would have already been quite the accomplishment before the tournament structure changed to make top 8 back-to-back. But it's even more impressive now with the new rules, right? Just finishing in the first 8 spots of Swiss after 15 rounds of Swiss. Like the first 8 spots, that's so hard to accomplish. So maybe he can do it again. I think Diego Zilia, actually, our winner of YC's Lille, also still is out there in the running. So we could even have 2 people like that make it. But first of all, we want to talk, of course, to Philip, as he has just won that very important round 13. So why don't we give it over to our analysis corner with Philip.
Thanks so much, Seb. I'm here with Philip, winner of our round 13. First of all, playing a friend, how does it feel like? You won. Tell me, your feelings at the moment. Yeah.
Like, to be honest, Emre and me, we are so close. I would rather play like everyone else in the room, like at X2. But sometimes you gotta be like that, and you just have to play it out, I guess.
Yeah, and in the end, I think it was today was your day. So 11-2, pretty solid record. So 2 more essentially. Like your thoughts? How's the tournament going? What did you lose to?
I lost to the Lunar Light guy, the Greek guy. Yeah. He's pretty good, and it was in, I think, round 7. Then I lost in round 9 to Yoho. Okay. So 2 pretty good players. I think both are losable. It's okay. To be honest, I wasn't feeling that great before the event because, I don't know, the format is not in the best spot right now, I think, because like there's no, on paper, best deck. So it's hard to prepare, but you do the best. So I didn't feel that comfortable, but right now with 11-2 again, I think I just should do my best and get comfortable right now.
Pretty solid, yeah. And talking about the match itself, so essentially game 1.
Yes.
I just want to have a few highlights. I really feel like
that's not a highlight.
Yeah, I think the highlight was you shaking your head at the very beginning. I think you already knew what was going to happen, essentially, right?
Yes. No, the problem is that I summoned from hand because I don't know why I forgot I normally summon Aramasa, so I had no way back into the full engine, so I just tried it, and like every time you misplay like that, you get punished for it.
Punished.
So
exactly.
it's deserved. So game 1,
that's how it is. Yes.
I didn't know what I should do because I had 2 draws in hand.
Yeah, no, but especially I think Emre's end was
pretty good,
quite good. It also had the Magnamut and. Here
okay.
for game 2, he had Magnamut again.
Yes.
But I feel like overall, your hand was like very, very good.
This is still game 1.
This is still game 1. Yeah, I just want to show you essentially how he closed
the game
it out.
was over at this point.
Yeah,
as well.
I think the game was over. You were just a witness more than a player here at this moment. Yes. And for game 2, essentially, I feel like you redeem yourself. Because I think this is one of the best openers we have seen this weekend, especially because Emre didn't really have a way to stop you, essentially. I think you were pretty much satisfied with this, right?
I didn't understand you,
I think you were pretty much satisfied with this. I think there was not much that Emre could have done, essentially.
At this point at the game, like I know the Mululu is the only thing that can do something, so I tried to take it out as early as possible. So you can see my sets were crossout, droplet, and
punishment as well. Yeah,
exactly. So I was just thinking what I'm trying to use because I didn't want to spend the Murakumo here. But I think at the end, so as long as Harold is on the field, he can't do anything after the normal sum, so it's fine.
And so you tied the score, so it was 1-1. And game 3 was a bit madness because essentially, I think there was a point in which I think you had it, and then there was the Mysterion coming onto the field, which is something
I didn't expect it.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't expect it either because this is something that you don't really see often, right? Yes. Especially, you know, at top tables, I think most of the players are not playing this card, right?
Yes.
And I feel like, did you think for a second maybe, okay, maybe I can lose this one out, or no?
No. At this point, I knew he is just on like one card, so he gets the Keto back. My hand is retaliating C prayers, and the what is it called? Cookie.
Yeah.
So I know I just go over the battle phase, try to Murakumo. So I watch his grave. The Urgula is the first thing that will happen probably. I negate it if he takes it back, so I have the retaliating C afterwards and can nuke the field if anything comes down. So I wasn't afraid at all.
Yeah, I mean, especially because, as you mentioned, essentially next turn there's the retaliating C coming onto the field, and pretty much here Hammer is just left with no more other options. I think it was a very, very well played for both of you here in this game 3. I think you just showed off how both of the decks are powerful. So congratulations for bringing it home, and hopefully we will get the chance to see you again on stream. Best of luck.
Thank you, bro.
Of luck. And no, don't go anywhere because we will be back soon for the Route 14 of YCS Bologna.
To interrupt correctly your opponents, you just learn like what's the most optimal things your opponent most likely is to do.
Yeah.
So you already half learn the deck.
Fair.
It's not the same as playing the deck itself, but if you just start with like a good base of knowing what the cards do and what the opponent's deck is trying to do,
yeah,
and you just try to play it yourself a couple games, not just a couple games, but it's not that difficult to pick up to like a competent level.
And I mean, I also think like having a group of friends, and you were mentioning that you're testing a lot with your friends, you probably have someone in your group that is already familiar with the next deck you're trying to go for.
Likely.
So you already have like a good person to talk to that gets you to introduce you to some like really, really good basics on some kind of deck. So I think that's also huge, just having a good group of people that can help you, right?
Yeah.
Doing well at tournaments just completely on your own is not that easy. Like, yeah, sure, you can be very smart at the deck, but having other people helping you is just very, very strong. Okay, so let's resolve those cards now. Those go back to the deck.
Couple cards.
And you can set a couple of cards. Indeed. Well.
So for sure I think I will need a Ketu. And for the second one, since I don't have any follow-up, you did a normal summon, right?
I did not normal summon, nope.
If that's a mole cricket.
If that's a mole cricket, right?
I would like another Stinger, but I don't play it, sadly.
Aye. I feel like in Genesis format you could play 2 Stings. You could get away with it, maybe.
You could, I think.
Maybe siding it at the very least, but here we're only playing a best of 1, so...
I think I'll just try to take the chance with another round.
Okay, that's fair. And then I will set a card to my spell trap zone, sadly, and I will pass it over to you.
I'll draw for turn.
Yes.
I would like to enter my main phase.
Yep.
Activate Ketu.
Okay.
And I'll chain Gulamel to destroy your set card.
It was just another Naturia blessing. I got all the Naturia blessings, but I wasn't blessed with any other Naturias there.
I'll search a Frixu.
Yes.
And I would like to normal summon said Frixu and use its effect, try to revive my Lucias.
That works.
And I will return to my hand, I think, Frixu again, and I'll use Lucias to add.
That's cool. That's cool.
I'll add 5 mana. I'll activate Rahu. I'll fuse Frixu and the Urgula.
Well. That is about to be a decent chunk over 8,000 points of damage.
Both effects.
We don't even need to do that anymore. You got this, GG's. As per usual in Master versus Caster, Master takes the upper hand. But I want to round it off with another question. So, for the people at home, of course, that are up-and-comers, that are trying to become better at the game, that are trying to improve their game, what would you say is like in a game, in a match of Yu-Gi-Oh!, in a competitive tournament, like a regional, like an OTS championship or a YCS here, what are the most important things to do within a match? Like, what do you need to do in a match to be successful? Do you have any tips there?
Yes, so I think not many people do this, and I see the game differently than a lot of people. which I try to play thinking what's the worst possible scenario is for me, and what my opponent has that beats me, and just trying to not lose to that specific things that I recognize being my lose condition. So I just not try to really win the game, I just try not to lose the game, and that by coincidence will end up me leading to winning the game.
Interesting. So whenever you do something, you're like, the worst thing that could happen here is them having Nibiru the Primal Being or something like that. So how do I play around that the best?
So yeah, I just rather not leave my opponent a chance to use the Nibiru and not go for game, and just set up a nice Alf board that has a couple interruptions. If I know what decks they're playing, I know what is important to keep, like stuff like that.
Yeah, nice. And also one more question. The Italian community, and of course you are part of the Italian community as an Italian, has been pretty strong lately. You guys have been winning the European Championship with Lorenzo Muselli, and then also in Lille we had Diego Ziglia winning as well. Is that like, is the Italian community just getting better? Are they working harder at the moment, or is that just coincidence? What do you think?
I think it's a combination of being lucky, of course, because to win, aside of being really good at the game, you need to be lucky. That's like always, I'm gonna say that. But they're playing a lot and they're playing with each other a lot, so they're just like making each other better every tournament.
Fair enough. All right, so I wish you, of course, best of luck with the tournament and overall, of course, also with the grind that you have this season to possibly go to the World Championship in Tokyo, Japan at the end of the season. Best of luck with that. And also to the viewers at home, thank you for watching this showcase of Genesis here between Danilo and me, Caster vs. Master. We will be back with another live segment very, very soon, so stay tuned and we will be back.
Welcome, duelists, to YCS Bologna. I am here with Sebastian, or more commonly known as Lamptey. Today we are going to be bringing you the Chronicles Fallen and the Virtuous All Foil Edition duel head-to-head. And the reason we're going to be doing that is because we want to show you exactly what this deck can do, as there is a very, very important public event coming up on Sunday as well. So,
yeah, indeed. Like, both of us only having the one copy of the deck itself, and we're going to actually play for something here, because as the players in the tournament, we can win here. That beautiful little Chronicles deck playmat. So I'm definitely going to give it my all. I can tell you already. I'm not going to make a friendship here. I'm trying to win this duel. All right, so let's get into the dueling action. Both 40 cards and the 10-card extra deck. And I'll give you the opportunity to roll the dice first.
Okay, let's go. Lucky dot. Right, snake eyes. There we go.
Oh, seven. That's about right. Average. I feel like I can beat that.
Ooh,
that's an 8. Clutched it. So I'll go first. Let's have a good duel then.
Good duel.
Okay, let's see. I have to say, I'm playing Branded from time to time on Master Duel, but with those physical cards in my hand, we will have to see how that goes. All right, so this honestly doesn't look too bad. I am down with that. So I will start with the Bestial Lubellion.
That's a very good start.
Isn't it? Isn't it?
Yeah, that's a very good start.
I will go ahead and grab myself a copy of, where is he, Bestial Saronir. It's funny in Branded, like you always wanted to rather search Saronir than Magnum. That seems so counterintuitive because it's actually so crazily good, but okay, so now, this is interesting because I feel like I have to do this now. Yeah, I'll have to, which is a bit awkward, but I have to go Nadia's Servant now.
Yep.
Nadia's Servant will be sending... Titaniclad. So I can search one Dogmatica monster or Fallen of Albus. And I will search for... Do I want that? Well, is Quem? Quem is always a Dogmatica card, so I feel like I want to get Quem with this. It's all not so easy, as you can clearly see, but you know what? I'm going to go for a standard approach of just searching Dogmatica Ecclesia the Virtuous.
Yep.
Then we will be normal summoning that set Dogmatica Ecclesia and use the effect.
Yep.
Go ahead and grab ourselves a copy of Fleur Dealis, and then I will be setting one card. Well, that doesn't seem too great, not gonna lie. What have I done here? I mean, Titaniclad. I don't want to banish the Titaniclad, so yeah, we'll just go end phase.
Yep.
Really. Use the effect of Titaniclad. Go ahead, special summon the Quem. Oh my, I'm making a fool out of myself here, but it will be fine. Surely it will be fine.
It will all work out in the end, don't worry. This is your master plan. You're playing mind tricks with me. You're like, yeah, he's messed up.
Maybe I'm doing that. Can't even seem to find my Quem now. Okay, there it is. Quem effect shall be used. It allows me to summon, send Fallen of Albus or a card that mentions it from the deck to the graveyard. And therefore I will rely on that being... I'll go Fallen of Albus, actually.
Yep.
I'll send Fallen of Albus, and then I will have to pass it over to you.
No worries.
There you go. Okay. As you can tell, Branded specialist in action here.
Okay, we're going to draw the turn. We will start our turn off by summoning down Aluba, the Jester of Despia, and attempt to use his effect to get me a branded spell.
That's
trap.
Fine. I'm okay with that.
Okay, so to nobody's surprise on this one, we are going to be grabbing that all-important, all-amazing branded fusion.
You're already ahead of me in that regard. One more branded fusion than I had so far.
Okay, after that one, we are going to attempt to activate our branded fusion.
Go ahead.
we're going to send definitely Fallen of Albaz, and then we will send our Bestial Lubellion from the deck to the graveyard.
That sounds about right.
This will allow us to fusion summon the Albion, the Branded Dragon. On summon, we will attempt to use Albion the Branded Dragon's effect to fusion summon by banishing the materials from the field or grave.
So, that will allow me to go ahead and use the effect of Quem, trying to bring back Fallen of Albus. But not only that, I would like to also use Dogmatica Fleur-de-Lis Benighted.
Ooh, okay, this is interesting. So, as you have a Dogmatica on the field, that would ultimately non-target negate one of my cards on the field, and I don't feel like I can allow that to happen. So, I'm actually going to use Tri-Brigade Mokoria from the hand to negate the Fleur-de-Lis.
That is huge. Well, that is okay. So I will get my Fallen of Albus.
Yep.
Then you will resolve your Albion.
So resolving the Albion, we will banish Tri-Brigade Mokoria and our Fallen of Albaz. And we will work our way into Lubellion, the Siren Dragon. At this position here, I believe I will go Chainlink 1 Lubellion. We will discard Keeper of the Dragon Magic.
And I will definitely go Chainlink 2 Fallen of Albus,
So
discarding...
I've got the banish effect of Mokoria first.
No, that would activate on a separate chain.
Yeah,
Oh.
on this chain.
Oh wait, can you activate both effects in one turn?
That is a good question. That is a very good question.
You can only use each effect. Yeah, you can. So okay, yeah, then Chainlink 3 is. So Chainlink 1, Chainlink 2.
Correct.
And then Chainlink 3 my Fallen of Albus, and I will discard Branded in white.
Yep, that is all okay for me.
Okay, so I will fusion summon here with the Fallen of Albus itself, and let me see, do I maybe even go for... That could be huge, just taking them all away. Yeah, I'll summon the new card. The Dragon that devours the Dogma. One Fallen of Albus, one Light or Dark monster plus an effect monster, and I will go for both of your fusion monsters and materials as well.
So they will go to the graveyard. We will resolve the Tri-Brigade Mokoria. We will grab ourselves...
That's quite the chain we're already working with here, holy.
We'll grab ourselves Spriggan's Kit.
That's nice.
Then we will resolve our Lubellion, put in itself, and our Fallen of Albaz back into the deck. And extra deck. Work our way into Mirror Jade.
Any triggers here from your side? Probably
no
not,
triggers here on summon, no.
So I'll use the Dragon that devours the Dogma, and I can shuffle back 2 cards from any graveyard or banishment back into the deck. And I am quite convinced that is going to be your Albion and your Bestial Lubellion then.
Yep. Absolutely fine. So they will both go back. One to the main deck and one to the extra deck. So...
Honestly, now with the Dogmatica Ecclesia line, like the combination of these two, I kind of like my plan all of a sudden.
It is really, really nice, especially with this now being completely unaffected.
There you go, that's what I'm talking about.
A little bit tricky. So, what we will now do here is... Interesting. Does give a bit of thinking to go for.
Also, the Spriggan's Kit is not as valuable anymore now. With no, I mean, you can pretty easily get something back into there. But
we will use our Mirror Jade's effect. We will send Rinbrum the Striking Dragon from the extra deck.
I'll have to think about that.
Yep.
So this is unaffected, but this is not unaffected. So it could banish my Ecclesia. And you know what? I don't really want that. I'll use my very own copy of Tri-Brigade Mercurier.
Yeah, that is understandable there.
And then... Okay. So the kit needs a fusion monster that matches 4 Novalbas in the graveyard, right?
Correct. On the field or in the graveyard?
On the field or in the graveyard. So, okay. Well, yeah, that's okay then.
Okay, we will then special summon down our Spriggan's kit, as we do have said fusion monster. In doing so, on normal or special, we get to add to our hand one of our branded spells or traps that is banished, deck or graveyard.
Welcome back to your coverage here at YCS Bologna 2025. We're now in our penultimate round of Swiss here. Our round 14 feature match is right in front of me, and what better than here at Bologna to have 2 Italians facing off. Giuseppe Mara and Samuele Canizzaro ready to kick things off. And we've actually already done the high roll, and Giuseppe is going first. So with that in mind, I'm going to hand you guys over to your wonderful commentary trio. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you, Ed, and welcome indeed to round 14. We are just a couple of matches away for finding out who will be those top 8 duelists fighting for a chance to become YCS Bologna Champion 2025. So, who do we have for this round?
And I mean, it's the time of the round that all the pressure, all the nerves are starting to kick in, and it's a very, very difficult skill to master in Yu-Gi-Oh! It has nothing to do with cards. It has all for mentality and all in the mind. To keep focus, to keep it in zone and find the way, strategy and combos to go through all those rounds.
That's how you want to YCS, right, Mike?
Yeah, job's not done indeed, and we do. Although both have done an amazing job up until this point, they are 11-2, which is no joke at all. Unfortunately, they need 2 more wins to be guaranteed a spot in the top cut, and well, it will be once again an all-Italian clash, but I don't want to keep you guys waiting. Our duelists are ready, and Giuseppe won the die roll, as Ed mentioned, so let's see what he's gonna come up with.
So it is quite an interesting matchup. Mitsurugi K9 against Lunalight. It is, first of all, Lunalight is one of those decks that is quite interesting as a deck choice for YCS. Obviously, we have seen before, even in the World Championship, Tom piloting this deck with a great success, as we can call. And it is one of those decks that you want to see how it's going to adapt in the current meta state. On the other hand, we see Mitsurugi with K9. Quite a unique choice, yes, but I think a very interesting meta call.
Yeah, no yummies in the deck from Giuseppe, and let's see what kind of opener he wants to go for. We saw some of these decks YCS Lille, but now it's quite different, and wow, we hard draw a lot of Mitsurugi pieces. We are not going to use the Rabakiri effect, instead prioritizing Murakumo from the get-go.
Maybe potentially we need bodies on the field, so this is why we may actually went for Habakiri to be used as a ritual material instead of activating the effect, since we do not require to tribute Saj, for example, but we can tribute a ritual monster that is in the field instead and have Saj on the field.
I mean, I think it's a very good start here from Giuseppe, honestly. It doesn't really seem like also Samuele is interested in stopping his opponent at the moment, but we've mentioned how powerful Lunalight is, and usually it's a deck that doesn't play many hand traps. It just maybe has some field breakers for going seconds, just Dracula no more, for example. The deck is very consistent, and I think it's very annoying to play against, especially because of the fusion summons. The deck can be quite easily on the field. But I think it looks promising, especially because if you're not super experienced, honestly, like the thing is, Mitsurugi with K9s, I think it's not well known as a deck. Like in general, I think this is the first time we see it in action this weekend, and again, as mentioned, maybe you cannot even expect it. So
it is one of those decks that have went under the radar for quite some time, because we probably are familiar with watching Mitsurugi with Yami, for example, or even Orkost as different strategies. But with K9, it's one of those decks that have seen some spotlight in the meta state. However, for quite some time it was not very popular. But right now, I think K9 really show off and really show us why Izuna, for example, is a very, very good hand trap going against, for example, Dracotail.
At the same time, maybe in terms of just raw power and what we can set up, it could be an interesting thing, because I mean, maybe with the Magatama and the Great Purification, if we are on those, it could be somewhat better.
Yeah, Purification is there. I mean, I think it makes a lot of sense. We talked a lot about how the card is, I think, pretty much in every single Duelist main deck. And it makes a lot of sense, especially because we talked about how important it is to go first, having the card in your deck and having access, whereas, for example, at YCS Lille, the card was more played in the side deck. I mean, I really feel like it's one of those additions which, at the end of the day, can really make a huge difference.
And there it is, Great Purification added to the end, thanks to that Futsu. And now we have gone through all of our Mitsurugi rituals, effects.
And I mean, you can take...
Oh, okay. That's cute.
Normal Summon Fugalos.
Yeah.
It's level 4.
And okay, we're going for Dugares. Okay.
Potentially for draw, right?
I mean, this in our YCS Lille would have often been Granite to search for either Nibiru, or if we didn't commit to the normal summon, that Fossil Dyna. That's not an option anymore. And so I guess we are just looking for more non-engine, possibly.
But you cannot add the Nibiru anymore?
Sure, not exactly the
same that you want
as that dinosaur. Okay, so I mean, this is of course what we are used to seeing from Mitsurugi. The question is this enough? Especially against Lunalight, it will be an interesting, stare down. And yeah, we set a couple of cards face down, and now the job is on Samuele. Because I don't think we have end traps for Giuseppe.
I think he doesn't.
He does?
has Izuna.
Oh, yeah?
Ah, okay.
And the cool part is that he hasn't showcased any K9, so Samuel right now, if he can read his opponent, probably believes that he's into pure Mitsu, probably.
Yeah, definitely. And here, as you can see, we start with the Fractal revealing what deck we are on, but this already pretty much puts Izuna active.
Yeah, but I mean, you cannot expect an Izuna from Mitsurugi.
No, I know. Just on Giuseppe's side, I'm sure he will be happy. Because what is usually the plan for you, Mike, on how to prevent that, big monster of Lunalight from the Dancer from eating the field?
To be honest, it is quite odd to play against, for example, the Liger Dancer, because it is one of those monsters that is quite easily accessible, to be fair, and it is a current boss monster, if we can call it, meaning that it is one of those monsters that you need to be prepared and have an out in your deck. Otherwise, it is very difficult to out such a big monster.
I think it's super difficult, especially because with 3,800 attack points and I mean, also its effect. I mean, it's unaffected by card's effects pretty much. So it's extremely difficult, honestly, to get rid of it. And I mean, I really feel like this is one of the main reasons why I think Samuel is sitting on an X2 record. I mean, I think the deck is very, very scary to play against, but also super consistent. And here, on the other hand, we just see the Izuna.
That's definitely a surprise, not something we have seen at all, I would say.
And as I saw from Samuel's facial expression, I believe that he was not expecting that, and it really caught him off guard. And in Giuseppe's side, it is quite an interesting choice to sacrifice Impulse for K9s but mainly Izuna. Would you take this trade?
I mean, I guess it was again a read on the format, because against Dracotail, I think you do take it, and that's probably what is happening here. And the choice is Valon. Wow, putting face down the chick.
I mean, the only thing that I don't really like about this is that a Nash Knight may be a better option if we play it, because you can still fusion summon.
Take a look at that. Samuele playing games here. I was a bit skeptic about using the Murakumo, and he baited his opponent, and now the Murakumo gives him that black goat laugh to potentially stop another interruption from Giuseppe. Very well played by Samuele.
I mean, it can be activated in response to IP Mascarena's effect to probably call for SP and hope that your opponent is not into Xylothonia.
Or also Murakumo. Ooh, there's a droll is huge. We didn't see it in the end, but probably it was one of the pickups from that Dugares, and Droll is absolutely brutal. We saw it at the World Championship. It was the card that costed Tom the victory, and yeah, we are just now using that black goat. Yeah, that's actually quite rough.
Is there going to be any response here from Giuseppe on the polymerization? Is just thinking about it.
Yeah.
I mean, right now, what are your options with polymerization?
It's all depending on what you have in your hand. Of course, the Perfume Dancer is not as powerful because we cannot access the spell from the deck. I mean, Leo Dancer is also threatening if eventually we can go for it.
We are probably debating about maybe prayers, and as we said before, the only part about Valon to set face down Kaleido Chick is that it can still be used as a fusion material.
Yeah. One of the few decks that can do that indeed, and as mentioned, although we cannot use one of its effects, Perfume Dancer is still powerful. Ooh,
something that
wow, that's so huge. And I mean, Giuseppe now just asking some clarification, I think.
Yeah, the heavy polymerization is something that you don't really see often, and I mean, I really like it. Very nice addition here, which is preventing him from the punishment, and I mean, well played from Giuseppe.
Yeah, I mean, we knew about the great purification, but he was just trying to make sure that was all he needed to negate for it, waited for the card. It's an absolute blowout. We saw it a lot in the Yami matchups, and I mean, it just works because it's a one card that can get you that mouse monster. But Giuseppe in the end was just one step ahead, going first uninterrupted, and I mean, he will try to do the same. But for now, the Luna Light deck gets to go first, and we have already seen how easily it can access the Liger Dancer.
And I think that one of the problems that Luna Light has to face right now is the impacts that Malcharmis has in its deck. The good thing is that even against the Fogalos, you can still establish a Liger Dancer in order for you to just be protected from enemy engine that your opponent has, since it is one of those monsters that you can sit behind it and just wait to find the outs. However, I think that it is one of those decks that I really want to see how he's going to adapt in the current meta state, and obviously his Runa is a very, very big threat for the deck.
I mean, I think the deck is consistent, but as you mentioned, the K9s are the real threat of the weekend, I would say. I think Samuel is playing a card that really caught my attention, which I think belongs both for maybe 20 years ago, which is Exchange.
And that I have played in the past.
I played it as well, unfortunately. I would say.
I mean, I topped with it, so I get to
with
talk.
Spellbooks.
It was 12 years ago. Spellbook in 2013. We are old.
But no, I have also played it.
You played it?
Yeah, I'm good.
Ooh, I didn't like it. I didn't like it in GOG, not gonna lie. But sure. I mean, Exchange is one of those OG cards that is extremely unique. I feel like, yeah, I don't think there are similar effects in the game. And basically what it says is that you reveal each either end. Yeah, but Drakt doesn't get the card, that's what I mean. And then you take away the card. You switch around the card with your opponent. And that's extremely interesting because it gets you, and it's there mainly to take away hand traps nowadays, of course, mainly draw and lock, I want to say. But let's see if that is gonna be the case for Samuele. I'm excited to see Exchange in 2025. Let's see if he's gonna get it. Let's go to game 2. Here we are. Are we gonna get that powerful spell? It's always interesting because unless your opponent is playing the same colored sleeves, they will always know what card it is. And yeah, that makes it so unique. But I think it's only spells except for this black sheep.
But not the one that we want.
It's not an ideal normal summon, I'll tell you that much. Ooh, and I think it's a crazy hand from Giuseppe. And there it is! Exchange! Wow.
Look at Giuseppe's
That's so hyped. Unfortunately, that's something worth reading, of course. And you can see Samuele looking at the crowd and smiling. I mean, it doesn't work against Mulcharmis because obviously you can chain those, but it works against Drawn and Lock, and that's all that matters. And you can see Giuseppe extremely confused, but his hand is something to dream of, honestly.
Yeah, I think he has Droll, Abagiri.
I think he has Droll, Izuna, and Fuva.
Yeah.
I think he has Lupus as well, unfortunately, but...
You take the Lupus.
Wow. Take a look at this. He doesn't chain Fuvalos, though. Because, I mean... wow. Heh.
I
What
think
do
that
you take?
He was got off cards in order to chain Fugalos. However, if he chains Fugalos, you can take, for example, Habakiri or Izuna, and he cannot activate Droll. Otherwise, he will take 2 cards for him.
Yeah.
So I think it was the correct play not to activate Fugalos.
Oh, but it's a pass. Wow.
Well, I think he gave Giuseppe triple tactics talent, actually.
No, I think it's small word, no? Is it talent?
I think it's
I thought
talent.
it was a small word.
He can activate.
Tiba, you need to be thinking a lot before doing so. And wow, it's a normal summon Fuvalos. That's crazy because I think we took Abakiri. Yeah, makes a lot of sense. I mean, Samuel recognizing he doesn't have anything, and so he's like, okay, I'm gonna take the only play you have because since he only has 1 card, you cannot normal summon. What a game!
Oh, he went Fuvalos attack. Yeah.
Take us back in time totally.
Wow.
Some old Yu-Gi-Oh.
That's absolutely astonishing, but Giuseppe has picked up Artifact Lancea, so he has so many end traps, and this is big. I mean, Lancea works alright here, because you can prevent the effect in grave if you want. Let's see if Giuseppe, but you basically have to bet that you're gonna draw something playable again. And yeah, here comes Artifact Lancea. Obviously here mainly for Malice, but we have mentioned how it works so well against other decks, and this is a good draw for Samuele, though. Finally gets to play the game. Fuvalos is gone.
However, Izuna now is live.
Yeah. And there it is, Izuna coming down. We are gonna have to use the Lupus as well. And that it is. What an interesting game this is. Yeah, I think we just send an Oroi. Or maybe not.
Change his mind, yeah.
Okay, I bet not that it matters all that much.
It matters with Lucaris.
Yeah, later on. Let's see. Lanter. Oh. Yeah, he's just asking the effect of that spell. Is it Valon again? It is Valon once more.
Maybe we don't play Nest Knight.
I think he's not playing it, the Mishak. No, he's not. Yeah.
Can Samuele find a way out? Only discard face down, and the Abakiri is stole. And
this is thrust. The alternate
okay.
Okay.
I was not ready.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Okay.
that's big. We are still under Lancia, but
What do we want to access here? Polymerization is an option.
You have Poly, you have Talent.
Foolish.
Foolish, no, because we have already used. It's so, I guess. Because heavy poly doesn't. Does heavy poly work? No. Because you have to vanish now. It doesn't work. So yeah. I mean, what do you know is in the end now? Abakiri, you gave small word. I think it was word. I'm not too sure, but does he play small word?
No, he
You
doesn't.
cannot banish with small word.
No, I know. I meant the one.
No,
he
I think
gave
it was another
What
thrust.
was
I think
then?
it was another thrust. Yeah.
Okay, then probably it was the alternate of trust. Yeah, makes sense. So probably Giuseppe has the trust. And yeah, it is Foolish Burial Goods. Okay, so Serenade we have, I guess.
You cannot banish.
Yeah. I guess that's it.
Pasta.
Yeah.
What did Giuseppe
Just
draw?
sending a black goat.
A ritual Abakiri.
Oh,
Did he draw the Bagiri?
is it really a Bakiri? I mean, if it's not, it's an awful draw.
Yeah.
If it is, it's a great draw. Kinda, though, because we can always... Yeah, I guess we can chain Cold Saji. And that makes things a bit awkward if it's a Bakiri. Yeah, it is a Bakiri.
Yeah. Wow.
Okay. So we have Droll. And that's another trust. So we have Droll, Trust, and a Bakiri. But the graveyard is empty, no?
I mean, we can activate Habakiri and make Saji.
But then we chain Black Goat, no?
Yeah, Black Goat only on the field. Engaged on the field.
Yeah, and then
Say-
it's gonna trigger in the graveyard, and you're good.
Yeah.
So that's probably what Giuseppe is thinking about. Because in that case, you wait and you're good to go, honestly. Like, that's really good top deck. I don't know if... I mean, he knows everything. Because there is only one card and it's the one he took, which is the Aona Bakiri. Interesting.
Okay, he's just attacking.
Taking it slow, I guess. Just going into
the Zeus.
All right. Clears the field. Maybe just wants to play after. Yeah. Now he goes for the Abakiri. And it not even an attempt. Samuele gives it up. Wow.
What a match there was, honestly. I mean, we were not expecting this to come in, but the Abakiri being hard drawn here from Giuseppe, giving the win. Congratulations, X2 record. Wow. But I mean, before jumping into a little bit of the analysis, let's just see a little bit our top 32 duelists competing here at the moment.
Let's take a look at who they are at the moment. A lot of familiar names, both in the Italian scene, of course. You can see a lot of them in Marco Parenti, Danilo, a lot of players who are also grinding for the playoffs. And then, of course, you know, it seems like Germany and Italy are the one doing the best with Joshua, Ben, you know, Juho, also a lot of
Danilo.
World Championship participants. Danilo is not German. Danilo is
No, I mean
Italian.
Italian. German Italian
And
players.
Philip, of course. So what's also funny is we see some of those duelists who made it to the top 8 of Lille still there. There is Diego Zilia, which is of course the current YCS, the latest YCS champion, and yeah, a lot of familiar names, but still everything is open as they have 2 more rounds to play, including the one that is going on at the moment. And well, we will have a lot of interesting last rounds, I think, because again, similarly to how YCS Lille played out, we're going to have a lot of X2s who are going to be basically on a bubble match right after this one.
And right now, if we need to sum it up for all the rounds that we have experienced so far, is that I think K9 has showcased such an incredible performance, right? Either the engine / deck that really has show off, and Izuna, it shows her true power and, you know, interrupting the opponent the exact moment that you need to.
I mean, I think we talked about it a lot. I think K9s are really the main thread of this weekend. And also having paired them up with Mitsurugi, I think makes them even stronger, like meaning they can be essentially split in the different decks as well. But I think congratulations from Giuseppe. I think it was a very good show-off, honestly, from his deck. On the other hand, I think you gotta feel bad from Samuele, because both games didn't really have the chance to show us how powerful the Lunalight deck is. Still, X3 record, he needs to win another one to get into prizes for sure, which, you know, as we already know, there are a lot of very good prizes also for our duelists competing. So there's one more match, and you don't really want to miss that out. But yeah, I mean, I'm really looking forward for you know, Giuseppe in the last round, and hopefully he can advance and make it to the top 8. Yeah.
And if you, now that we saw the actual impact of Mitsurugi K9, would you consider that is a better approach than Mitsurugi Yami or pure Mitsurugi?
Oof. I mean, no, honestly, I think I still give it to Mitsuyami, just because of the different waves that you can have, like especially since we are seeing today a lot of K9s. If you can play also with the Yami cards, it's great, because sometimes you're just gonna see the Yamis and then they cannot really do much with the Izuna unless you start with Marshmallow Special, no? And so I think it lines up better against them. But I mean, there are some merits, I guess, and I'm just happy for Giuseppe that he gets to showcase another of those other, let's say, decks that would belong in that category at least, because he's not definitely that popular this weekend. Already made the pure Mitsurugi, even less with K9s. So I'm glad that he gets the chance at least to play in a bubble match. So that would be great.
And I mean, for me, Izuna, it is one of those cards that was quite off the meta for quite some time.
Exactly.
And I think that it showcases the reason why you should never cut it off, and you should never think that it's out of the meta, because you have always to be aware of it. As we saw in the previous round, a lot of Yami players choose to normal summon Masmao instead of special summoning in order to avoid to make Izuna live. And I think it is one of those cards that you really need to consider it before entering an event.
I mean, you really need to be careful, especially because I feel like at this very stage of the tournament, it's quite likely that you're going to be facing them, and if that's the case, you better be prepared, honestly. I feel like I really want to see how many players will advance into the top 8 having K9 cards in their deck.
Yeah, it seems
maybe
like
half.
It was really the trend for the weekend. So many different decks, even at the top tables. I was looking at K9 cards. Now we see in the Mitsurugi, but even in Dracotail I saw so many taking them in. And of course, there are a lot of Vanquish Show at the top tables out there. And I mean, we have seen a lot of those names on stream already, like, you know, Joshua, Diego, and all of them are on this K9, Dink as well, yeah. So, you know, it's for a reason, for sure. And whenever Dracotail Tail is the best deck. We knew that K9 was, because the main reason why, maybe even surprisingly back in Paris, we didn't see any Drago Tail at the World Championship was because everyone was expecting K9 Vanquish Soul. And yeah, I mean, they just line up very well against each other, and you'll see. We'll see. Anyways, it's still quite open. We still have a lot of different decks, and most importantly, the final round. You know, you fight for so many rounds through 2 days, and then your life is pretty much all up to this one match. I mean, we all know, all of us, I mean, how it feels to both win and lose that final match, but I think we have never played a 15 rounds Swiss event, so I think that's even extra pressure out there. So I can't wait personally to see on stream, and then to see who those duelists will be that advance.
And I mean, it is quite a unique, moment for a player to finally achieve, after 15 rounds of Swiss, the top cut of a top 8 only people that give so much pressure on you, that you have 15 rounds of Swiss, 15 rounds that you need to show up. You don't have a momentum that you can relax, because you need to be locked in and focused in order to get one of those 8 spots for the top cut.
I mean, it's so much rewarding whenever you make it to the top cut, and I mean, especially after having play tested so much weeks in advance preparing for the tournament. Honestly, that's really what you want to give. So best of luck to Giuseppe for the last round. But I mean, what a better way to hear it directly from him and Gian Alexis.
Indeed, we are actually with Giuseppe, who just won with a convincing way against his opponent, playing the Mitsurugi K9 strategy. First of all, congratulations, because of course this is a very good performance, being able to stay here at the day 2, still alive to try to enter the top 8. How do you feel after this victory?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I'm just a bit tired because it's so hard with the new rule. And now means another match, and okay, I'm ready.
You look absolutely ready indeed. We saw after the game, I mean, it wasn't on camera, but a lot of your friends came to just congratulate you on this victory, and it went pretty well for you. Before we go through a few clips, I wanted to ask you about your deck, because you play the Mitsurugi strategy as well as the K9 strategy, the K9 cards, and usually we don't really see that. We see the Mitsuyumi, of course, and the Mitsu with some other strategies. Why did you choose to incorporate those K9 cards?
Okay, I choose to play this kind of version of Mitsurugi. It's a pure Mitsurugi with a few cards K9, just for 2 reasons. The first one is there is a problem with Mitsurugi, and it's Droll and Lockbird. And to counter Droll and Lockbird, I have Called by the Grave, but with K9 I can counter Droll more. And the second reason is that there is no very good matchup against Draco Tail. K9 help me a lot to fix that matchup, and K9 and Mitsu are 2 different engines, but works very well. In fact, if my opponent, for example, has no card in his hand, I can normal summon Tribute a Ritual and start a lot of chain. I can chain lock. It's very good. And yeah, just for this reason, K9 are very good in this format, and for me, I had to play them.
Yeah, actually, that's a very good reason indeed. The fact that it goes very well into the Draco Tail is a very good reason. And yeah, I didn't think about the fact that it allowed you to play a little bit more around this Droll and Lockbird. But that being said, yeah, we are going to just jump into the game. And we see that you had a very convincing field going first, of course, the Mitsurugi card. And then we see the Izuna. Your opponent looked a little bit surprised about the Izuna, of course. He didn't expect that. At that point, against the Lunalight strategy, how good are the K9 cards?
Okay, so Lunalight is a 50-50 matchup, and fortunately I won the game. I won the dice
roll, yeah.
Exactly. And I draw just Mitsurugi card in my hand with the Fuaros. And after I checked if he had or not Droll and Lock, I choose to play a standard Mitsurugi lineup. And with Dugares and draw 2 cards, I draw Droll and Lock and Izuna after I moves a lot of cards off from my deck. And yeah, I won. But in this matchup, if I won the dice, probably I can play just with the trap to counter their EV Poly, for example, and it could be easy. After draw a lock, probably he had a lot of response.
Yeah, actually, and we saw that he had a very good thing, because on the activation of the Tenki, you decided to chain the Murakumo, which is something that we usually see, but all of a sudden there's a Black Goat Loft in the graveyard. I mean, you must have been a little bit disappointed on this one, right?
Okay, so I know that it's not a very good idea doing effect of Murakumo to discard the Lunalight.
Yeah.
But in that situation, for example, I didn't think he could have, for example, that trap. I thought he could have
a monster, for example,
monster,
or
to add another card. And after Tenki with, for example, the red cat, I don't remember the name. And if he wanted to add another card with the red cat, I could chain roll and stop him very well. But he discarded the trap, but there was not a problem in that spot.
Absolutely, and yeah, the fact that there were still some answers. There was the Black Goat Love, of course, but you had the Droll Lockbird, and this card is absolutely amazing, of course. I mean, being alone, it doesn't do that much. You can still play through, but being able to play through a Droll Lockbird and all of this field, I mean, it must be very hard for
yeah,
Lunalight.
Yeah, I know.
So you won the first game, and during the second game, we saw something very special that I didn't expect to be honest. I mean,
like everyone who watched that game, it was incredible. And my opponent said to me that he was so happy because he played in front of everyone that illumination change, and it was
yeah, look at
fun.
that exchange being played on stream. So for those who don't know what the card does, you basically go to your opponent, watch his hand, and you exchange two cards. So it allows him to play around some very powerful cards. For example, the Droll Lockbird, which is a very powerful card, and we see you reading the card. I mean, when you see this card, did you expect it to be played at all in the tournament?
One of my friends said, yeah, you played Edison format and not advanced. It was so fun.
So yeah, so he decided to give you, I think it was a triple tactics thrust, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, he gives me a trust.
It was thrust, yeah.
Probably it could be good in my deck, but I didn't have a spot to activate the trust, so.
And then that was very interesting because we saw that the K9 cards were still very good, trying to prevent him from extending, and it was a pretty weird game state. I wasn't sure who was on the upper seat, to be honest, because you seem to be very low on resource, both of you,
yeah,
but
absolutely.
Still you drew the Habakiri, I think, for turn, and after that, I mean, that was pretty interesting because you decided to just go into a Zeus play. So how good was the Zeus, and especially considering the fact that we see the Black Goat Love is in the graveyard, wasn't there a way to stop the Habakiri from extending further?
Yeah, so I played Zeus, and it's an incredible card in this format. For example, Lupis Typhoon battle Zeus against Mitsu Yami. It's a good touch. And I played Zeus in that moment because I wanted to check that trap. And he chose to not activate Lotus, but after I show to him my Habakiri, he chose to surrender, but probably he could chain the trap.
And say Saji, probably?
And declare Saji, but I will send, probably I would send another card, but I could not win in that moment, but my opponent says that he has no resource,
no resource, so he decided to give you the game, which leads you to a very impressive record with only 2 losses for the moment, so you are still in for the top 8. I can see your smile and I see you being very confident. Once again, congratulations. Thanks a lot for your time and for your explanation. We are going to be back very, very soon for the next round.
Bye.
Make sure you guys stick around and tune in all weekend. Don't go anywhere, we've got loads more great coverage here at YCS Bologna coming your way.
Welcome back, everyone, here at the dueling table. We have two casters taking place for another edition of a caster's duel here between Dale and myself, and we are going to play the new and beloved Genesis format. And both of us have brought a deck that is dear to themselves, so we both built our very own deck here. And are you confident in this one?
Oh, not when I found out what you were playing, but this one's going to be a good one. This is definitely going to be fun. Definitely going to be fun.
All right. So I would say let's waste no time and let's get to the dueling. And you can go ahead and roll for me first. And that is
8.
Decently high. That's an 8. And I'll counter it with a 6.
Ooh.
So you have the choice.
I will choose to go first on this one, please.
That's all right. Then best
Good
of luck.
Have fun.
Same. Okay, let's see what we got here. Okay, all right. I got some good stuff here. All right. Decent. Okay. Oh, you're not too confident?
No, it's not. This is going to be a very interesting one. So we're going to start off by going through our draw phase, standby phase, main phase.
Sure.
We will normal summon.
Oh my. Okay. Well, that's some points.
Yeah, not in the way that I would like those points to be used. Let's put it that way.
It's also funny because usually when you see this, it's going to be linked off for an Almirage, but it's Genesis format, so that ain't happening.
What it will be used for, though, is we are going to Synchro Summon using Revolution Synchron from the hand.
I see.
We will go into Black Rose Dragon.
Okay.
We will not be using Black Rose Dragon's effect.
Well,
surprise, surprise.
Why not?
We will attempt to use Revolution Synchron's effect in the graveyard, however.
Okay.
So we're going to send the top card of our deck to the graveyard. Ironic that it's a ghost spell.
Yeah, I mean, the graveyard was just asking for it, yeah.
We will summon back Revolution Synchron as a level 1 tuner, and we will then Synchro Summon with our Black Rose Dragon into a...
So Rose Dragons, huh? Is that your deck?
Crystal Wing. This is the one we're going for on here.
Okay.
We will then...
Oh, I like the look of that.
Set 2.
Okay.
And pass over to you.
Pass the turn over to me. Okay, so I'll draw a card. Interesting one, to be honest. And I will try to go draw phase, standby phase, main phase.
Yes.
How about I start with using the effect of... I'll use the effect of Mudora, the Sword Oracle, discarding Keldo, the Sacred Protector. So by discarding another Earth Fairy monster, which clearly this is, it would special summon itself, and then I can place one Gravekeeper Strap from my deck face up in my spell and trap zone if I have it available to me.
Yes, that is fine.
Oh my, and I do have it in my deck. Let's go. Here it comes. I am now officially going to be able to see all of your top decks that you will possibly have and possibly call them out because I activate Gravekeeper's Trap here from my deck. Okay, next up, let's try... Let's try, I think... Activating the effect of Vulnerable of the Flourishing Hills. Discarding another monster with it, and I will discard Nibiru, the Primal Being.
Ooh. I will use Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon to negate that.
That sounds pretty strong, and I will have to allow it. I will, though, normal summon Naturia Mole Cricket. Is it crickets here?
That is a good normal summon.
Isn't it? Isn't it? Okay, and I would like to use the effect of my Mole Cricket as well.
That is fine.
So, because you control the monster with the highest attack currently, meaning I will gladly not only summon one, but summon two Naturia monsters from my deck. And I'll go with Camellia, and I will also already go with... hold on, I need to somehow get over your Crystal Wing, though. Wait, does it? Did it gain attack here?
No, it will gain attack.
In the battle phase, right?
Yeah, when it declares.
That one's not too easy, honestly.
Oh no, apologies, it does. It gains attack equal to the destroy monster's original attack to the end of this turn.
But now, I think that's another ruling question, because it didn't... I think that only works if the card is like... Because this one was in the graveyard,
correct, it was in the graveyard. Yes,
yeah.
correct. It does have to be destroyed, yeah.
Yeah, so... it's not actually that easy here. I mean, we can just try to sit on that a little bit, maybe. I'll go for Naturia Stinkbug here, trying to build a wall. Trying to build a little bit of a wall. And then, you know what? I don't really think I want to, or I'm able to do. I mean, I could go for Synchro, maybe. Synchro 8 doesn't sound too horrible. So I'm only able to activate Earth effects. You cannot activate non-Earth monster effects for the rest of this turn. Okay. Well, you know what? I think I'm taking it slow then.
Okay. Ooh, okay.
Go ahead. It's your turn. And wait, though, I will be able to call the top cards. Let's take a wild guess. So you're playing a Rose Dragons. I will say that the top card of your deck here is surely, as you have already showed those cards, I'll say it's... Is it called... It's... Rox Rose Dragon.
Rox Rose Dragon. Oh, if this is Rox Rose Dragon, that's a great call. It's
Okay, at least I know. Okay, fair.
Okay, so we will draw for turn. One random card, of course.
Well.
Okay, so we have a Stink Bug that will end the battle phase. It's not something I want to be seeing happening, so... just confirm with the extra deck quickly.
I could search for another one. I wouldn't have done too much, though. That one Crystal Wing is actually not too bad.
Yeah, it's causing a few issues on this one.
It's not as bad as I thought it might be. 2 set cards as well.
Yeah, this is not...
Honorable Drone Lockbird in the hand.
Not going the way I would like it to go.
It's fine. This one, it gains the attack permanently, though, right? Not until the end of this turn. And only doing that. Okay. So, Dale. Show me what you got there.
Yeah, very good. Very risky. So we've got 1 in the hand.
Wait, I didn't use the effect of Camellia. I just realized, the best Naturia game around here. I could have just had another Naturia card for free, but I decided not to.
Okay, we are going to normal summon our Twilight Rose Black Knight. So while I control a Synchro monster, plant monsters I control gain 1,000 attack, which at the moment is only going to be itself.
Okay.
I can only use each of the following effects once per turn, and on its normal summon or special summon, I get to special summon 1 Black Rose Dragon or a level 4 or lower plant monster from the graveyard, but I negate its effects. So I will be attempting to revive my own Black Rose Dragon.
I'll chain Keldo, the Sacred Protector, to it, targeting the Black Rose Dragon, targeting the Revolution Synchron, and that's it. This reminds me of Telemann's days. I love to play the Keldo Mudora package. Couple of points only in the beautiful Genesis format.
How bad do I want Black Rose Dragon?
How bad do you?
That is the $1,000,000 question here. So you have 1 card left in the hand. We've got Stink Bug that will negate. Well, not negate, but end the battle phase. So I kind of want to Kind of want to stop the sneak bug, I'm not going to lie. It does actually throw a spanner in my works, so I will actually have to activate the Basil Rose shoot, especially on a Rose Dragon monster from the hand or graveyard in defense position.
I'll chain Mudora, having the same 2 targets.
We will Crystal Wing the Medora.
Okay.
We will resolve the Black Rose Dragon here. And then...
I think this still, yeah, the Revolution Synchro will still go back.
That is fine. Is it bottom or shuffle? I can never remember these two. Shuffle. Okay, absolutely fine.
Okay, so here I would like to use, or like, there's only, like, do you activate an effect on summon?
No,
okay.
It's only when it's synchro summoned.
So I will use the effect of Naturia Camellia to bring back a Naturia monster from the graveyard.
One card in the hand.
Indeed.
Oh, I really don't want to do this.
Oh, what do you have? What is this?
Oh,
you don't want to do that? That's huge. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay,
that's so good, actually.
Will...
That is so good.
Gonna have to go to the battle phase here. We will use our Crystal Wing to attempt to attack the Camellia.
Yeah, I'll use Stink Bug.
Yeah, absolutely fine. With that, we will move to main phase 2.
Yeah.
In main phase 2. Such a gamble.
Go ahead, do it. Do it. Do it.
It's like the it's just the impulsive thoughts to do or not to do.
You could also use your Drone Lockbird in hand.
No, we'll play it safe, and we'll either live to regret it or live to achieve it. So we will pass over to you.
So, I think in the end phase, actually no, I'll just wait for what I'm drawing, and actually, no, I will in the end phase use the Gravekeeper's Trap, discarding my very own Drone Lockbird, which I also had there, to search for. Oh wait, it's only during the main phase. So end of main phase, well, that works, right? Like it's kind of the same situation still. And I get to search for an Earth Fairy monster from my deck. And the one of choice here in that very moment shall be Earth Fairy. You know what? Vertisilf of the Mistling Seedlings is quite cute, so I will go with that one. I will go with that one. Let's see how successful that is going to turn out, but we shall. Go ahead, my turn, draw a card. Aha, I see how it is. Standby phase, main phase.
Yes.
So I will go ahead and... what a game we've brought ourselves into here again. I will just... You're just always negating that, so that's really annoying. A bit of a dangerous situation here, I feel like. I'll just use Gravekeeper's Trap, discarding the Mistling Seedlings.
Yeah.
And go ahead. Search for Keldo. Search for Keldo. Then Keldo effect. Discard the Mistling Seedlings. This one special summons itself and then searches for Exchange of Spirit or one card that mentions it.
Okay, so we'll start off by on resolution of the trap first, because I do not want that happening. So resolving the trap, adding the Keldo,
Yes. So
then
wait, I
resolve,
bet.
draw, and lock bed.
Yeah, wait. That doesn't really want me to activate that Keldo anymore, really. Ah, it's rough out here. I'll just go battle phase, really.
So
Attack.
remember, this is 2000.
Well, yeah, maybe I'm not attacking then. Yeah, let's go main phase 2.
Sure.
Well. Actually, I could have just made this. Could have been kind of good. I always forget that this is a tuner, and I have a pretty good... Yeah, well... I'll set a monster and go end phase. Go ahead. And in the draw phase, this time I'll call it again.
Rocks Rose Dragon.
Rocks Rose Dragon. Aye, it's almost that one.
Close enough. Okay, so... As I control a plant tuner in the form of the Twilight Rose Black Knight, I will special summon down my White Rose Dragon.
What a top deck. On that, I would like to use Naturia Camellia.
I will attempt to Crystal Wing the Camellia.
That is fine. My good old stink bug.
We will Synchro Summon into Bramble Rose Dragon.
Any triggers there?
As a trigger, we will have White Rose Dragon effect in the graveyard that if it is sent to the graveyard as synchro material, I get to send a level 4 or higher plant monster from the deck to the graveyard.
Then I'll go Chainlink 2 Naturia Mole Cricket in the graveyard.
To
special summon itself back because you summoned a synchro monster.
Ooh, that is fine. So each time you activate a monster effect, you get inflicted with 600 damage.
So I'm down to 7,400.
We will resolve White Rose. White Rose will send... Stay Sailor.
Okay. And any triggers?
So there is a trigger on Stay Sailor. So if it's sent to the graveyard by a card effect, I get to send a level 5 or lower plant monster from the deck or extra deck to the graveyard.
I'll chain my Mole Cricket.
To special from the deck, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, 1, but like because you control the biggest monster, I can actually do 2.
Do 2. That is fine.
I'll summon Sunflower and Camellia. Finally, I'm sort of doing what I'm supposed to do, I feel like. Okay, resolve your...
We'll resolve Stay Sailor. Stay Sailor will send... Maybe we'll send Spore the Fairy
Okay,
Seed.
that's a nice one. Then I'll use the effect of Camellia.
That is fine.
And I'll pay another 600, so that's 62 now for me. And I will send the Naturia Sacred Tree. I was talking about it earlier, but yeah, here's the Sacred Tree. Use the effect of Sacred Tree, pay another 600, so I'm only
it's
on...
only monster effects. So you don't need to pay 600
Oh,
for
nice,
the tree.
nice. So I get to search for Naturia Blessing, which I completely ignored earlier on, but all right. There you go.
There we go, there's that. The big question. Okay. So we've got Sunflower is a spell or trap negate, if I remember rightly. Monster effect, sorry.
Yeah, monster effects, exactly.
Okay, we will switch our Black Rose Dragon to attack position.
Cool.
We will attempt to go battle phase.
Cool.
We will use Black Rose Dragon into Sunflower.
That's fine.
We will use Bramble Rose into Camellia, and we will use Crystal Wing into the set.
Keldo in the graveyard.
We will now... Need to control a light, plant, ancient fairy dragon, or beast. So we move to main phase 2.
Yes.
There is nothing more for here in main phase 2, so I'll attempt to pass turn.
Okay. Draw phase?
Sure.
Stand by main.
Sure.
Use the effect of Gravekeeper's Trap, discarding Roll and Lockbird.
Sure.
Once more. Somebody told me this is like a card of the format, but I can't really seem to activate it here in this one. And I will get myself a copy of Earth Fairy. I think we want to go for this one here. I want to get the one that's Yeah, I'll get the Flourishing Hills.
Yep.
And then I will go ahead and use Naturia Blessing to special summon from the graveyard.
Yes.
I will special summon Mole Cricket. And then I will use the effect of Mole Cricket, triggering itself, trying to special summon 2 again.
How many Sunflower do you play is the question.
Nobody knows. Nobody knows.
So 600 from Bramble Rose.
Oh yeah, true.
And I will Crystal Wing negate the Mole Cricket.
Okay. So I will go on then, and
it doesn't take the 600.
I'm
on.
on.
So you don't take the 6-2 because Crystal Wing negates the activation.
Oh, okay. Fair. So that's 6-2 still. Then I will activate the effect of Flourishing Hills. So I'm now on 56 men after that, and I'll just go ahead, grab a Venusaur card from my deck to the hand, and I will go ahead and take the Awakening Forest, and then I can special summon from the graveyard. As far as I'm concerned, just any Earth monster. So this shall be the Camellia.
Yep.
And then I will use the effect of Camellia to send Sacred Tree effect to get me which one are we searching for here? I think that's just going to be Mole Cricket.
Yep.
But I have already normal summoned though, of course. But I can use the effect of Awakening Force.
Yep.
Discarding Mole Cricket.
Yep.
To this one does that one sends to the graveyard, and I will just send Majora, and then I can bring back. How about we just bring back? You know what? I want to make this a very, very interesting situation because I will bring back. Oh wait, no, that doesn't work because I can only activate Earth effects. I was about to go into like
something crazy.
Exeter Knight and then be like, okay, let's make this an even playing field, but can't do that really. So not allowed to do that. So I guess we just get the Mole Cricket maybe. Oh, that's not great though. Is it the Mole Cricket? It is the Mole Cricket, and then I will go ahead, go for finally Naturia Beast.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no, that's no. There's no extra monster zone, but that also makes me activate Mole Cricket to come back.
Yep.
Because
so
I summoned that.
Just to catch up, we should be on 44.
44.
And then we're taking another 600, should put you down to 38.
38.
We're interrupting that Genesis duel to bring you the last round of Swiss, and there were only a couple of minutes left on that, so let me spoil it for you. Basti lost. Anyway, let's get into this final round of Swiss. Only one of these two duelists in front of me can make their way into the top cut here at YCS Bologna 2025. We have Juho Ahn and Marco Parenti ready to kick things off with a high roll. Gentlemen, who would like to roll first? Juho's going to roll first. That is a 5 for Juho. And for Marco, that is a 9. Are you going to go first? Marco's going to go first. So, one more time for these Swiss rounds. Going to hand you guys over to your amazing commentators who are going to take you through this last round of Swiss. Boys, take it away.
One more time for the Swiss round, and one last time for the Swiss round, as well as we are going to see the last around the 15th round of Swiss, and it's been such a long way, such a long road for those duelists, you know, having to deal with the pressure during those 2 days, and finally it all revolves around the ability to win this last game to enter the top 8. So it's going to be very interesting, and we have 2 very good duelists right there with an opposition of style, 2 very good decks as well. What do we have?
We have another classic, Germany versus Italy. On the one hand, we have Ju, who, of course, has been to the World Championship before, so definitely a regular here on the European schedule scene. And then on the other hand, we have Marco Parenti, of course, representing not only the hosting country, but also the country that has represented over 50% of players here at YCS Bologna, of course, an Italian, and they have been so successful in this season with taking the European Championship, taking YCS Lille. So are they also going to take here YCS Bologna as their home country YCS? Dale, are they going to?
Well, we're about to find out, because with the stakes as high as they are, let's find out if there is a final sting in the tail as we move into this all-important round 15.
And I mentioned that Juho has been to the World Championship before, so he's also using those World Championship sleeves. He's rocking the World Championship hoodie. He's all ready for another World Championship. His die rolling skills were not very World Championship-like, because Marco is the one leading the charge here, and he's doing so with his Draco Tail deck, and starting it off with Keto Draco Tail here.
Yeah, this is a good way to start, of course, getting some more engine and getting access to the name that you want to have in your hand. Of course, the Lucias is a very good one, since you can then normal summon it and then get access to probably the 5 mana in hand if we don't already have access to that. So we see some very classic Draco Tail strategy over here, but on the other hand, Juho with the Vanquish Soul K9 strategy, we've seen that it was on the rise for this tournament, and a lot of players are actually playing this one, while it was not very played before, but we see that with only 2 losses, it worked very well.
3 materials from the hand there with the Draco Tail 5 mana. One of them, I think, was a Fuvalos, of course, going first. Not going to be too important, but having multiple Draco Tail names that we can fuse away here is so good, because as you can already see here, while we're resolving them, we will get more of those so important trap and spell cards. Rahu and Draco Tail Horn already being set up here.
Yeah, very, very important on this one. And what I absolutely loved about the decks when they came out this side, exactly like the K9 strategy, the Draco Tails, and of course Yummies, which we are seeing currently in this main meta, is that each one counters the other. So when you're trying to play activating cards in the hand and graveyard with the Draco Tails, it will turn on possible K9 interactions here. But going back to a good old classic of Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring will get the job done just as well.
And I mean, Marco did a really good job here by summoning the SP Little Knight already to play around cards like Infinite and Permanence. That was not what Juho had in mind or in hand, but that Ash Blossom here, possibly really turn ending here at this point for Marco.
Yeah, we've seen that before, of course, the Ash Blossom being very good, and we even see the Izuna right there, the K9 card being so good into the Draco Tail matchup, and yeah, Juho is gonna be able to XYZ summon, and probably is gonna be the Reaper, which is so good.
Not so quick though, he sent Jockle, so there must maybe be...
Absolutely. Maybe Lupus is in hand.
Gotta be, right? It gotta be Juho. Do you also want to get that one out of the hand? Surely you do.
There is also something else. The fact that there is the SP Little Knight on the field, you might not want to special summon the Lupus and try to activate the effect, because if you chain the SP Little Knight, then the Lupus will stay banished, and it's not very good. So we are going to stay there, and maybe Juho is just gonna start his turn like that. But this is a very good way to start your turn, because you already have 2 level 5 on the field, so you can do whatever you want. You can just get rid of the SP entering battle phase with those 2 monsters, or you can even start with the Reaper, which is actually the case here.
Yeah, and this is absolutely amazing to see this one, because Lupus is going to provide you with targeted protection, meaning that the SP Little Knight can't simply use this effect to get rid of the monster that we are making here, with Lupus being the K9 Ripper.
Very hats up from Juho, and as you're paying attention here to the score from those 2 players, both of them 12-2, meaning if they can win this last round of Swiss here, they should be making their way into that desired top 8 top cut finish where we are going into the single elimination stages of the tournament. So this match right here, right now, is what we like to call a bubble match here.
And we've seen that before. I mean, the Drake Hotel strategy, of course, very good going first, very good going second, but sometimes when you get cut off your resources like that with a single Ash Blossom or something like an Infinite Impermanence on the Arcalion, it gets very, very hard. And it is the case here for Marco. He tried to play around some interruptions and also kind of played around the K9 card with the SP Little Knight. But, I mean, there's not going to be a whole lot. And the fact that there is the Horn is not that great as well.
Yeah, exactly that. And it looked like Juho has gone straight into the battle phase here and declared an attack on the SP Little Knight. We're going to be using Horn on our own SP Little Knight to try and get a draw from this. This could actually be very, very valuable.
I mean, you're going to have to draw very well here, Marco, to try to stay in this game, because Juho, it didn't play a lot of cards, to be honest, so he might as well have a lot of cards in his hand to keep playing. For example, the Raisin that we've seen drawn so often by
times again, for sure. Almost every Vanquish Soul player we've seen so far on Feature Match seem to always have that little abonnement of drawing Raisin on their opening hand and then Stake Your Soul sometimes even with it. But here we are going to search for Izuna. And that now is Lantern trying to bring back one of those K9 monsters from the graveyard. What's interesting about the deck list from Yoho actually is that it seems to be like he's valuing the Vanquish Soul cards a little bit more than the K9 cards, because he made some sacrifices. For example, only playing 2 copies of Noroi, which is not something you see every day. Chaotic Elements, though, as kind of an honorable K9 card, made its way into the deck of Yuho, and he's going to search for... Oh, just take from the graveyard, that's totally fine as well, and he has more K9 access right away.
I mean, this is very good. Of course, Marco, he wanted to just cut the access of Joho to some more monsters with the Gospel, but with the Chaotic Element, you are able to just get back the Jokul and get access to those monsters anyway. So let's see what Juho decides to show. It's going to be the Lantern, and it's already huge because you are going to be able to search with the Jokul as well as the Lantern, which is currently happening on the screen, and then you generate so much advantage that Marco will not be able to just get back in the game.
Yeah, I feel we could be seeing one of those 2 Noroyas here, because the normal summon has not been used and Marco still has more than 2 cards, or 2 cards or more in his hand, so that does make Noroi a normal summon, even as it is a level 5. We already got to see the Ghost Spell stop the Lantern being able to try and revive from the graveyard. That's where Yokul comes into play here, and it's starting to really pick up a bit of face, but we also still have the Feymena in the hand as well, with K9 Ripper still having that effect to be active as well.
Yeah, Yuho not even considered to negate the Ghost Spell and Haunted Mansion, was totally, of course, aware of the fact that there's a Feymena that needs to be checked with the Ripper, so really not making Marco, or giving Marco a chance to fusion summon on the opponent's turn. Oh, and we're searching for Forced Release. Does that maybe mean that we have a case for K9 already? Very possibly.
Wow, and we even have access to the Vanquish Soul cards. Getting access to this Mad Love is huge here, of course, because we can activate the field spell and get access to everything. And I think that Marco will soon recognize the fact that it's going to be so hard to get back in the game. Having access to this Reaper as well, so we're pretty safe for the moment, and we're going to just go through our whole combo.
Yeah, very well piloted there by Yuho. Unfortunately, Marco has tried to do what he can at this exact moment in time, but I felt that Yuho could have probably held back the Vanquish Soul cards themselves, and maybe at this point of the tournament, Marco knows what his opponent may be on, but being able to kind of hold back as much information as possible, but being able to go with the Dr. Madlove is going to be very, very extra on this one here, just to kind of cement a very strong position in this game number 1 for the all-important round 15.
Another thing given away here, but that is the usual trend at the moment for the Vanquish Soul K9 decks. There is no trap card, no Vanquish Soul Snow Devil in the main deck, as we did not search with Dr. Madlove. Of course, we could still just set it in the end phase with Vanquish Soul Star. That would be possible, but the usual approach to the strategy at the moment is to just not have that card in your main deck. Oftentimes, though, it will be in the side deck.
And to be fair, I mean, this deck is very impressive. The fact that the K9 cards are able to interact so well into the Drake Hotel strategy, as well as having a lot of non-engine, to be honest. We saw the Ash Blossom, we saw how much the Reaper was good into this matchup, and after that, being able to just play all these Vanquish Soul cards, I mean, this is so hard to stop.
It is, and this Vanquish Soul K9 deck, and the K9 cards in general, they are so popular this weekend again, because that is what so many of the top level players have figured out to be a good solution against the Draco Tail deck. Draco Tail is the most represented deck in the room, so you gotta find answers to it, and the answer may just be K9 Izuna, K9 Noroi, and the rest of the K9 bunch.
I mean, this is so much interactions right now. We still have the Reaper. The Reaper has not been used, and that is huge for Juho there. Because, yeah, you are still able to negate something like a 5 mana, and we still have the Caesar values, so you can destroy something. You have the Nash Knight. That's a whole lot. One interesting thing, by the way, is that we didn't see the Nash Knight being activated. Sometimes we see that to get access to the number C104, but this time we decided that this card is probably better on its own.
Yeah. I feel like it is.
Nash Knight is definitely a little bit more premium in this scenario because it can do exactly what we may see here is it can kind of absorb the Mululu, and it gives you a little bit more of a dilemma because then you might have to use that Feymaker that is in the hand as material rather than using it via its effect, which of course would be caught by the K9 Ripper. So there's a lot of back and forth that might start to proceed here. It's going to be very interesting to see how Marco proceeds in order to kind of pull this field apart that Juho has been able to kind of put together.
And yeah, we are going to react right away. Juho activated the
that was Rock of the Vanquisher, yeah.
Absolutely.
And are we immediately going to also use Force Release? There's no way, right? We would just rather want to keep the effect of Ripper, don't we? Oh, he's considering it.
I think so, but we could...
Oh, it's
yeah,
the Nash
that's way better in my opinion. Yeah, I wanted to talk about that. The fact that if you use it right away, there is no way Marco can just get away with it, because even if you chain something, the monster that you will summon will just get absorbed by the Nash Knight. So very well played here from Juho. And now, what can you do? You've used your normal summon. There's not a whole lot that you can do against this, and I think it's gonna be it very soon.
And okay, we are still fusion summoning, or what is this? Did we activate the effect of Malulu maybe as trending one? We did, we did.
So we used priority there for Marco, and I think it was the right decision. Otherwise, Juho would just have taken priority and used the Nash Knight effect. And so we still have the Arsalian here. I mean, you get some resources back, so it's not winning yet.
I mean, this is pretty good, honestly. Look at this.
It's good, yeah. Absolutely.
I think the most important thing with the Nash Knight was to make sure that the Mululu couldn't be used as the fusion material, because the non-target ability would straight away kind of make that Ripper less of a threat, and that's where the Feymaker from the hand could then possibly be chained before it can upgrade itself into the K9 Werewolf.
Totally. Absolutely right on that, and it looked really like Yo was completely pushing this game into his direction on the last turn, but Marco now with a Chain Link 4, I believe here, is just really, really pressuring back and may find his way back into this so important match here on the bubble in round 15 of YCS Bologna.
But I mean, Juho is still in a very good situation, to be honest. The fact that you have access to the field spell for the Vanquish Soul strategy is very good against Draco Tail, because you have the ability to protect the monster from destruction. And on top of that, you still have a lot of interaction. Having access to the forced release is very good, because you can then special summon the werewolf from the extra deck and just get rid of one card in your opponent's hand, which is crucial against Marco's deck, against the Draco Tail strategy, because you want to have access to those monsters in hand to be able to fusion summon.
We're destroying the Ripper, so we don't have to worry about it anymore. Wasn't able to use its effect, now gone. And that means that Forced Release all of a sudden that you were just mentioning also shot off. So I'm not even that sure whether Yo isn't that great of a situation anymore. 2 fresh spell cards for Marco too. He is getting back into this with no mercy.
Yeah, and we've got the Ketu already set up, ready to go. This is going to get a little bit extra premium on top of that because the opponent controls a monster. So we're going to be able to probably work our way into a Gulamel, normal summoning down at the Lucaeus as well. We're going to be able to push so much more, and I think this is going to be interesting. We haven't even seen any kind of additional interactions from Marco. This is just pure Draco Tail as it currently stands, and I think we're going to see their power to try and push through this Vanquish Soul plays. We do know that Juho does have the Azuna in the hand, which is currently active, and now that the K9 Ripper has has left the field of play alongside with its material being the Lupus. That is now in the graveyard, also ready to make an appearance should we need to, and create another Xyz monster that could have targeted protection, which is quite a big and important factor against the Dracotale strategy, considering we've already used the Dracotale pan as well.
Yeah, I believe the Lucaeus Bear actually was special summoned for the effect of Frixel, and the Frixel afterwards actually came back into the hand of Marco as well. Now Rahu Dracotale, fusion summoning with the Urgula too. We are just making sure that we are pushing and pushing into this field. Yes, there's a Lupus, but will that Lupus be enough to protect us here?
And that's very impressive, to be honest. Like, Marco is playing very well to try to navigate through the interruptions of Juho right here. We see the Gulamel being special summoned, and I believe that apart from the Izuna, I didn't see some interactions in Juho's hand.
Yeah, I think we revealed the Raisin and a Lantern. Yeah, possibly the Lantern on this one. But even then, we still have the Vanquish start. Not that it's doing too much right now, so keep that in mind. But
it is there.
Yeah, it's exactly there. It's still floating around. So if there is a Holy Sue in the hand that we still don't know of, that could cause a few more issues.
Ooh, destroys the Force Release, because why not? We can just clear it off. Sets the Sting, sets the Flame, and all of a sudden, the state of the field has completely turned around. It was full of monsters for Yoho just a second ago, and all of a sudden, Marco is the one with 3 set cards and 3 monsters, even more importantly.
And still, we have the K2 Dracotale being activated, and that is actually very impressive. To be honest, I didn't expect Marco to get back in the game that fast and that well. And Juho, I mean, all the interruptions, all the interactions that I talked about a few minutes ago, they are gone right now.
Yeah, and that should be a lesson for everyone watching at home. Like, the modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Is so deep. It is so about the very little plays, and then a whole situation can just turn around. It looked so one-sided for Yoho there, and out of so little, managing the resources perfectly that Marco had there, he is just coming out so strongly here.
Yeah, this is the one other benefit that I quite like about Ketu Dragotale, is it doesn't restrict you as much as Rahu Dragotale, making you directly go into a Dragotale monster. So it does open up the extra deck of Marcos a little bit more. And I think with possible spellcasters and dragons in the graveyard, there could be a very good choice here to allow this field to present itself a little bit more and maybe push to take the advantage in this round 15.
With fusion summoning, what even is left? What do we even want here?
Oh!
Is that Secretarion or Mysterion again?
I think it should be Mysterion.
Yeah, it's Mysterion again.
Yeah, Mysterion is very good into this matchup because you can literally, on resolution of a special summon, banish the monster, and that's very good, of course. I mean...
But what's going on? You don't see Mysterion the Dragon Crown that often, to be honest. And now in 2 featured matches today, we saw him twice. There's Ghost Spell to deny the Lupus anyway. So is this just our ticket for game 1? Okay, Izuna to put up some defense at least here from Yoho's side. But he banishes it right away.
Is there something else?
Marco takes game 1! And the Italian crowd is celebrating him because that was impressive. That was not to be foreseen after his second turn of Yuhu there. And that is bringing him 1 step closer. 1 out of only 2 steps required for a top 8 finish here. So he must be feeling good after this one.
Yeah, it is very impressive, to be honest, because after the first turn, after this Ash Blossom, I thought that it was done deal, to be honest. I thought it was over, especially considering the fact that Joho was able to bring the Reaper on the field, which is so strong, held onto the effect for so long, even not negating the Ghost Bell while he could have done that. And yeah, after that, the field felt literally unbreakable, but that's where we saw the power of Dracotale. The Dracotale strategy was able to literally break everything part by part, single part by single part. And after what was, in my opinion, a very convincing turn, well, Marco takes the game 1.
Yeah,
he did.
That is the absolute beauty of Yu-Gi-Oh! In general. The fact that no mountain is too high to be climbed, no field is too strong to not be broken.
Not even the Rock of the Vanquisher, right?
Exactly that. So it's been absolutely amazing. So both of those players swung it back and forth in their favour. This is what we want to be seeing, especially in this last round, moving into that all-important top 8. We want to be making YCS Bologna just as special as everything else. And these duelists have not disappointed us this entire weekend. And these games we are watching are absolutely amazing for every single viewer to be seeing. Back and forth, back and forth. Do not give up. Full-on determination. This is peak.
Draco Tail is the most represented deck for a reason, right? And we saw it here when you can play it so perfectly. There is a very, very big difference between a decent Draco Tail player and a European top-class, world-class Draco Tail player as Marco is, and he has just proven that because he really squeezed every single bit out of his deck there to make sure that he wins that first game. And I think players are almost ready. Oh man, I want to see more of this, and I'm sure everyone at home wants to see more of this as well. So why don't we see more of it? As players are ready, we go back over to the table for this game number 2. There we have it, last card before the action gets back up and rolling. You do not want to brick here in any capacity, and sometimes that is the problem with Vanquish Soul. So let's see what Yoho's hand has for him here. Okay.
I hope there will not be a Castle Curse, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, the Purulia, we've seen that before, and this is a very good card. It is back into the side deck of a lot of players, and the Purulia is of course very good against the Vanquish Soul and against the Canine strategy, because you will special summon a lot of monsters from the hand. Here we can see that the Jokul is special summoned, and I mean, what can you do to play around this card, playing the Vanquish Soul Canine? You cannot go into the full field, but Holisio is a good way to try to play around it.
I mean, Holisio can just stay in the hand, right? That's the beauty of it. You don't need to summon it in this turn because it is a quick effect. You can just hold it and then summon it out on the opponent's turn, not giving any draws into the Molchami Purulia. So
I think that you can still choose to special summon it and then to special summon from the deck to get a little bit more advantage, get access to your resin, and then on the following turn you still have access to some more resources. It's all a game of balance, you know. Yeah. Do you want to give a draw to your opponents, but knowing that he plays Draco Tail?
That's the thing, and I mean, what can you accomplish? Like, what do you need the 2 turns of searches for? I think whatever you want to search on the first turn can still be searched on the second turn. Therefore, I think it's probably just the correct decision to hold one of those Holisus to then just work with it on the opponent's turn. Forced release is being set here, so that is, once again, it didn't work very well in game 1, but maybe this time around it's going to help him more.
It didn't work at all, indeed.
No. Ooh, normal summon. So that is another draw from Marco. And he's licking his fingers. 2 draws already with that Molchami Purulia.
Yeah, exactly that. I think this is kind of what we saw yesterday with Leo versus Joshua. So you can kind of push into a Fuos or a Purulia, but it looks like Marco is absolutely confident he's got exactly what he needs, because he is going to draw on Lockbird, which will not only stop Juho Green now to push a little bit further for his searches, but will also stop that Purulia, giving Marco even more draws. So it's very good when you see that happening, because you kind of value and know exactly where these interactions are going to be coming from.
And seems like Juho was fine with that as well, because he had the chance to possibly negate, of course, the draw on Lockbird with the Ripper, but he's like, okay, I will accept the fact that that is now the case. And I mean, maybe we have more K9 cards in hand to actually even profit off of the fact that we can now for free summon from the hand once more. But let's look at this. You're looking into his own extra deck. What are the options that we're carefully putting into that before the start of the tournament?
Yeah, I believe that we definitely saw a K9 Lantern, so we could possibly see him going into a Nash Knight would still be very, very important. And as you mentioned in the previous duel, we could see ourselves going into a C104, which could cause a little bit of issue for Marco here. So maybe the draw was a little bit kind of premature, but we're still going to be seeing how this is progressing, trying to see what could be presented. We kind of should know the Vanquish Soul K9 strategy from this point on, and I feel that Holisu being held for the next turn could be a little bit more impactful as well.
And once again, we see that the Reaper has not been used, and I think that is very clever. You know, you want to use the Reaper for a very, very important card, and this card being most of the time the Phimena, which is so crucial in the strategy. So Joho recognized that and decides to stay with this card on the field, not using the effect. And once again, we see the Nash Knight. It stays like that. We keep the Nash Knight on the field, and I think that this is very clever. I mean, this is way better in this matchup against the number C104, because of course, you can literally chain block all your effects.
Yeah, I absolutely love the fact that we're trying to keep loopers under the K9 Ripper as well. You're kind of saving that, and it looks like we're going to see a Nibiru, the Primal Being. This has to be answered here. Are we going to value the targeting? Yeah, that is going to be instantly answered.
Do we have 5 mana after that? That is the question. No 5 mana, but still, Reaper is not here anymore. I mean, it does not have any effect. It is still there for the first release, but, I mean...
Another Purulia.
Which is actually good.
It is good. I was saying that just keeping a possible Holly Sue for the opponent's turn is the way to go. But now you have to deal with the exact same card once more.
Branded Fusion.
What a way to start to try to break the field of Juho. I mean, this field looks very breakable, but with a Branded Fusion, I mean, it looks very good for Marco right now.
What are we going to send here? What are we going to go into? We saw multiple approaches, either going for the Sanctifier Dragon or for just the regular Albion. And which one? Oh yeah, Marco doesn't even know. He knows he has different options, but he's trying to figure out what's the best one here. Of course, Lubalion also being something that is not out of the question.
That's interesting, to be honest. We have not seen a lot of players going to Lubalion right away. But it might be the case here. Marco just trying to think carefully about that. Of course, he doesn't want to make any mistake as he's 1 game away from top 8.
Yeah, exactly that. And I think this could be trying to maximize the potential of Branded Fusion if you did open up the Dracatail Frixel, because Dracatail Frixel is one of the materials that wouldn't be used for a Lubellion naturally. You can still discard it, but it looks like the Frixel is still in the deck, so we're probably going to be going down the Sanctifier route or the Albion route.
It is the Albion. There it is. We're using the effect. Oh, okay, we're not even playing around the Ripper negation here, so maybe Marco trying to bait his opponent here into negating the graveyard effect of his Draco Tail Frixel. Yoho, you want to negate that maybe?
So I think we're going to be looking at more so Nash Knight on this one to absorb the Albion. Could be quite important because then it means the Albion can't be used as any material. It doesn't hit the graveyard for this particular moment in time, so there's not going to be a follow-up that we could be seeing in the brand new Fallen and the Virtuous. But it also still leaves those 2 unknowns, well, one of those being forced released along Juho's spell and trap zones, but also one other unknown that might need to be considered as we try and navigate this field and to repeat what we already saw in game number 1.
And yeah, we're going to set the K2 probably such a strong card going second, of course. And yeah, we can see all the power of Draco Tail right now. I mean, look at that. This is absolutely impressive. And the fact that you have the branded cards as well, you literally have 3 Branded Fusion in your deck. You've got Branded Fusion, you've got K2, you've got Raro. That is impressive.
When are we starting to add Shadow Fusion to the mix, right?
I was thinking about
some more fusions. I mean, in Genesis, you're actually doing that, so it's not that far away. But Marco, not with a Shadow Fusion in his deck. I think his deck is still pretty decent already. I don't think he needs the extra fusions. So let's see what route we're trying to go for here. We have baited out the Nash Knight already, but there is still plenty more to deal with.
Yeah, a couple of different options we could possibly go into here. So I think we're looking at the Secturion Dragon. That could be the one that enters the field of play. Remember that we have Albaz in the graveyard, so bringing back Albaz off of the back of this Secturion Dragon's effect could trigger a chain of events, which would be very, very interesting to see.
Okay. And yeah, of course, but keep in mind that there is the force release, which could deal with the Albion, with the Albaz. Sorry, of course.
Correct. Still a very good way of trying to draw out that force release, which is what we might see here. Exactly that. So well called on that side. But it definitely kind of puts a bit more pressure onto Juho now, because now we're trying to pull out these cards without investing as much into the field itself. We're getting rid of the Ketu Dracatail. So this could be quite interesting if we have another one. But it looks like Mululu.
That works.
So that's very interesting, because this time the K9 Xyz is on the field. And this is very interesting because we are going to get rid of one card in the hand, as well as having knowledge. So we see 2 Nibirus and an Effect Veiler. This is not a lot, to be honest. We are going to get rid of one of them till the end of the turn, and yeah, that is very, very important. That is crucial to be able to resolve, in my opinion, the force release, to be able to use the interactions, the interruptions as good as we can.
This was smooth by Yoho, though. I feel like that is completely shutting down Marco, as that important Keto was destroyed, and there is no other one to follow it up. But We are resolving the Mululu still, and there is our Falion, so maybe I was too quick in judging there, as Marco can still extend his plays, and of course can now also add back those Draco Tail monsters from his graveyard.
Yeah, I think this is actually quite interesting to see, because this is one of the very few Dracotail games you'll see where Feymena hasn't been easily accessed. So it does rely a little bit more on the Frixel. It will rely a little bit more on the Mululu. So it's kind of going to come down to, do we want to be adding back our Dracotail resource, or do we want to try and think about the next possible turn and add a different hand interaction that could be a little bit more effective for us, depending on how far we want this game to kind of go on for.
Yeah, and this game is going back and forth like the first game. That is what is really interesting when you see some Dracotail games.
Are we adding back a Perulia? That can't be right. With that full field there.
I don't think so, to be honest. It must be the Nibiru or something like that, no?
Yeah, okay, the Perulia goes back down there in the graveyard. For a moment, I was like, he put it on top, so I was like, nah.
Wouldn't make a lot of sense, to be honest.
Okay, but here it comes. Also, I think we pointed towards the Rock of the Vanquisher there as well. Has Arbor been used this turn? No, right?
No, I don't believe so. I do think it's also, I think this might be kind of playing on the back of Marco's mind right now, because he's still got the Secturion Dragon, and at the moment, with only Mululu and Frixel in the graveyard, they are the only Dragon and Spellcaster that could possibly be used as a revival option here. So that might have changed why he wouldn't add back the Frixel rather than Nibiru, because I now believe we have 3 Nibirus in hand.
Lupus. So yeah, the Lupus is back on the field, and this is very interesting because we are going to get access to another Xyz 5, and it might just be the Reaper which is so good in this matchup. I think Joho is just considering his options, and he's gonna summon that. I don't think like
it could be Jax as well, maybe?
Jax would be good. I think Valen doesn't make sense, of course, against the Dracotail strategy, unless you want to book the Secretarian, but that's only going to be Valen.
Okay.
So I guess we are going to book the Secretarian, right away, which is going to go face down. So it is still going to be usable by fusion material, but
now in the beginning, preemptively destroyed K2 Dracotail in the hope to get rid of it entirely for the rest of the turn, but Marco found a way to replace it, so this K2 Dracotail will resolve now. And what we have seen throughout the entire tournament so far, when K2 Dracotail resolves, it is doing quite some damage.
Yeah, I suppose this is going to be quite interesting to see exactly what kind of material you want to use from the hand, because remember, we still have Pan. If you want to get Feymena into rotation, you might want to consider that, but it might be a little bit too late to kind of utilize it. The best thing, I think we're going to be eyeing up the Urgula and possibly the Pan, so one of those two might make its way here. I feel that we know all of the monsters on the field. Apart from the Rock of the Vanquisher, everything's kind of been used, so Urgula might be the safest route. Considering that one card along the Spell and Trap Zone is still unknown, could be a massive turning point in this duel right now.
True, absolutely, and Marco is just considering his options. It should actually be the Urgula, I guess.
Oh, it is
it's Feymena.
That's an interesting choice.
And we are going to fuse away the Secretarian, so the Valen doing some work, but still we see the Mysterion. So this is the third time we see him.
That's crazy. I saw like 50 duels of the Dracotail deck, and maybe once I saw the Mysterion being summoned, and now in the second time for this match here already, Marco really making use of that card. So it is justifying its place in the Dracotail extra deck here.
Yeah, Mysterion is the new Arsalion being used in every single game, literally. And it makes a lot of sense in this matchup, to be honest. We are going to special summon finally the Gulamel, and we're going to be able to destroy another card, I guess. Is there a response from Juho?
Chainlink won the Urgula in the graveyard, and if there is no response, that would mean the Gulamel comes after. But hard-drawn trap card. Snow Devil, how many reveals do we have?
3 attributes, maybe?
It wasn't 3, right?
It is 2 for the moment.
It was only 2, yeah. He was done revealing pretty quickly, so I don't think it was 3 at all. 2 would still not be horrible.
And just chaining. So this is very important here, of course, for those who watch currently. We don't want the Gulamel to be able to destroy things on our side of the field, so we decided to chain the trap card so that the Gulamel cannot respond directly to a Dracotail card activation. So yeah, we preserve part of our field, but Marco doing a good job, to be honest. I mean, Juho doesn't have the full field, but still.
I mean, it's a repetition of game one, kind of, right? Like, game one started with Marco, of course, opening up the play, but then Yoho breaking his field entirely and setting up a field afterwards. And this time, we skipped the part of Marco starting up the duel, but Marco again playing into a field of Yoho. You're really, really, really good again.
Yes, this is quite interesting as well. We've only revealed 2 different attributes. One of them was being Holisu, and then another one of those cards. So it kind of shows that there might not be the right attributes you want in the hand to reveal for the Holisu as well, which kind of stumps Juho a little bit. It kind of shows the fragilities or the crack in the Vanquish Soul K9 structure and armor a little bit, because making sure you have the right attributes is massively, massively important. But we're seeing Marco here very well putting together a field that to try and combat exactly this. And it's very nice because it's 4-3 at this exact moment in time on the monsters against each other. And it looks like we're going to be using the Arfulion to try and tackle that Nash Knight.
And that's very interesting because, of course, we are going to enter battle phase and try to just destroy the Nash Knight and every single monster that we can. But we are not going to be able to get rid of the K9 Werewolf, who is pretty strong, actually.
It is, and I mean, that attack, I was just wondering, right? Nash Knight is too big for that attack once more, right? Because the attack points are modified for the Draco Tail monsters on the side of Marco, and therefore the defense points of Nash Knight were not able to be overcome there because it is a healthy 2,700 points of defense. So, as we see there, Nash Knight staying on the field.
It is a very strong Nash Knight, actually.
Yeah,
very solid.
Because you can't forget that there is banished cards, and I think it is 2 of them right now.
True.
Or maybe it's 3, right?
To be honest, I forgot about that.
Yeah. The attack modification is still applying. Oh. We're still discussing. Wait, hold on. How much is the reduction? Nash Knight has 2,700, but then it is... They're still discussing, though. Oh. Or wasn't... Which one was the one reducing it? Wasn't it Aphelion? Okay, so they are discussing it and they are trying to figure out a solution here, but it seems like it is all... Or did he maybe declare a different target there?
So yeah, they are trying to fix that.
It is being destroyed by battle, okay. Ultimately, we have decided that
but
it
not
is
that
the case.
solid.
Yeah. It was very, very solid, but still big enough to be overcome.
Yeah, I think it's actually really important that we probably don't get rid of the Valon as well, because if we get rid of the Valon will take care of one of our trap cards that we have set. What we already know is the Dracotail Horn, which can be very, very important. The other benefit of taking care of that Nash Knight is it puts that Albion into the graveyard for you, which we are seeing resolve here, which allows Marco to resolve and add a Branded Fusion for the follow-up of the next turn, while also getting his Effect Veiler back to the hand, which can be very, very useful should Juho try to use anything to interact with his field during Juho's turn.
And that's very interesting because we still have 2 monsters on the field, and as you just mentioned, also the Valon. The Valon is going to be able to use its effect right away to try to get rid of either the Mysterion or the Gulamel. I think the Mysterion makes a lot of sense since you want to try to special summon some monsters, but we have the Effect Veiler. We knew that one, of course.
Yeah, and we had to give up on the targeting protection by detaching
right away.
Lupus.
Right away, you link them away, and then you are able to use Valon's effect, probably. Oh, so there is a timing where Marco can react.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Horn.
The Horn. That makes a lot of sense, to be honest, because you don't want the Valon to go into the graveyard that easily, because it would just take care of the Horn and force it, and also you would be able to special summon something like an SP Little Knight, which would take care of another card.
Yeah, and as you mentioned previously as well, it's so important that where you have the ability to chain an additional effect, which we've just seen here with Juho to chain the Lupus from the graveyard, it stops the Gulamel becoming the exact next moment to destroy another card. And what we're trying to do here is limit Juho's access to monsters on the field to stop an SP Little Knight.
But hear me out. If the plan was to link up the Werewolf and the Valon anyways, I think from Juho's side, it would have been a smart move to just first action in the main phase, put that Werewolf into defense position. When you plan to link it up anyhow, like it's not about attacking or anything, and then you would have been safe from that Draco Tail Horn there, but Juho wanted to be quick with it, wanted to link it off, but Marco was like, as long as there is an attack position monster, I may as well put it back into the extra deck.
It is actually a very, very good point you got there, but still we have access to Valon and the Madlove, Dr. Madlove on the field. I mean, it's still going to be very hard because Marco is going to be able to just fuse with the 5 mana, and we are going to chain, of course, the Dr. Madlove. We don't want the Gulamel to resolve, basically.
That's true, and I think that means now that we can change the battle position of a monster there with the Dr. Madlov, right? But still, we will be able to resolve that effect of Fimena, of course. So we revealed a Dark Monster, which was just another Dr. Madlov.
So we are going to make probably the Arcalian lose some attack points.
Yeah, the Dr. Madlov revealing the Dark makes sure one of your opponent's monsters lose 500 attack and defense.
Okay, fair.
Yeah.
Oh, but they're okay. We're fusing with the Ash, right? That's interesting to see.
That is a statement.
Indeed, a statement. I mean, maybe if we go into Aphalion, of course, we could quickly recycle it as well. But is there another Aphalion even for him here?
And we try to destroy, of course, the field spell, and that is, of course, very good. I mean, wow.
Oh. What's the discussion here? Okay, we are doing that. We are destroying the Vanquish Sword start with the Gulamel. That finally worked. Yuhu was doing his absolute everything, always chaining something to Draco Tail effects, but this time there was nothing more to chain, so it will be destroyed. But there is Jokul, of course, still waiting in hand.
Yeah.
We knew that since turn 1, and we also revealed the Holisu, so finally time to bring some more level 5 monsters onto the field. Oh, Marco, considering whether he needs to do something right away, but no.
The Jokul will be able to search something, so we can just get access to something like Izuna, which would be able to special summon itself, which is, of course, always good to see, as this is another body on the field to try to use as materials, whether it is Xyz or, of course, the Aspilidon Light. And remember, there's still the Valiant on the field, which can be used, and yeah.
Okay, what are we revealing here? That is now...
So we are taking a monster.
We're taking control this time.
Yeah.
Oh, what do we want? Do we want the Mysterion or do we want the Aphalion? It's your choice, Yuhu, but you have to take something, and there it is. Mysterion goes over to his side. Usually you see the Vanquish Soul Holisu effect to special summon from the deck, but of course this one also nothing to sneeze at, just a casual snatch steal there, taking control of that big fusion monster.
That's pretty good because you can just link it off right away and use it as a material for something like Aspilidon Light, and you get rid by the in the same way from the Gulamel or something like that. I mean, that could be something.
Carefully executing here on Yuhu's side. He doesn't want to make a mistake. He's down a game. Every mistake for him could mean he's out of the tournament. But still, with now below 15 minutes in time, this is getting even more intense, with that time factor now also being something to additionally consider.
And there is a Reaper, of course, very good card, crucial card. We've got the Ash Blossom, and we are going to decide if we negate it or not, but no negation, of course.
Didn't even think about it. He didn't even blink and immediately said, sure, that's fine. Alrighty, I'm keeping the play going because I rather want to have that Ripper effect to negate something such as Nibiru or Fimena. And, okay, that's a Link summon now.
The Saryuja? This Saryuja probably is going to hit the field. Very good card in the Vanquish Soul K9 strategy. Of course, the fact that we have less Vanquish Soul names, but still we can get access to Saryuja thanks to the addition of Noroi, which brings so many bodies on the field and lets you get access to the Vanquish Soul cards as well as some non-engine, which are, of course, very good.
Cards is crazy. Of course, you have to put the majority of them back to the deck, but still filtering for your deck makes it so appealing. On the other hand, Marco, sneakily enough, summoned that Aphalion into the zone that the Saryuja Scaldred is pointing to, so even his monster, his Aphalion, is now a little bit bigger. Okay. Has Yuhu decided? I think he's still trying to figure out what the third card is that he wants to return to the deck. Must have been a lot of good cards that he drew there, so that he doesn't even really know what to give up on.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to start taking the clock into account right now as well. So this is something we might want to be pushing as far as we need to try and kind of clear this game up. We're going to get a reinforcement of the army. This is going to directly get us into our Vanquish Soul Arisen right here. So we are going to be able to push a bit more, but I feel that this is Joho's turn to finish it off.
That's very good, of course, because we have the ability to special summon the Raisin thanks to the Saryuja, and that is why this monster is so good in the Vanquish Soul K9 strategy. You are not only able to cycle through your deck to try to see a lot more cards, to try to dig into it and to get access to this non-engine, but also you are able to special summon the Raisin even if you have already used your normal summon earlier, like in this example, the Dr. Madlove.
Yeah, and that's actually really important because sometimes the struggle with the deck was whether you wanted to normal summon Noroi or whether you wanted to normal summon the Raisin, because both of them are actually insane normal summons.
Why
but
not
that
both?
is just saving that. That is just a solution to that problem, and it's no problem anymore with a classic Link 4 monster. Honestly, whenever a Link 4 monster is summoned, it is usually game deciding, and I feel like this Saruja Skuldrat could also be very well game deciding here in this instance.
And now we found a way to special summon a Jiaolong thanks to Raisin's effect. Of course, we showed Jiaolong and then we're able to...
oh, Nibiru, the primal being,
and of course,
though,
we've got the Reaper.
gotta be negated.
No hesitation. No hesitation this time, of course. You want to negate it 100%. And yeah, we see that Joho is such a great player, always keeping this effect for the right moment, the right timing. And this time it was, once again, crucial.
It was, but still with 11.5 minutes left on the clock, Marco, he's touching his deck. Does he want to take his cards and shuffle them up for a third game? Or, oh no, it doesn't seem like it. They're really still playing this out. Marco's like, you gotta beat me really here in this game if you wanna be the victor.
Yeah, so we're going for the Caesar Valius here. I think this is the one big difference as it currently stands, is that Marco has some of the stronger monsters on the field, so we have to get access to the Caesar Valius in order to have enough to kind of clear one of them off. Another really important thing to do is two monsters enter or go into the graveyard at the same time, we'll be able to recur some of these Dracotal advantages. We already know that Marco has that Branded Fusion as the follow-up if it gets back to his turn, so it's really kind of dictating, do you feel now is the right point to go to game 3, or as you're already one game up, do you feel you have enough resource to hold your own and push through for the final 5,200 damage that Yuho currently has left of his life points?
Yuho carefully, I even want to say possibly too carefully, just deciding here on which card he wants to destroy with the Caesar Valius.
Yeah, so...
Oh no, we switched position.
Yeah, we switched position of the
the
Arcadian, and then we enter battle phase to try to get rid of some of the resources of Marco here. Very interesting way to just play this one out. And as you just mentioned, we are 10 minutes away from deciding who will go into the top 8. There must be so much pressure on their shoulders right now.
It is, and also you can really tell the viewers. There's thousands of people here in the venue in Bologna, and also quite a bit of people now here in the feature match area checking out this match. And still, you could hear someone just slicing a banana in here. I don't know. It's like it's so calm in here because everyone just is looking at this match and can't believe how close it is.
Absolutely, we're all like in a library right now.
Yes.
Everybody catches his breath and we are trying to find whoever will gonna come out on top right here. Remember, Joho, back against the wall. He's 0-1 in this duel, and if he wants to go into the top 8, he's gonna have to win another one after this one, but one game at a time. For now, he is going to have to take care of all the monsters on Marco's field, and it's not an easy task at all.
Yeah, I think this placement of the Arfulion from Marco is actually causing a couple of issues here, because going to that zone that Skuldred is pointing to is giving him the additional benefits, and it's kind of made Yuho kind of forget about those additional benefits that are being provided there. It's made it a lot trickier to push through in that particular battle phase, still giving Marco a very good chance to be taking this on the next turn.
Yeah, and that's what also Marco was reading up on again, because it's not only attack points, but also defense points that you're gaining from Saruja Skuldrat, and therefore it is still sitting there on the field. Marco's life points barely damaged to that turn, still with the lead, but the lead in life points doesn't necessarily mean under the new time rules that he's also just winning that game. They have to finish this game and this match in 8.5 more minutes, and it is the turn of Marco once more here.
And it's all about resources right now. 3 cards in hand. We are going to switch back the Arcadian in the attack position. Do we have what it takes to just get rid of the CZR values, but also the SP Lunar Light? There is the Reaper. Still no effects on the Reaper because we used it during the last turn, but there is the Force Release, which will get activated right now. We know that is very important, of course, because we are able to destroy something on the field, in this case the Arcadian, but also because in Chain of an Effect, you are going to be able to take the information, see the opponent's hand, and remove one card from the hand as well. And with only 2 cards left after that,
he's
it's gonna be
passing
so
over
hard.
though.
Yeah.
Okay, this must be the writing on the wall for this game, and that would lead us to maybe enough time for a game 3. Marco, he's sorting his cards. He's not even picking them up. He does not want to give this one up, but there
Finally,
we have it. We
yep.
have the concession, and we will be seeing a 3rd game with very little time remaining. So let's see how that is going to turn out, because it is going to be hard to finish. I mean, they will, I can already promise you, play super quick, but can they play quick enough even under those circumstances? Because that is very little time to finish that kind of a game.
Yeah, taking it right to the wire, and I think this is the biggest kind of component as well, because when you're starting to look at side decks during these periods, you start to have to take the clock into account. So where you might want to play some cards that would have slowed your opponent down to try and make it a little bit more difficult for them, you kind of need to consider cards that aren't going to be as effective that way, but trying to be a little bit more impactful, so that rather than slowing them down, you're getting them to either pass their turn back to you, and it becomes a little bit more precious if you are going first after this, which we might see from Marco, for the pure fact that you need to then guarantee that your opponent is going to come back to you. Otherwise, the first attack of the game to try and push to get your life points to 0 will fall to Juho.
What kind of a card are you looking at there? What would be a card that you could bring in to just completely stop the opponent and maybe make it happen here quick enough? Is there a perfect example for that?
Well, I feel for Juho himself directly, there is specifically one card against Drakatars that we've already seen in one of our previous feature matches, which can be near enough game ending or turn ending for that one, being the Retaliating Sea.
Okay.
I feel that would definitely be coming in, and I think that's something that's going to be in the back of Marco's mind. We've seen the deck list. We know that there is something that Marco can consider in order to kind of counteract that.
True.
And we're going to be able to see what that goes from there. But in regards to this, Marco and both Juho are going to be well versed in these matchups themselves. They're going to know exactly what they want to go for. It's just going to be that clock that they need to consider.
And I think on the other hand, for Marco going first, something that always ends things quickly is a counter trap. The solemn counter traps, that could be cool. Just solemn judgment on the normal summon or something like that can always end it quickly. But let's not forget, solemn judgment limited nowadays, so will not be accessible as easy. But with so little time remaining and players rushing, let's also rush here and go over into this game 3, which is starting now. Highest of stakes, only one of them possibly to advance into top 8. Who is it going to be? Marco for certain will be the one starting it off here with the normal summon of Ligrius. That's good.
That's good, actually. And as you just said, gentlemen, we need some high-impact cards right now. We don't want our opponent to play too long, of course. We want to stop the things as soon as we can. So do we have something like the Retaliating Sea? That is going to be the question right now.
No response.
No answer from Juho, and that is huge, actually. We could have something like the Retaliating, of course, but we're going to see something, maybe if there is some mulch armies or something like that, because this is almost very
Prosperity. So we are looking at 6 cards here. Interestingly enough, that I think is a card I believe to be in the side deck of Marco. So we were talking about options for going first. Marco just likes to have a more consistent deck when going first, so siding that card in makes total sense. But we're struggling to find 6 cards to banish here. Come on, Marco, every second matters, so you better find those quickly here. What are we giving up on, and what are we revealing? Okay, it is resolving. What do we get? Troll, Malulu. Oh, look at that. Light and Sublimation Dragon there revealed. That's another going first option in the side deck.
Absolutely, very good card to try to play around something like the Retaliating, but of course we've already checked that, and Droll is a very good answer. Of course, this is very good into the K9 and the crucial strategy, trying to limit.
But there's Fulos.
But we have a way to play around that, thanks to the Droll.
Double Fulos! But you said it, we have Droll and Lockbird in our hands, so maybe now a consideration to use it on our own turn to deny additional draws for Juho here.
I mean, I think so. If you don't want your opponent to draw that on your Scion, this is one of the best interactions. Of course, we don't want Marco to get some more resources. And here, Juho, what a hand! We want some high impact cards, and that's some.
Wow, Juho, and cold as ice, right? When you look into his face cam, he just drops those cards like it's nothing. He's ready to win this here, but still time ticking lower. 3.5 minutes now approaching, and Marco still resolving his own cards.
Marco eyeing up the exact cards I would expect here. I expect all 3 of these trap cards set, pass over to Juho. Juho then needs to navigate with pretty much a balanced hand limit right here now. Navigate through all 3 of those trap cards. And Azuna's going to be added even more.
This is huge! This is actually huge!
my.
We're going to get access to another X's5 and it's probably going to be the Reaper as usual as we've seen before. That is actually a very good situation to be in. Does Marco have anything? Nothing on resolution.
You know what would be crazy here? This is a very good Zeus line, but I mean with only 3 minutes remaining, do we want to sacrifice our battle phase like that? A protected Zeus for the Lupus would be huge, but maybe we don't have the time to do that anymore. It would clear up the entire field though, which may make it worth.
We're going to special summon the Reaper, of course, and that's very, very good. Getting access to the Reaper at the start of the turn, and Marco, I mean, wow, he still has the Drown Logbird though, but the Reaper can negate it, so it is pretty difficult for him. And
Okay,
remember,
Reaper
2
effect.
minutes and a half on the clock.
Very, very important here, keeping the K9 Ripper in defense position, because not only do we maintain the targeted protection, but we're going to be stopping the Drown Logbird straight away.
Oh my, a little over 2 minutes. This is really intense. This is
Holly
deserved
Sue.
to be our last round. Holly Sue though.
That is huge! That is huge! He will be able to special summon the Olysio in defense position, and being able to special summon something from the deck would be absolutely amazing there. Marco doesn't have a lot of things to try to prevent that. Of course, we know that there are the 3 trap cards, but which one will be really effective against that?
Okay, Jalong and Joko revealed. They
Oh, that's a good one.
The good old Holly Sue. Marco giving it his all. Oh my, not even 2 minutes remaining. How are you going to do this?
And now we know everything on the side of Marco. We know that there are the 3 trap cards, but no more cards in hand. So Joho, he can just play with full knowledge. Does he have what it takes to try to...
Oh yeah,
Nora is a good one.
Bad.
Ooh, can we normal summon Noroi? There's
Oh, he
not
doesn't
enough
have cards in
Marco's
hand. You're right, you're right. There's no cards in hand. You're
True
totally
that,
correct.
true that. And Joho realizes that. 1 minute and 20 seconds on the clock.
Ooh, that took some
Joko.
precious seconds off the clock as well. That ain't helping at all.
Needs to make the decision what we're bringing down, so it looks like we're going to be trying to bring down the Noroi with the Jockle here. We still know that there is Sting, we know there is Flame, we know that there is Horn as well. Everything needs to go into defense position to try and play around that Horn. This is very, very defensive, but that's not what you want to be with 1 minute left on the clock and ticking down fast.
Absolutely, and I think that Marco at some point will try to just activate something like the Sting to try to get a draw and maybe an interruptions to try to stop Joho from extending.
I mean, let's face it, last round of Swiss, both of them want to go into top 8. It's hard to scoop in those kind of games, right? A double loss doesn't really help both of them.
No.
But also, like, nobody really can tell who's really going to win this one if it goes to full distance. But in 30 seconds, we ain't going to be able to finish this match entirely. I am almost certain.
This is so stressful.
Knight.
Using the Horn or not?
Yeah,
Oh,
probably.
Marco.
You can use that on your own Arsalion, of course, but thinking a lot, Marco, and he doesn't take a decision, but he's fine.
Oh, he takes it over, okay.
Touch in.
Oh, okay, keeps on going.
Anything that goes into a tap position must be hit with this Horn right now. Going with
What will
Lantern.
happen?
Lantern
What
with
will
the
happen?
Jockle, and time is at 0.
There's
Is there much
Sting,
more to be
of
done?
course.
Sting to stop the Lantern.
Maybe we have a little bit of overtime. I think in between we had a slow play warning for Marcos. There is a chance, but there is a couple more moments. But oh, it looks like they have just been told. Look, I think they are debating. They're looking at each other. This does feel like a double loss situation, doesn't it?
Yeah, it looks like we're packing up.
Right, yeah, let's
Oh.
bring it over to the casters here because that match has found the most unfortunate ending that you could imagine, with both of them working so hard to make their way into top 8. Quite possibly both of them will be denied of that. There is a chance. I think there is going to be a couple of X3s making it into top 8. We had that in Lille. Very likely going to have like a number from 1 to 3 players making it into top 8 as well here for this one too. But now with the double loss as well, it doesn't help your tiebreakers. It's going to be awkward.
Yeah, but let's face it, I mean, we could pretty much expect that. They played really fast during the last game, but before that, I mean, that games were so difficult to play, and you have to think about a lot of things. This is some grindy matchup. Every single interaction is very important, is crucial, and you have to think about a lot lot of things. So yeah, it was hard for both players to just go faster than that. And during this last game, they tried their best to play as fast as possible. But as we just mentioned, this matchup is very, very grindy.
Yeah.
But still, maybe there is a chance for them to be in. We will see that in a few minutes because we will have the top 8 players who are qualified. But what a day already.
Yep.
And with yesterday, having those 15 rounds of Swiss, we had so many things, so much knowledge that we had from that. And I cannot wait to enter the top 8.
I have a very interesting piece of knowledge as well. Yoho there with his Vankersol deck, possibly now out after not having the opportunity to win this match. A very prominent Vankersol K9 player in the tournament, though, will be part of top 8 as Joshua Schmidt has won his last round and therefore should be, with an X2 record, locked in for top 8. So everyone at home, I know there's a lot of Joshua Schmidt fans out there. Stay tuned as he is part of our top 8, most likely or almost to be confirmed. But of course, I'm not going to say anything. confirmed, as you never know. Yeah, everything can happen. But he's X2, he won the last round, so should be pretty safe, actually. Well, that's, of course, great to see.
Yep.
This match, the last one, no real winner, but of course still plenty of things happening. Therefore, I'm sure it is still worth to be discussed. And therefore, we have our analyst setting up right now. Marcello will take a deeper look into this match there that we just saw with all those crazy interactions. So many crazy interactions that in the end, actually, we felt sure to even conclude the entire match with both of them sadly getting that double loss there in the end. Still, though, we will be able to reveal that fully, I would say. But I think he needs a couple more moments. And then we
absolutely
can go over.
fine. I mean, it's been beyond a pleasure. 15 rounds of Swiss. My heart was pounding watching that duel. I cannot imagine what those duelists felt like being up on that stage and having everyone watching them. So we're about to find out a bit more of an analyst breakdown with Marcello. So we're going to swing it straight over to him to analyse that amazing duel.
Thank you, Dale, and wow, what a match it was, truly. Two amazing champs. I mean, really among the best and most consistent players that the game has ever seen. I mean, Marco is really an institution in Italy, always up there, always trying his best to make it. And I mean, what more can you say about Joho? Of course, World Championship participant. Of course, maybe not the ending any of us were wishing for, but you never know. We saw that in YCS Lille some X-Freeze made it, and so they were both really good looking at the standings, and there is a chance they're gonna sneak in. So we'll wish best of them good luck, and who knows, maybe we'll even get a rematch later on. But yeah, it truly was a spectacle, and I think it's one of those matches that you can look at and really take as a demonstration on what separates your average duelist from really the top-notch ones. And so I want to just go through some of the key moments. I wish I could show you at least 10 highlights. I have here my notes where I just wrote down so much stuff, but I can only show you guys 5 clips. And so starting for the first one, right away from turn 1, we get an interesting decision here with this Ash Blossom, where Marco started things off and decided to go for the SP line, trying to play around cards such as Infinite Impermanence, Veiler. But unfortunately, you know, Joe was keeping this Ash Blossom for himself, waited for that Rao, and in the end, it paired off even with a Izuna. And I think that was a huge masterclass, because we saw plenty of time, and it would have been nice to ask him the importance of K9 Lupus in the matchup. Usually it's considered a brick, but this is the one matchup where, of course, you want to draw Izuna, but even if you draw the Lupus itself, it's so important because it cannot be outed. You get into the Typhon, and that allows you to go into a Zeus next turn, and he can pretty much out the entire field almost on his own, and that's absolutely incredible, and this was the case here. But if we take a look into it, I think this was truly the game that was the most fascinating to me because, again, we had some amazing action. Joe deciding not to negate the Ghost Bell. He was really, really patient. He knew that the only card that mattered was the 5 mana, and then he was able to come up with this. But look at what Marco was able to dismantle. There was Reaper, Force Released, the full K9 setup with the Rock of the Vanquisher and the Nash Knight. And Marco was the winner of this game. That's absolutely incredible. And he did so with this combination of Artalion that then was able to bounce back his own bell alongside the Caesar values, which was the only K9 on the field. And by doing so, then his pen, since he's not targeting, was able to out the remaining threats. In this case, it was the K9 Reaper, which by themselves made the set Force Release completely useless. And by adding back only one card to his hand, that one card was the Ghost Bell, and that was also checkmate because the Ghost Bell was later used to stop the Lupus. I think this was an amazing and really well thought out plan from the Italian that I think turned around a game that almost no one believed he could win. And I mean, this is just something special. But then we moved on to what he was able to do. Just look at this. If I told you this was the same game, would you truly believe it? I mean, really, really, really well done by the Italian who turned the thing around. And this, as you can see, the last card in hand, the Ghost Bell added, stopped the Lupus, and this was game. So game 1 goes to the Italian. And in fair quick fashion, I gotta say, because there are still 33 minutes on the clock, and so we were not really predicting it to go into time. But then the next game is completely different because there was a rough start with the Purulia, and I think although again Marco played it kind of flawlessly throughout most of the match, when you have so many decisions on your mind, it's tough to stay focused throughout all of them. And I think this drone lock was really one of the few mistakes that might have costed him, because if you see it at the end of the day, Joe was reflecting about using the Ripper, and then he realized, oh wait, this drone lock actually hurts him more than me, because it shuts down this Purulia, and now the K9 that I have in my hand and that I was waiting to use the next turn, I can just use right away here. And so he was able to advance all of his plays, keep extending, and pretty much setting up a field that was impossible to go out from. But then, I mean, just take a look at this ending real quick. It's 1-1. There are unfortunately only 4 minutes on the clock. The start is really good from Marco because he finds a Pot of Prosperity, a card in his side deck for going first, and he gets the draw. But double Fuvalos from Ju. Plus, as you can see here, a very costly Artalion. It seems like Marco is getting into the game, but infinite impermanence to shut him down and completely dismantle the hopes of the Italian. Alongside, later on, we'll see those Fuvalos got him the Izuna. But what can you do? In this spot, Marco is still able to resolve his Dragotails. He set up all 3 trap cards face down, and with only about 3 minutes remaining when he passed the clock, I guess they just don't see a line where the match will be over. So I don't know, really, it was so much emotions. It was an amazing, amazing match. But now, thank you guys a lot because the Swiss rounds are officially over. It has been 2 days, 15 rounds, but finally we are just minutes away from finding out those top 8 duelists. So thank you one more time, but now I think it's only a matter of minutes. Don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss out what's coming. Let's find out who will be the top 8 duelist. Keep watching and we'll be back soon.
Hello everyone, we are back. I'm with Tom here, one of the players that are really rooting for this event, and I'm hoping that he does well. And I want, as the community, I believe, to get to know you better. So, first of all, I would like to know how many years do you play the game?
Hi guys, first of all, very much appreciated that you're rooting for me. I will do my best to maybe win this time and not getting second. How I got into the game?
Yes.
I've been playing this game for, I don't know, probably my entire life. Like, I cannot remember a time where I've not played Yu-Gi-Oh! So like, it started in pre-elementary school, then I did it in normal school, high school, whatever. And yeah, never really stopped playing the game. Like I've played it my entire life pretty much. Step back a little bit, like during A-level and grades and stuff during university. But yeah, I basically my entire life. Yeah.
So I'm guessing that you have a lot of options for my next question. That will be, what is your favorite deck of all time?
Oh, my favorite deck of all time, bro. You're asking crazy questions.
I know, right?
I mean, it's supposed to be a pretty easy one, yeah. But as you saw, like I've been playing this game for so long. I mean, I should probably take Lunalight, guys. Lunalight. Like the deck I got second at World with. I also like Murakumo, the deck that I qualified for World with. But I also had very much success with Kashira cards, and I love Fenrir, I love Arisat. I have to say Lunalight. It's so much fun, it's so diverse, every hand is different. The deck is so incredibly powerful by only one card, so I will go with Lunalight today, yeah.
Did you also play Lunalight back in the day? Or
there was an event, I think YCS London 2022, where I got top 4. Everyone was playing Lunalight August. It was so popular, and I chose not to play it. I chose to do that what I did at Worlds. I chose to bring Infernoid. So another niche deck as Lunalight at Worlds. But I obviously was familiar with the cards. I had the entire card set up in my boxes at home. All I needed to do is like grab the new stuff. So yeah, I did play it back in the day, but like not at like a level like YCS.
I see. So right now, if you have to choose one card, what would be your choice for that?
My favorite card?
Yeah.
Oh, that's probably Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit. Yuki Ozaki, I think is the Japanese name. I don't know, I think it's the Japanese name, like a card. I don't know the Japanese name of a different card, so that maybe tell you why it's my favorite card, but I don't know. I just have it in my head. I don't know why. Honestly, I don't know why. Like, I've never played it that much or whatever, but I just love Ghost Ogre. Yeah. Should be like it, answer, guys. Don't blame me, but.
And how do you feel about this event? And generally speaking, about YCS as an event, meaning that it is one of the most prestigious events right now in the Europe. And how do you feel about attending a YCS? What does it mean for you?
I mean, like, I schedule my entire year around YCSs, so my vacation and stuff, just so I'm always able to pretty much take place and play the event. And since we only have 3 in a year in Europe, I feel like I always want to do my very best to get here and try to compete with the best in Europe and even in the world, because like even people from the US or around the globe are coming to this event if there's like not a event in a different continent on the same date. So I feel like playing a YCS is always what I'm looking forward in, like playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Like I play locals or I prepare on Master Duel or whatever just to end up at a YCS and perform my best Yu-Gi-Oh! So yeah, it's pretty much the goal that you're always aiming to, and then trying to win it, and then growing to European Championship, World Championship, and so on. So like after like national championships, for example, like German nationals or whatever, I feel like YCS is like the bigger thing that you can do in like a normal Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah. And I also like to get to understand and know your opinion on the current meta state, meaning that we have the latest Forbidden Limited list that I think it was very impactful and played a very huge role in the current meta state. And what is your opinion on that?
First of all, Konami, thank you for the ban list. Appreciate that very much. Bro, like, me as a Lunalight, let's say lover, I love Lunalight. The ban list was crazy. Like, it changed up the entire format so heavily that everyone had to adapt. Like, there was no Pari running around. Shout out to Philip for getting second with Pari. There's no Protoss anymore. There are so many unhealthy cards for the game gone.
Statues.
Yeah, statues, barrier, whatever. A lot of cards that hurt Lunalight are gone now. I feel like the format got better, like after YCS flew. But it changed. It is changing so much every 5 minutes. You have to adapt so quickly. That's pretty much going to be a coin toss whether you do well on this event or not, like depending on your matchup that you're playing against. So right now it's pretty hard to make a meta call like in Worlds playing Lunalight, because you never know what you're actually facing. Because there are like 5 decks right now that could win the event. So we've not had that for years, I think. So I'm very hyped to see how I'm going to do it this weekend.
And I mean, I think it is one of those events that you're trying to outsmart your opponent, meaning that you're trying to understand what the side deck patterns will be, if he's going heavy for a Dragotail, for example, if he's going heavy for Mitsu, and trying to adapt your deck list on that. So I definitely believe that it's a very big mind game before submitting your deck list. But I think that you are a master on that, and I truly believe that you are going to adapt very, very, very well to the current meta state. And lastly, I want your opinion about what deck you are going to believe that is going to win the event eventually. If you can share with us a potential deck that you think that is very strong in the current meta state. And spoiler alert, I'm going to ask you a very, very hard question later.
Okay, so I feel like there are a bunch of decks that actually can win the YCS. Like looking at Pittsburgh, Adisha won with Dragotail. Looking back to YCS Lil, like well, obviously some cards gone, but like Mitsuyami is still a very high contender. Pure Mitsu is a contender, Pure Yami is a contender, Lunalight is a contender. So I feel like the FTKs, quote-unquote FTKs being gone, I feel like Lunalight has a very high chance to win this event. Piloted by a very well player. Not like specifically talking about me, but maybe like...
You're thinking about someone?
Biscoto, yeah, shout out to you. It's very well prepared. And,
I was meaning you, to be honest.
No, I'm not thinking about me. Like I would not cheer me up like this, but Mitsuyami is so crazy good, piloted by a really good player as well. So we'll see. I think it's either Lunalight or Mitsuyami. Yeah.
I see. And lastly, I think it is one of the hardest questions I have.
Are you gonna ask me what I'm going to play?
No.
No spoilers.
No spoiler. Not that of a spoiler. I'm going to ask you, what is your favorite Yu-Gi-Oh moment?
My favorite Yu-Gi-Oh moment.
Told you it will be going to be hard.
I feel like my favorite Yu-Gi-Oh moment is probably also my saddest Yu-Gi-Oh moment. Like being on stage at the World Championship is I don't know. So I cannot even describe it. Like it was such a pleasure to be there, being able to play the final in front of the crowd with such a nice team, all the commentators, all the casters, all the nice people. Yeah, probably the finals.
I got chills, just
yeah,
so you know.
Exactly. Like losing the finals, obviously it was pretty hard, but it was so much fun being there with a nice guy like Julian. So, probably my happiest and my saddest moment of all time. Yeah, not even about Yu-Gi-Oh, but my all time. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it is one of those moments that you are thinking about when you were a kid. Imagine if I was in the World Championship and you got to live that moment and that experience.
I mean, it was life-changing for me. Like.
Thank you very much, Tom. I hope the best for you in this YCS, and I'm pretty sure that you are going very, very well. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the interview. See you tomorrow.
Bye, guys. Stay tuned for some more Yu-Gi-Oh content.
So something we like doing here as part of our Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series coverage is we, as the casters, like to throw out our predictions for which deck might win. Now, I don't know how many of us have ever got it right, but it's always worth seeing. So I will begin. I'm going to throw out Branded, purely because we have the Chronicles, the Fallen and the Virtuous all foil edition that's just come out. Maybe some of those new additions might just help swoop it into first place.
I'll go with Malice. Even though that deck has been around for forever, it was first up the Swiss at the World Championship, it still is very, 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 very good. A lot of very competent players here in Europe are relying on the deck, and I think in the current moment, with a lot of people, and probably the most represented deck going to be Draco Tail, it feels like a pretty solid option. We'll see how many people are going to have Artifact Lancer in their side deck, but I can definitely see this deck taking the title this weekend.
I think the deck that's gonna take YCS Bologna is Yami Mitsurugi. I can't quite tell which version. I've seen, a lot playing with 4041, but I'm also quite in love with the 60-card versions, maybe with some Sophocles, maybe with some Nouvelles. Will be interesting to see, but I'm definitely for that combination.
The deck that's going to win YCS Bologna is going to be Van Crystal K9. I really enjoy playing the deck, and I really feel like it's one of those decks that can really be played amongst our best players in the room. I'm really looking forward to see the deck in action.
The deck that is going to win is going to be Draco Tail.
Following from the winning deck at YCS Lille, I feel we could be in for a little bit of a pleasant surprise. So my pick for what is going to win YCS Bologna is going to be Lunar Lights.
I would actually love Cyber Dragon to win it all, but I think Pure Mitsurugi is a more realistic choice.
Welcome back to the coverage of YCS Bologna 2025. I'm here the pleasure of having Antonio Papa, Nash, our Master Duel current world champion.
Bro, I don't even feel it. It's very exciting.
I wanted to ask you first
I've
of
been
all,
waiting for it. Yeah.
how does it feel? Because, usually we see you at YCS not often.
Yeah.
But I wanted to ask you, how does it feel to come back and be here? How's the atmosphere?
I usually go like 2-3 events a year. Also because that's what happens in Europe. I love YCS. I love to attend the place. It's a very warming environment. People are so nice to me. It's all very organized. I love the food here too. It's Bologna. You should come to Bologna if you're looking for good food. Trust me, bro. It's exciting every time, and I cannot wait to go to Japan at the end of the year.
Yeah, because I think you still need to maybe recover, because I had the chance to talk to you on the very day you won, so we spent quite a few hours, I would say, after the event, and it was very nice.
It was a very touching moment.
Because, of course, every single time we see a player on the stage, we don't know all the work that there's behind, so it was a very nice moment, honestly.
It's the achievement of an year. You play this game through every step of your life, and during some of those steps you will have some struggles, and if you keep up the passion, the love for the game, at some point eventually the win is gonna arrive. And it's not only for the game, it's also in life in general.
Yeah. And what I wanted to ask you first of all is how do you deal with the difference between Master Duel and TCG. How do you approach both of them?
I have been, I do prefer personally Master Duel as an online simulator because I am more mentally relaxed and I can visualize better the game state. So like if I have to look at the graveyard multiple times, I can do it without bothering my opponent. I can make sure that every my plays, like I do have my timer and I can spend like even 1 minute on one singular play and then like play fast the rest of the game. So in terms of time management, it's definitely an improvement for me to play Master Duel because I can do those decision making that there are some steps that will take more time that would be penalized in the current TCG, but on Master Duel you can manage the time differently, still like having the 300 seconds. But I have to say that it's like attending a Yu-Gi-Oh event in person, it's like reading a book on paper instead of an app. Like it just feels different.
I like the comparison you just made because yeah, I feel like sometimes we need to remember also where we come from, right? Because we got used to back then just playing real life events, and that's why I also wanted to ask you, how do you play test? What's the difference with your friends, testing partners for Master Duel and both TCG?
I mean, we do usually theorize. There is not a lot like we can do remote duels, right? Remote duels because like we can share our camera. I can play with Americans through the other part of the world. Usually like the people I test with, Cameron Neal, Christian Urena, those are the goats in the game, and like they help me through like the webcam. Like they see me play the game against like other people in the court, and they would tell me, Jonas, like maybe you can do this instead of that, and they can explain every reasoning because Yu-Gi-Oh has a lot of decision making. And like every step has to have a reason behind, even though like it might be the most insignificant one, but there is always a reason behind every play. And having like someone of like the caliber of those plays, analyzing your plays, helping you out in some steps, it can really improve the way you visualize the game.
And talking about YCS Bologna specifically, I want to ask you, how did you prepare for the event? We saw that 2 weeks ago we had the French Open, and then there was YCS Pittsburgh. I really feel like that the meta is quite shaped.
Yeah.
So I want to hear your opinion on what you are expecting, and also what do you feel like you can bring to the event this weekend?
Okay, so coming in Bologna, I have analyzed the meta, and I have seen that there is some trends. Because usually in America they are more combo-based decks, but in Europe we are more for the control variants, more like engine rotations instead of actually just going wombo combo like the Americans. Usually I'm expecting, to be honest, for this event Draco Tail to be the most popular one. Second place I would say Yami Mitsu, only because of the representation in America, but then we would also say that Vanquish Soul will be one of the most popular trends as like the top 3 decks in my opinion, because Vanquish Soul counters very well the Draco Tail that right now is being played. It's a sort of outplay of the outplay, in which people, in order to outplay like the Yami Mitsurugi deck, they are gonna bring more Draco Tail, which are gonna get countered by Vanquish Soul. And then for the 4th deck that performed very well during the French Open with 27 representatives, and like I think they had like the 62% win rate is Malice.
Yeah.
Malice is a very threatening deck right now. The only reason why I did not take in consideration is because I don't believe in dreams, and that deck has a dream to survive for 14 rounds. No breaking, so yeah.
I mean, it's quite a dream.
It's quite a dream, not breaking for 14 rounds. But it's a very solid pick as the 4th deck, so we're gonna see most likely those 4 decks representation. I had 2 choices to take in consideration for this event because I'm a combo player by heart and there is nothing I can do about it. I cannot play Draco Tail personally because it's not the kind of playstyle that suits me the most. And if I learned something from other people that are very experienced at the game, is the fact that you have to play a deck that you enjoy, otherwise you're not gonna perform. And the deck that I choose, the decks that I was gonna choose were like Vanquish Soul K9, that I really love the rotations, the engine, the grind. Like it's a very aggressive, but also a deck that can establish a lot of recovery and can play through quite a lot. and the other deck is a more ignorant wombo combo variant, Yami Mitsurugi, and I decided to go for that because I feel ignorant today.
I think it makes a lot of sense because at the end of the day, I think you mentioned something important, which is you have to play what you feel like.
Yeah.
No matter how important.
I have been feeling Murakumo recently.
Yeah. I feel you, honestly. And no, I mean, as you mentioned, I think the meta game is very shaped. But I also wanted to ask you, because you mentioned Malice, I was about to ask, do you feel like people are gonna play Lancia, or is just if you think like, okay, are people really gonna play Malice, so I'm gonna side in Lancia, or maybe it's gonna be the opposite trend. I'm gonna side in Lancia and then there's gonna be no Malice.
Okay, so you're talking about the outplay of the outplay into the outplay.
Exactly.
Okay, so here is the thing. I have seen quite some deck lists around, and yes, they do have Lancia. They do have Lancia. They are very scared of Malice after the French Open representation. I am expecting it too, like in a minimum percentage. I would say like 2 Malice. You might probably get in, like against 1 or 2 Malice during the 14 rounds. If there are 14 rounds, I don't know yet. But yeah, so I have seen some people, like a lot of Dracotail having the Lancia in the side deck, because the thing is that Malice pushes enough into Dracotail, but Dracotail, like the 5 mana for Dracotail is a huge interruption that can stop the entire Malice turn. While the trap don't really matter in the matchup, the 5 mana is very problematic, and Malice relies mostly on like non-engine in order to beat the 5 mana from the Dracotail player, which are Impulse and stuff like that. So I do believe that, like, if they have enough counter for the 5 mana, like we're talking about Cold by the Grave, we're talking about Impulse, I think Malice can actually perform. I think this format is unfortunately not a board breaker format, even though I do love those board breaker formats in which your opponent can actually play the board. If it's not too broken, you can crack it with board breakers. But unfortunately, during this format, especially because of Yamimitsu, that's kind of unbalancing all those meta decks because they play the Mitsu trap in the main deck, the Mitsu trap in the main deck. They are basically cutting out every Dark Ruler in every main deck, every Droplet in every main deck, because the Mitsu trap counters those board breakers. And the best board breakers right now, like I would mention something like Dark Ruler, Droplet, Metal Tronus, but they are all extremely bad against the Mitsu trap.
Yeah.
So this creates an imbalancing in which you have to play suboptimal end traps and just pray when you go second against like this deck.
So you see more or less the same percentages also with YCS Bologna in terms of representation of Dracotails, Malice. Yeah. And I mean, as a final reminder, I just would like to ask you as a final question, and also as an advice for those of us watching at home. So you are the current Master Duel World Champion.
Yeah.
And I know some of your story because you already shared with me.
Yeah.
But if there's one advice you will give to people at home, or maybe are starting the game lately, they want to play with your friends and everything, what's your advice? What's your pick after the event?
You need to stay with people that have your same passion, because when there are people that strive for the same thing, for the same goal, you can actually achieve the stars. Alone, we are like a pebbles in a box. But like if there are more people,
at least they can.
Yeah, you can actually put weight on it. If
there's also some poetry today. We're being very, depth.
I feel like Confucius.
That's what it generates. Yes.
No, I mean, so basically, like, the more people you can stay with that have the same passion, the better you're gonna get. I know, like, it's quite like, it sounds like a meme, the friendship. But it's really not. It's really not.
Yeah.
It's actually really not, because that's the reason why I'm in the game, and that's the reason why I keep playing events. The friendship of my teammates, the people that test with me, the fact that I can go in every part of the world and be like, "Yo, bro, how you doing?" And I didn't see that guy for 2 years.
Exactly. Yeah.
Like the confidence that like this game gives you in order to travel around the world and meet new people, and like in order to visit new places, it's quite strong. Like it's something that makes me happy.
No, it's definitely real, especially because with friendships, as you mentioned, we are surrounded by people we love, we share passions, and at the end of the day, you really want to achieve something, and it's not only your victory, but it's the victory of everyone.
Yeah.
So thank you for that, and I really wish we can see you more on stream this weekend. So best of luck, and thank you so much for watching. It's been a pleasure to have Nash here with me, but stay tuned because we will be back with more content from YCS Bologna.
Hi everyone and welcome back to the coverage from YCS Bologna 2025. I am quite happy to be here standing with the current reigning Italian national champion, and well, for anyone who doesn't know, he was crowned champion in this same venue, so what a more fitting person to interview. How does it feel to be back after a few months in this same place?
It feels amazing to be here and to compete again, because I was not in Lille, so I'm really excited to play this event.
Yeah, and indeed it's, you know, a new YCS season, of course, new pricing, new rules, so and it's exciting to get to see you. Of course, as you have mentioned, you were not in Lille, but you are now in your, you know, home country trying to defend the title here in Bologna. And well, you did it in quite a convincing way with a deck not everyone had on their radar, which was Memento. Things have changed, of course, in these few months, but we have seen you kept having success, for example, at the WCQ regionals level with Dracotail, which with the newest, you know, Forbidden and Limited list and support, now it's considered one of the best decks. What is your take on this format? What do you expect to be, you know, doing well this weekend?
I think the format is it's fine. It's like a nice format. It has some problem, but every format has a problem, so it doesn't matter. And I think I can see do well deck like Dracotail, but also deck that can counter Dracotail, like Vanquish Soul or Malice, which I think that are strong options.
Yeah, definitely Malice is one deck that for a moment, you know, was not seen, but now it's considered one to be out there. part of it was that also Artifact Lancia was not being played. Now this weekend I would expect it to be back, at least for some duelists. It will be interesting to see, but I want to ask you more of a question on play style, let's say. Some players argue that they don't exist, but in your case, for example, I feel like Memento was a deck where, you know, you set up interruptions in a very different way, and maybe Dracotail, although they're very different decks, it's also not, you know, an all-in auto-win deck. It grinds a lot. Do you find it more appealing to you, these kind of strategies, rather than combo decks, or?
I think I find it more appealing, the combo strategy.
Okay.
The difference is like the Memento deck is better going first and the Dracotail is better going second.
Yeah.
It's like Memento is more explosive, Dracotail is more explosive when it goes second. It's better at playing against interruptions. But I think I like more Memento because it's my art.
I mean, fair enough, absolutely, and it's still a deck that performed well, even at the World Championship, you know, on the Master Duel title, and maybe we'll see it again this weekend. And of course, diversity is the key word. We have seen it already, you know, when we had that huge surprise at YCS Lille from, you know, an Italian also defending and winning a title. But it's gonna be rough because we could expect, you know, possibly 15 rounds, the cut to the top 8. What do you think would be your main suggestion for players on how to do well for such events?
I think the key is to be focused every round. You have to be focused and concentrated because if you are misplaying in like it's really easy to lose because in 50 rounds you have to play really good to be able to make the top 8 because otherwise you will just not make it because you have to make like X1, X2 to make it, so it's really difficult, and losing just some games because you are misplaying or you are not focused is a big deal.
Yeah, and I feel like the main difference also when you play at such a high level, you know, you can be on stream, you can be on high tables, and even just one mistake could be crucial, but something that I've seen in a lot of players, even really good ones, is the mental game and how to cope when you lose. So you can be unlucky, it's a card game, you know, we all know. How do you actually, you know, cope with this, with having issues, maybe getting unlucky? What is your strategy and how do you approach every round going from there?
The approach that I make on every round is that I tend to be confident on every plays. I want to make the best plays possible. I want to think about my plays, make the best plays possible, and if I'm not winning with those plays, then I'm fine with it. Because I'm okay if I played at the best possible way that I can, then I'm fine with it. And you just have to be focused and not let the mind get in your way, because you just don't you just don't care about that.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it's correct also to take one match at a time. Yeah. It might sound redundant, but I think especially with the newer format, it's as important as ever. Maybe in the past you could do some math, some calculation, and be like, okay, maybe I'm in with 2 losses, 1 draw, you know, this kind of stuff. Nowadays, you know, if you already look at that, it's gonna be so long. It's like 15 rounds. It's, you know, 2 lives combined. So
yeah, every match is by itself. You have to reset after every match, I think, to be focused for the next round.
Absolutely, but we wish you best of luck, of course, and hopefully we'll get to see you in action on stream, and who knows, maybe among those top 8 duelists, maybe the luck of, you know, the venue will keep being with you.
Magic venue.
Absolutely. But thank you for being with us, best of luck again, and thank you guys for staying with us. Don't go anywhere, because we'll be back soon with more action here in Bologna. Hi everyone and welcome back to the coverage of YCS Bologna 2025. We thought it would be absolutely worth it to give an interview to a person and a group of people, you know, representing that it's crucial for our events to keep going, and that is one of our vendors, in this case Daniele, representing, you know, the Italian vendor long-lasting Galactus.
Hello guys.
And as we've mentioned, going to a YCS and to such events, as a lot of people you might not always see on camera, but they really are absolutely important for our duelists. So can you explain a little bit of how it, you know, it just works to be as a vendor for, you know, a YCS?
Basically, a YCS is a tournament where you need to compete with cars.
Yeah.
And you need to purchase the cars from booster box or from like vendors.
Yeah.
So we'll be here for you just from the Friday and every day, all the day long, non stop. And if you need any cars, if you need sleeve, if you need playmat, if you need a booster box, if you need anything, basically dice, coin, whatever you want, you can find in our booth. And we are here, we are very prepared. Personally, in Galactus, we have like a group of 4 people just working to prepare the stock, to look through all the deck lists and to update the stock, to update the price and to find the cards that you may need for your side, your main deck, or your last minute changing, or the Friday night changing, the famous one.
I know about that.
You know about that?
Yes, I know. And I mean, we have seen you around for many years, so you have a lot of experience, but essentially what these guys are here for, except for preparation, is if you miss anything, if you forget anything at home, and just remember, you don't need to despair, because you can find everything you need at you know, these different stands, booths around the venue. And so in particular, I want to get also a bit into you know, the job and what you represent. So how do you usually prepare for a YCS event? Is it a lot about the current format? Is it more about, you know, also collecting?
Basically, as I mentioned,
Welcome back to your coverage here at YCS Bologna 2025. Over 2,400 duelists have been taking part in this here tournament. And now we've whittled it down to your top 8 duelists, who I'm very excited to be introducing to you now. So let's waste no time. Your first duelist in the top 8, a regular topper including Bologna and Birmingham, Danilo Siracusa. Your next duelist, a previous Euros topper, Pierre Bugal. Your next duelist, top 32s at Euro last year and won the Italian Open in January, it's Mario Tarantino. Your next duelist, back-to-back Bologna tops, it's Gabriel Roy. Another duelist with back-to-back Bologna tops, Alessandro Bognolo! He's had previous top 8s and a top 16 in Lille. Your next duelist, Ifran Khan! Your first feature match duelist for the top 8 duel. He's top Bologna and Birmingham. It's Giuseppe Mara! And last but certainly not least, he was the 2023 Bologna champion and a previous world champion. Your final top 8 duelist, Joshua Schmidt! Josh, you can come and take your seat now, because we're ready to get in to this top 8 feature match. So gentlemen, I'm going to ask you guys to do a high roll so we can see who is going to be going first. Josh has rolled a 6 there, and Giuseppe, that is a 7. Giuseppe, you going to go first? Giuseppe is going to go first. We're already in the top cut here at YCS Bologna. So gentlemen, take it away as we speed towards our final.
Thank you, Ed, and finally welcome to the top 8 of YCS Bologna 2025. We have been waiting quite a bit since we have to go through 15 rounds of Swiss and the ending was actually completely crazy. Because for anyone who might have missed it, on stream, unfortunately, we witnessed a double loss in the last round. But what that actually meant is that the top 8 duelists are all on an X2 record, and that means that if the duel would have resulted in a different way, 1x2 would have not made it, just because we are so many amazing players, over 2,400 gathering here. And I think we can quickly bring up on the screen for you guys what was the journey here, what is the bracket. Let's take a look at that. Any comments?
I mean, I want to mention the fact that all players are X2, and as you mentioned, Marcello, I think it is one of those scenarios that you really need to believe in yourself and play until the last moment, because you don't know what can happen. However, here in the top 8 bracket, we can see some very, very interesting matchups, and obviously one that we will feature also is Joshua against Giuseppe.
I mean, a lot of interesting matches. We have also Danilo Siracusa now is, one of those that it's also super experienced player, has been on the international stage and premier stops as well, but also Mario Tarantino in Italy. He is performing very, very well. But once again, also Giuseppe Marra being here on stream with Mitsurugi K9s, it was one of the highlights of the day for sure. Playing against Joshua Schmidt in top 8, well, I mean, couldn't have asked for more.
I mean, it was really an amazing lot of players that are remaining, but now I think without further ado, it's time to duel. And just as we were mentioning, 2 K9 decks to start things off.
I mean, we were discussing all day long about how K9 has showcased such an incredible performance during these 2 days of the event. And right now we can experience different approaches. One, Vanquish All K9 against Mitsurugi K9.
Both have been on stream already, and so we know a bit what to expect. And both were victorious in their matches on stream. Actually, no, Joshua, no, never mind. Joshua had that sportsmanship ending, I remember now, but they managed their way to fight through, and both on a 13-2 score.
And I mean, how do you feel about this matchup? Meaning that K9 for both decks is very, very strong, but Vanquishal, I think that has the edge right now, because not only they cannot trigger so easily the K9 and wait for the right moment, for example, to activate a Caesar or a Borgin hand, but also another important fact is that they have the protection for the Mitsurugi, for Murakumo.
That is right, and normal summon Saji is definitely not what you hope to begin with. It's less of a concern in a pure, Mitsurugi deck with the K9s in, but still, here, as we can see, we are going to be using materials from the deck. And I mean, I was also a bit skeptic of Giuseppe's opener when we saw him in the previous rounds. And I think with the Vanquish All, it really matters what you draw, because card quality is insanely different. Whether you open the Ollisu or the one-off Rasen and Stake Your Soul, but especially the ends in which you open Ollisu with the right attributes, that feels like playing a completely different game. And so often it is depending on that, but I think the die roll was also huge, because K9 Vanquish Soul going first is almost impossible to stop.
I mean, even going second, you have the right attributes, you can also start interacting with your opponent. And I think we might see some action right here, because we have activated the effects in the graveyard, so a potential Izuna from Joshua's side can be activated. And also, as you mentioned, Holy Show is always a threat.
I mean, it also feels like that, Vanquish All has been one of the key decks of the weekend for sure. And I mean, we mentioned it quite plenty of times. K9s, I think, are, amongst maybe more than 0.5% of our duelists in the top 8. We will get to see it maybe later when we have the stats, but here it is.
And as we mentioned, Izuna is a threat right now, because, I mean, for 2 days right now we see Izuna just been summoned all time, and it is one of those cards that I think has stolen the spotlight during this YCS.
Izuna is the new Fenrir.
Yeah, the new Phantasme.
Yeah. I mean, you remember like the time when Fenrir was like a master. It really feels like that now. Izuna is the card of the moment. Honestly, every single time touching the field, he creates so many problems. And I mean, we've mentioned it. I think it's very synergic, and it's definitely the deck that can counteract better Dragotail, which the deck I think. Most of our players felt like would have been the most represented deck this weekend, and overall, I really feel like also the consistency in terms of approach, it's very good, you know.
And let's see, of course, now we have to discard the card for Murakumo, and it is case for K9.
And right now, for which Xyz are you considering to summon? I mean, Reaper is one potential, you know, Xyz that can be summoned right now because it can interact very, very well against the Mitsurugi. And also, Nurse Knight, it can be also an option in order to take Murakumo, make it my material, so it cannot be summoned back with the prayers.
And yeah, that would be clutch if you're able to do it, but obviously prayers... it's tricky to play around, but no, it's gonna be a Tiras. That's a blast from the past. I mean, Joshua is probably one of the few duelists who was playing back in the day, but this card was played in wind-ups like back in 2012, and it's essentially a Zeus enabler because it's really tough to get rid of, and it allows you to upgrade easily because it cannot be destroyed by card effects. And so it's really, really good against the Mitsurugi.
Can this mean a potential Zeus? Because we have an Xyz that cannot be destroyed by card effects, so we can enter battle phase. Right now he's untargetable and undestroyable, so we can just enter battle phase and summon Zeus on the main phase 2, and in order to clear the field of our opponent.
Yeah, we got the chance to see Josh on stream yesterday, but you know the card was not summoned, and I think we didn't even notice that it was there, honestly. And I think it makes a lot of sense, especially because it's super powerful, and most of our players may not be super familiar with it. I mean, we were talking about Genesis before in our previous rounds, and this is definitely not Genesis, but it could be, you know, one of those cards, you know, taken from the past for sure that makes the difference.
Oh, wow! But we have our own Izuna here, and that's huge. I mean, as you can see, it really is a splashable card right now. And I think I see an Ash Blossom in the end from Giuseppe, which could have been used on the Izuna. So it must mean he has a backup plan for this. But getting rid, basically now what the Tiras is not destroyable, and you cannot target it.
Yeah.
So it's really, really, really tough to deal.
I feel like also didn't activate Ash there because he was not, you know, like not conscious at all that Tiras was there, to be fair.
Yeah.
You know,
now
like,
we go into a link free. Ooh, and there it is, another card that we have seen plenty of times this weekend as a deck option, and that is the Gorgon of... There it comes.
Would you want to try to tell the name?
Because it's Greek.
Yeah.
Ziloftonia.
Ah, it's quite close, yeah.
Okay, quite close, huh?
Ziloftonia.
Ah, Ziloftonia. Sorry, the accent. The accent gets you. But yeah, here we see what we are used to seeing a lot and plenty of times. But it only...
The activated effects, right?
Yeah, only the activated effects, no? So yeah. Maybe a miscalculation from Giuseppe.
But no, it's not a miscalculation because the motion that it points you cannot attack, so you cannot access Zeus.
Yeah, no, but you can see that now he's asking the effect, so I'm pretty sure he thought it would be destroyed. And no, it says that activated effects are negated, and Tiras is a continuous effect. That it just says this card cannot be destroyed by card effects. And now you see Giuseppe just looking around in confusion.
worst case scenario though, it may be there is an issue with activated effects, since yes, it cannot negate Tiras, but at least he cannot attack in order to access Zeus. Joshua needs to find another Xyz, which is quite possible with K9 obviously, in order to find a way to access his Zeus.
Yeah, and now he's reading his own card. That's something you don't see every day. Having a translation of his own card. Maybe he has I have no idea what's going on right now. I can only assume that could it be that maybe in Italian it has a slightly different text. Sometimes this sort of things happen, but I would be shocked if that was the case. I'm gonna actually try to look it up. So I'm curious now. No, it has the same tag, of course.
I mean,
who knows? Anyways, this is brutal because, as you have mentioned, at least, yeah, it cannot attack.
Yeah, and also we have purification that can deal with Zeus, except no. We need to find a way to have one more material to Zeus, so we need to find a way to destroy one of our cards in order for Zeus to have one more material in order to have 4 at least, and to change his effect again to purification. Otherwise we can deal with Zeus with purification.
Yeah, I mean,
and trade 1 for 1.
For now, the issue is, anyways, that cannot be accessed. So. I mean,
we didn't set with Reaper the D4, so I'm guessing that we have Hard Droid, maybe.
I think that might be the case, and I'm still considering also if the Rush Blossom would have been activated on Joshua Zizuna, maybe this would have been a really super scary feel, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, could totally be that if you think about it, if you don't know Tiras, you can get rid of anything with that Murakumo, and I mean, first time for everything, I guess. And
not the best thing to say on the top 8 match.
Definitely not on the top 8, but again, there is not too much to despair because it's still locked. It still cannot attack. So
I think that we are considering a Vallon, but Tyras has Lupis as a material, so still cannot be targeted.
Yeah. Ooh, and another card from the past, Durandal. Wow,
Durandal. No, but he cannot do it. Yeah,
because it's light.
Yeah,
of course. Yeah, went for Durandal, then realized, of course, the restriction. I mean, the nerves are there. You have played your entire life, I would say, for a shot at something like this, Giuseppe. And you face off against a player like Joshua in top 8 on stream. It's not easy. At least the only thing I would suggest him if I was a coach would be take your time. You don't need to rush because, I mean, probably all tournament long it's difficult to switch because you know that the double loss is there. Top 8 has no time limit. Of course, you still have to play at a reasonable pace, but just take your time, relax, try and at least breathe, and that is it. So what an opener, I mean, from Giuseppe. Really impressive stuff. Shows us how he made it this far. But now it's back to Joshua, who has to come up with a solution for this puzzle.
If we find a way to deal with purification before summoning Zeus, we can just summon Zeus and...
I know, but you cannot attack.
You cannot attack, yeah.
With Tiras?
You cannot.
You can attack with another Xyz, though.
Okay, but you need to make it, and there is Valon, purification. You make it sound as if, vabbè, just make another one.
You cannot commit your purification early.
No, of course, but... Oh, is he gonna try to enter battle phase? That would be devastating if he forgets the other effect of Gorgon, no?
And also you don't need to make X's.
Yeah.
You can just...
I think we enter battle phase and now he realizes, oh wow, Joshua gives away again to his opponent, both feeling the pressure right now, wasting a battle phase. I mean, you can see him smiling a bit. You still enter the battle phase, you can enter it, so...
Yeah, that played a huge role because, yeah.
And yeah, that is it. Oh my. Wow, that's not something you expect to see every day, but I mean, we've mentioned it. Nerves are there. Both players for sure tired after 15 rounds, 2 days of dueling, but I mean, what can you say? Hopefully they just shake this game off because, of course, both just not realizing a couple of effects, and now they are still in it. Nothing is done until it is done, and in Giuseppe's side of the field is 1 game away from a semi-final. On the other end, though, Joshua will be going first, and we have already mentioned it. K9 Vanquish Soul going first has so much potential, so many different layers.
I mean, there's only one card that I can think of that plays a very, very crucial role when Vanquish Soul K9 goes first, and it is Malcharmi Purulia. It is one of those cards that really struggle the deck, and I think it is one of those cards that we have seen in every side deck right now, and it's a very good answer. Otherwise, you need to interact very, very well with your opponent. Otherwise, if he finds a way to raise in and he starts comboing off, you may be in a very tough spot.
Yeah, I mean, now that Josh is going first, honestly, I think his deck is pretty similar, if not the same, for Dinka Buis, because we have seen also Dinka Buis playing the deck, and it may be a card-by-card deck list. But yeah, I mean, essentially, we just side out the Mulcharmies. He has to top it off with the triple talents called by the Grave and the Soul Snow Devil. Whereas on the other side, of course, Giuseppe is all the Mulcharmies, right? So
yeah. While they are siding, we can bring up some really exciting news for you guys. Let's take a look at what the top 8 looks like in terms of deck breakdown. And take a look at the variety of different decks. Dracotail goes from a 20% to only 1 in the top 8. And it is Vanquish Soul K9 and Malice taking the top spot. While, of course, we have 2 variants of Yami and, let's say, 2 variants of Mitsu. And, wow, that's quite interesting, no?
I mean, it shows how wide the format is. Alberto with Zan had a very nice discussion together, talking about how wide right now the meta feels, and it is, and we just experienced that. But I think the best way to see the meta is by going to the game 2 of top 8. So, as we mentioned, Joshua is going first probably, and we can experience if Vanquish Soul K9, it is one of those decks that you really cannot afford going second against it.
Yeah.
And Purulia, we spoke for this card, it is the card that you really want to see, but Ash Blossom has been activated in order to counter it.
What can you do? I'm thinking back.
The only problem with that is that Vanquish Soul really depends on having a fire attribute in the hand, and this may play a very crucial role.
Yeah, but this case, unless there is a drawn lock, even just the Noroi would be so much if Joshua decides to go for it. And I mean, that's so strong to stop Purulia here.
And we're adding Izuna that can be summoned.
We are using Izuna.
Yeah, that can be summoned.
Yeah.
Since Purulia has been activated, despite being negated the effect through Ash Blossom, it was not negating the activation, so it still counts for the summon of Izuna.
Yeah, and that's big. No other response from Giuseppe, so Joshua is free to do whatever he wants. Right now, the only question is, does he also have access to the Vanquish Soul cards, or is this gonna be a pure K9 opener?
I mean, even a pure K9 opener against Mitsurugi is very, very decent. However, obviously, you want to see your Vanquisher in order to have that protection through card effects. And we can see Madlov being activated. So I think Joshua is in a very, very good
this
spot.
is a crazy opener, of course. And I mean, Joshua is going to make the most out of it. Again, one of the few ways are Mulcharmies, but when there is just one Ash to stop it and no other response, we all know how oppressive this strategy can be. And we get the Rasen. Of course, this is not Genesis format. We do have Links, and Rock of the Vanquisher can be used.
I mean, pretty stalling start, honestly, here from Joshua, and it's going to be very tough. We mentioned it a lot of times. Whenever Vanquish Soul starts like this, it's going to be very difficult to stop it, especially now. Here comes the Noroi being summoned onto the field, along with the Jiaolong, and it's going to be very difficult here for Giuseppe, especially to recover from this, because it's going to be a lot of different disruptions from Joshua.
Yeah, this is quite tough for the Italian. Getting another Izuna for next turn. Oh, do we have... Yeah, wow. With double fire, pretty much we are free to extend as much as possible. From the side deck, usually we bring in the Snow Devil. So that's going to be another huge way to deal with our opponent field.
And I think that we added Holy Shoe, right?
I think so.
We didn't catch it, probably.
Well, it has all of them. Yeah,
makes a lot of sense.
Yes.
We have all the different attributes. Yeah.
And double fire in order for us to special summon from the deck. And Borger has been summoned in the field.
Yep, we're gonna have 2 more draws thanks to this Borger. And I mean, we know how strong this deck is when it gets to do this. And it's really tough to stop, because as you can see, even in a universe in which Giuseppe is able to break through everything, you have a full card end.
And we access the end phase, and now we can set Snow Devil, as you mentioned. It is the card that gives the protection from the Murakuma effect to destroy.
Yeah. Let's take a look. This could be a quick one, and it is a quick one indeed. Giuseppe picks up his cards. There might be infinite time for them to play, but you do not need infinite time to realize that game is over, and Giuseppe knows it pretty well. 1-1, we're going to game 3.
I mean, it is one of those matchups that if you compare engine by engine, Mitsurugi K9 are in a very tough spot against Vanquisher K9, because Vanquisher protects their monsters through not only Snow Devil the Trap, but also through the field spell, which is very, very important when you go against the potential threat of Murakumo.
I mean, I think it was a very good miracle for this event. I mean, I feel like in general, of course, it's very good against Dragotail. But we mentioned it a lot of times. I mean, K9s in general, I think, are very, very good. But on the other hand, Vanquish Soul, I think it's, beside the consistency aspect, I really feel like it can really be one of those decks which can really have the answer at the right moment. And yeah, I mean, there was not really much to say. And the Ash on the Buruli essentially closed the game pretty easily, especially because Giuseppe didn't have any other interaction. And then on game 3, once again, Giuseppe will go first. So, I mean, he will maybe switch off some of the Mulcharmies and side them out.
He doesn't have all that much, to be fair, for going first. That's the reality. Like, all I see is maybe impermanence, just to switch out and have something useful instead of the Purulia. But I'm a bit surprised, because the trend recently has been to side at least, instead of those Mulcharmi, some more impactful cards such as Solemns, Anti-Spell Fragrance, and these sort of cards. Giuseppe probably just thinking my combo is good enough. I'm gonna just play more Entraps, which mean, okay, if I go first, I have Impermanence, which is better than a Mulcharmi, but then if I go second, I have even more possible responses.
I mean, against Vanquisher K9, it's not that there is an actual trap card that can deal with them, that can be played in the current meta state, for example, different dimension ground.
Yeah. No, of course not that kind, but I mean, I wouldn't mind a Solemn if you ask me, honestly. Any sort of Solemn Strike, Warning, they can be good. If they don't open the All Issue, then it basically shut down the only Vanquish Soul card they have. so that can be extremely impactful, but that would not be the case. It will be Giuseppe trying his best to repeat what he has done in game 1. Now he knows that Tyrus exists, and now Joshua knows that Gorgon exists. So let's see whether that will make a difference. And regardless, one of these two amazing duelists will clutch the first spot into the semi-finals of YCS Bologna. Who is it going to be? Let's find out. Here they are for one of these two. After 15 rounds, this will be the last end of Yu-Gi-Oh! That they play. And Giuseppe goes first. There is no Mulcharmi right now yet from Joshua. And the first card will be the Abakiri. Is there a Fuvalos? Is there something? Not quite yet for Joshua. But this at least will put those K9 cards active.
I mean, in a Mitsurugi strategy, I think it is one of those decks that establish from the start the ground for Izuna to be activated.
Absolutely, and it seems like we won't be responding. Let's see, Joshua is thinking about this. Does he have the Izuna? Not yet.
So I want to see if Joshua has an Ash Blossom, because there was a debate, I think, between the players if you are going to use Ash Blossom in Saji or you just wait for the effect of the ritual spell in order to deny the access to Murakumo from summoning himself from the deck through the ritual spell.
There it is, second activation, and it's a Futsu. And here comes the boss master of the Mitsurugi deck, that Murakumo.
No responses here from Joshua.
Yeah.
Wow, it's quite unusual to be fair.
We have to wait and see. I mean, even last, in the previous and first game, you wait for that Izuna possibly.
Yes, I mean the the most common hand drops like Ash Blossom, Fugalos, obviously would have been activated already, or even Droll and Lockbird. But Izuna, for example, it is one of those hand traps that you need to use on the right time, so you can let your opponent advance a little bit, and since we want to establish Tyras, we can just wait for the right moment.
Yeah, at the same time, there is possibly an heads-up play I'm thinking about, which is if you have that Izuna and it resolves, if you summon the Tyras in the extra monster zone, no? You cannot really interact with the Gorgon, because it points up, no?
Yeah.
So you wouldn't be able to use it to stop the Tyras.
You can make IP and make the Gorgon the main monster zone.
But you need the zones that they want. It's a bit more complicated, because you need to have something pointing down, and then it could be an interesting way to play this game.
And also the Pot of Prosperity here be activated from Giuseppe just to top it off, and maybe looking for some interaction for Josh next turn. It's just considering how many Kairos to banish.
But at least the good thing is there won't be any really powerful trap card that we can find with this from the side deck. So let's take a look. Non-engine is what we are looking for. Oof, Droll and Lockbird could be huge.
Yeah, the only issue right now is that I think that Giuseppe was looking for those K9 cards, and obviously some non-engine cards like Droll and Lockbird. And right now I can only see one possibility for him. I mean, Droll and Lockbird is there for a reason, and since he has already accessed his Mitsurugi engine, I don't think that any potential Mitsurugi ad would help him advance right now.
No K9s in sight, and that means it's Droll for sure. Is it though?
Would you debate it with permanence? But I think no, right?
I would always take the Droll, honestly, in this. Like, between the two, for sure, I think Droll is just better. I don't know what he's asking Joshua right now. Interesting. Maybe trying to get a read, asking a sneaky question. But yeah, he gets that Droll and Lock. Bird, do we have the K? We normal summon the Droll and Lock. Wow. and that is going to be an IP Mascherena. Do we have the Izuna now, though? That is the big question. Do you think we have a second draw and lock in end?
Or all this was an act?
And it's a pass. No.
Wow.
Entraps for Joshua. But at least it's huge news that there were no K9 either for Giuseppe. This is a much more doable start than what happened in game 1. So this is quite open still.
I think statistically it's quite impossible not to pick like any end traps, honestly. Especially considering the amount of Josh plays, but yeah.
Yeah, but on the other hand, if in his hand he has only engine, it's very important for Vanquish or K9.
And the Jokul plus Jialong already possibly asking to be Murakumo'd away, but what do we have? Is it the Purification? Ooh. Interesting choice to use it here, but I guess
we have a Bestial maybe. Right now it will be a tremendous time to activate it.
Yeah, but anyways, you know, let's see, because I don't even think you use it, no? You just want to revive it afterwards. Yeah. Or do we?
We use it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we can use it anyways because we can link it off, no? So it does resolve, so now we can shuffle back the ritual spell, maybe get a prayers. Yeah, we do access prayers. And then our plan pretty much is we can use this IP to put it back in the graveyard and then use the Futsu to revive it and use the Regeki effect. But what is Joshua going to do about it? The good news is you keep in hand the fire.
Let's see what's coming up next.
Case for K9 is up next. And Giuseppe is debating whether to use the Murakumo. He does.
No response, I think, from Joshua.
Yeah, no response, and so he discards the Jialong we knew about, but now case for K9 will resolve. Let's see what he wants to go for. A lot of great options, and it's the Lantern.
And
there's another draw.
There is another draw, and this draw hurts so much. Draw and Lockbear coming down. Is there ever? No, probably no. I'm thinking no, because anyways, even if you Lantern, you can chain IP, and then when it's resolved, you bring back the Murakumo with Futsu, no? For example, this is what we could do here if we are Giuseppe.
And I mean, this is why also we activated Murakumo before to revive himself, because obviously we gave access to the K9 effects. However, we wanted the ad since we wanted to activate Ron Lockbert later.
This is a huge moment for Giuseppe. Does he react here or does he take things slowly? Because you are not necessarily forced to do it here. It's just convenient, let's say. I mean, if you wait for the summon, you can use the IP there. But, I mean, I think it might just be worth it. And we do go for it. I think it's the correct play.
And we're going to say Dynamondo.
Dynamondo is the choice.
Since SP will not have a valid target, only the potential graveyard target. Otherwise, it is in brackets a waste, since we are going to Murakumo probably in order to clear the field.
Yeah, we could. We are not necessarily forced to go for it though, because now we have the Mondo. So let's take a look. Yeah, I think he's gonna try and wait a little bit here. Because you can always use the other effect of Dynamondo, tributing itself to special summon back the Murakumo, no? And yeah. We add back Ritual. And basically this is saying, okay, even if you use the effect of Lantern, what can you even get? I mean, you already used the case. so we don't really mind.
We are under draw.
Yeah, we're also under draw.
Also.
Yeah, you're right. As if that wasn't enough. Yeah, it's rough. Oof. I mean, yeah, Giuseppe is having a read at it. I guess you might just try and push, but if you push to battle, Futsu is also there. You have two different ways, and yeah, it makes sense. We just push to battle phase to try and get the Dyna out of the way.
And also, that winter battle phase is very important because right now Giuseppe will get another turn, which is very important with all this follow-up in his hand.
Yeah, I mean, it was almost never a matter of can we win this turn. It was a matter of can we establish something. And Giuseppe is debating because, as mentioned, he also has Futsu. He has two ways to revive Murakumo. And I mean, I guess you get punished by a normal summon of a K9, maybe. But is it really a punish? And yeah, Giuseppe plays it safe, plays it slow. Basically, he lets this go through because he still has the Futsu. Let's see if he gets punished.
I think it makes sense being conservative here. Just wait and see what Joshua's up next. Okay, here's the Izuna.
And the Izuna is actually great news because... never mind. The bell is huge. What a game. What a game this is. I was about to say Izuna special summon. There must be a catch behind it because you could have normal summoned it to play around it. But if we special summon, we have the bell, and so now the game is back online for Joshua. Troll and Lock is still out there.
Yeah, I mean, is it? What are you going to access? But right now, we'll have some impacts when your opponent has prayers and ritual spell in his hand.
I mean,
you have to summon something to deal with.
Tiras. Your favorite Tiras friend. Maybe. I mean, Giuseppe panicked a little bit with the Tiras. Maybe he's gonna do it again. I mean, yeah, the thing is, what option does he run in the extra deck? Because it's kind of tight at the moment. We already saw Valon and we saw the Tiras. Does he have... He has Nash Knight package. But, I mean...
Yeah, I think Josh as well is considering which one to go for. Not an easy spot, to be fair.
Not at all. And again, the good news is there is no time because we want to witness every single instance of these two players battling it out, and it makes sense. The Futsu is too much of an issue, and you can see already Giuseppe pointing at it because he's gonna use its effect to revive from the graveyard, because it's not once per turn.
I think Nash Knight was the best option from Joshua since he plays two target for him, so he can activate it again in Giuseppe turn. However, right now I think it's in a very, very tough spot. We still have the Lupus in graveyard though. That can
but alone
doesn't
to
really
access
do much,
at least Typhon.
And there it comes, so we are going to take the Murakumo, I mean, and give it back, no?
Yes, but at least right now Murakumo cannot be summoned through the effect of prayers since he has sent to the graveyard as a material.
And there is a Ghost Bell on Giuseppe's side of things too, to shut down the last monster. One face down card for Joshua, and so many resources available to Giuseppe. What could that face down even be? I think we drew into the last draw, maybe. Is it?
Oh no, it's a K9. Well,
no. Okay, it's the first K9, I think Jokul. And here it comes, Mitsurugi Ritual summoning a Bakiri. We have to be careful with how many reptiles we've used.
I mean, we still have a Habakiri in the main deck.
Yeah. We have been through a lot, but...
And
is he playing two Murakumo?
And you only want to access the mirror right now to ritual back.
He's playing two Murakumo.
One
One only.
Yeah.
Okay.
he can just add right now mirror and go for the game.
And here is also the effect of breath purification.
I don't think that he can do that because it was used as an excise material, right?
I'm gonna bring it up.
Purification special summons from the graveyard, but I think that Murakumo was sent there as an excise material. So if that's the case, I think that. But
I think we are pushing and revealing the players that we knew about. Only 400 life points left for the former YCS Bologna champion. Giuseppe is just keep on activating his own. And that is it, handshake, and Giuseppe is the winner. He upsets the champion. Oh my, what a match we just witnessed. Incredible game one where it was so back and forth and both players really, you could tell the emotions getting to them. I mean, playing through 15 rounds and then playing here on stream on the top 8 is never easy, and you can have all the experience in the world, is always going to be difficult. It showed a little bit, but then they still showed us why their decks are here in the top cut, and this means that probably, I want to say, the most unique deck in the top 8 advances to the semi-finals.
Yes, I mean, we already showcased Giuseppe in the stream before, and we talk about how unique his strategy is. I mean, giving up those impulse for a K9 and Izuna mainly, it is one of those trade-offs that, as we can just experience, has paid off.
I mean, I also really feel like that, you know, his deck is, I think, maybe one of the few ones, if not the only one in the entire room playing Mitsurugi with K9s. And I think we also had the chance to hear directly from him. So congratulations, advancing to top 4. I mean, being on stage against Joshua, it's, you know, it's no joke. And congrats, honestly, what a match that's been.
Yeah, the crazy run. We are familiar with him a little bit, especially at the Opens, where he was very consistent at the Italian Opens. And I mean, sometimes you keep pushing and it gets to eventually be your day. And again, I really think it's nice to see unconventional choice. I want to see gets rewarded. He fought, I mean, he played Mutsurugis in the past, but he recognized the strength of the K9 cards. And he pushed through. Of course, I mean, everyone knows Drone Lockbird is an extremely powerful card, but you have to say he didn't draw even through Prosperity any K9 cards. Sure, he had the draw, but if you add any K9s, I think the game would have been even more over than that. So it's not like he opened absolutely crazy or anything like that. But, I mean, congratulations to both. Congratulations to Joshua, of course, for another incredible run. And this time is just a little bit short, but nothing to laugh at. 13-2 again, it's an incredible feat. And I'm sure we'll be back. But we have more matches coming our way, because now we're officially have our first player confirmed into the semi-final. And we have 2 more matches to crown, who will take home that beautiful trophy and the bragging rights of saying, I won a YCS. So,
and I am a YCS champion and the YCS champion of Bologna 2025.
Yes, yes, you are.
No, not me.
Ecco. Anyways, allora. In the meantime, we'll try to give you guys, of course, updates, but we can expect things to slow down just a little bit more, because as mentioned already, there is no time limit. I gotta say, they played it pretty fast. I mean, especially Game 2, Giuseppe just picked up the cards immediately, but I think he is the man of the hour. He's the one who took down probably the favorite of taking down this top 8, at least in terms of accomplishments, and so we want to hear it from Giuseppe, and I heard already from the crowd, I mean, we are in Italy, that he has a huge support, and he is pretty beloved, you know, by especially the southern community in Italy, as he represents it, and I'm glad they will be cheering through his name and supporting him even more, and we'll see what the interview highlights, and I'm really curious to hear about this deck, because again, I don't think many would expect just this mashup and this pure Mitsurugi, but then you play K9 cards and you don't even go all in on the strategy. And I mean, it looks like one of those pet decks, you know, that you just think you build your own Atom and you're like, could this work? But then having the courage to bring it not to a regional, not to a local, but to a 2400 YCS. I think it's incredible.
I mean, it's one of those scenarios that you want to hear from the actual player and hear why he chose this deck and why he did this meta call. But I think the expert on this one will be Giuseppe, and we want to hear from him.
Welcome back, duelist. I am here with the person to take his next step here to become the YCS Bologna champion, Giuseppe, who piloted Mitsurugi K9. Now, one very important thing we want to take a first look at in this clip here. Now, you are staring down the Trias, which is something a little bit unorthodox. You probably don't always initially go for that, but then you bring out something that is also quite unique in the Gordon or Zilo Lithinia. So how do you feel when you go for this one over something like the SP Litonite? We know the Trias can't be targeted, but you take a little time to read back and forth both of these cards. How impactful has the Gorgon been for you throughout this entire tournament so far?
Okay, so I did a miss in that spot. Unfortunately, I'm wrong because in my language, Gorgon has a different translation. So for this reason, I thought I could do Gorgon to negate the passive effect of Tiras to special summon Murakumo and clean it, the board. Unfortunately, it's not possible because it's not an activated effect. So, but Gorgon has the second effect, so Tiras cannot attack, and so I thought that in that spot it was winnable because he has just 3 cards in his hand. So for this reason, in that specific moment, I was feeling safe, and yeah.
Yeah, exactly that, and I think that's where we're going to really put in a lot of work for you on that one there. So we're going to move straight away into the final game here. So this is your Pot of Prosperity reveals. Now, of all of your choices there, 2 that would really stand out would be Infinite Impermanence and Droll and Lockbird. So you decided to go with the Droll and Lockbird. Talk us through that way, and then the reason of going further from there.
So the other cards were quite good. Droll and Lockbird, it was a normal, and it was just what I was searching. In real, to be honest, I was searching K9 card.
Yeah.
But I missed K9, so I played normal Droll. It was so good. In my end, there was Droll, Lock, and Bell. So I've seen that Joshua didn't use any Charmy or Bestial or Ghost Bell or Nib. Probably he had not anything of this. And Droll and Lock normal summon in that spot, it seems good.
Was everything you missed? Exactly that. So moving on to the last little clip that I want to show you now. You mentioned Ghost Bell. Now Ghost Bell put in a lot of work for both players. First off, Joshua uses Ghost Bell against your Murakumo Revival, but then you decide to use your Ghost Bell of yourself, stopping the Lupus.
Yeah, I choose to do Ghost Bell on Lupus because he could do Typhoon on Lupus, and probably in that spot there was not very good because with Ghost Bell he was he had to play with just 1 card in his hand under Drone and Lockboard. And in my opinion, there was nothing could help to Joshua. And after Bell resolves in my turn, it will become over. In fact, Joshua played Lupus before using his last card. If his last card was playable, probably he was using before.
Yeah, exactly that. So massive congratulations. You're going to be taking a step a lot closer to be crowned the YCS champion of 2025 at Bologna. So I'm going to let you go off, let it breathe out a little bit more. We wish you the best of luck in the rest. So don't you go anywhere at home, as we are going to be bringing you the final 2 duels for YCS Bologna 2025.
Hi everyone and welcome back to the coverage of YCS Bologna 2025. We thought it would be absolutely worth it to give an interview to a person and a group of people, you know, representing that it's crucial for our events to keep going, and that is one of our vendors, in this case Daniele, representing, you know, the Italian vendor long-lasting Galactus.
Hello guys.
And as we've mentioned, going to a YCS and to such events, as a lot of people you might not always see on camera, but they really are absolutely important for our duelists. So can you explain a little bit of how it it just works to be as a vendor for a YCS?
Basically, a YCS is a tournament where you need to compete with cards.
Yeah.
And you need to purchase the cards from booster box or from like vendors.
Yeah.
So we'll be here for you just from the Friday and every day, all the day long, non stop. And if you need any cards, if you need sleeve, if you need playmat, if you need a booster box, if you need anything, basically dice, coin, whatever you want, you can find in our booth. And we are here, we are very prepared. Personally, in Galactus, we have like a group of 4 people just working to prepare the stock, to look through all the deck lists and to update the stock, to update the price and to find the cards that you may need for your side, your main deck, or your last minute changing, or the Friday night changing, the famous one.
I know about that.
You know about that?
Yes, I know. And I mean, we have seen you around for many years, so you have a lot of experience. But essentially what these guys are here for, except for preparation, is if you miss anything, if you forget anything at home, and just remember, you don't need to despair, because you can find everything you need at these different stands, booths around the venue. And so in particular, I want to get also a bit into the job and what you represent. So how do you usually prepare for a YCS event? Is it a lot about the current format? Is it more about also collecting?
Basically, as I mentioned before, we have a group of 4 people that update the stock.
Okay.
So they just look through new deck lists, new archetype, everything, the new release. But also we have some experts that just are here to work for the retro format, like Time Wizard and everything you want to check. Genesis also, we have a new stock for Genesis. And we also have a lot of varieties, like prize card, old ghost cards, whatever you want, you can find for sure in the booth. We are here for you, we are here to showcase you the good card and the special card that you may don't know.
Yeah, even cards you couldn't find maybe in your local shop, Many times, people come here also to find the cards, I would say, in different languages. There are people who prefer, English or like maybe Italian. If we're here. Yeah, absolutely. But the truth is, in 2025, Yu-Gi-Oh! Can be played in a lot of different ways. And we don't only have the main event, we have public events. And so that's also another way, as you've mentioned, of just finding the last pieces you need to compete in those public events. And of course, many might not know, but you have also played the games for multiple years. And so I want you to ask, what is your favorite thing about the role that now you're doing? Maybe still interacting with the community. What do you like about it?
There is a lot of people they know from ages, right? And it's cool that I can be in the opposite part, because they are here for playing, and then oh Daniele, you have like this card I need to play, and I borrow you give me back later. This is the best part, and also meeting a lot of people, and also all the stuff that is working at the event. I know them very well because we met a lot of times. Of course. And this is the best part, connected with people, be in the middle. Because we are literally in the middle of the venue.
Really.
And this is the best part for sure. Meeting a lot of people, get in touch with people that you don't know, and I can see make deals from overseas, and this is the best part of the job for sure.
Yeah, that's great to hear, and yeah, I don't think many walking into this venue can miss, especially your stand with the bright yellow.
Yes,
so, really stands out. But thank you, and really thank you not only for the interview, but thank you for what of you guys do. As I've mentioned, it's not just us casters. We have players most importantly, but judges, vendors, a lot of people behind what goes into this kind of events.
Yes.
And so it's important to showcase also, people like you supporting our duelist and our game. So thank you for being with us, and thank you guys for watching, but don't go anywhere because we'll be back with more action here live in Bologna.
Hello everybody, we are back here at the YCS Bologna and I am joined by Mathieu. Mathieu, a very, very famous player, of course, back-to-back national finalist, French nationals, and winner of the 2022 French National Championship. And on top of that, you were here last year and won the entire event. But today, we are not here for that. You are here to show us a very, very special deck, Mathieu.
Yes, it's one of my favorite decks ever. And it's Gori.
It is Gori, actually, so maybe we can just get on the table and let you show us what it is about.
Yeah, of course. Before all that, do you know where Gori comes from, the word?
Tell us.
Okay, so Gori is written G-H-O-T-I, and it's something with the English language, which is if the G-H in enough is pronounced F, the O in women is pronounced E, and the TI in nation is pronounced Sh, then Gori is just pronounced fish.
And that is absolutely incredible. You told me that a few minutes ago, and I think that, I mean, it is, you know, the little...
a little spice.
Exactly, the little spice in it.
So yeah, it's a very cool deck about fishes that synchro summon in the opponent's turn. So for the main deck, I'll start to show a basic list that is playable and you can have a lot of fun with. So for the tuners, the little one, we've got Spaces, Light of the Gori, Shift Fairy of the Gori, and Zep Ruby of the Gori. So they're all level 2 tuners, and they all synchro summon during the opponent's turn. They work a little bit differently. So those two, if they are banished, they come back in the next standby phase on the field. And if they were summoned this turn, you can, during the opponent's turn, synchro summon a fish as a quick effect. And this one's a little bit different, so it comes back immediately if it's banished during the opponent's turn, and it's synchros on summon. So you want to banish those two during your turn and this one during the opponent's turn. It makes your plays a little less sensitive to Dark Full Onomar and some things like that, because it's not on the field at the beginning of the turn. And those are your main tuners. And the last level 2 Goaty is Kif, Shadow of the Goaty. So this one, it special summons itself when you have a fish on the field, and its nickname is SP Littlefish, because when the opponent special summons a monster, it can banish the opponent's monster and itself and bring back a fish from banished zone. So, and it also comes back in the standby phase if it was banished.
I really like the name SP Littlefish.
Yeah, SP Littlefish. yeah, it's pretty cool. So those are your level 2s. This one is not a tuner, but the other ones are, and yeah, that's pretty much how you play.
So is this like more of an interruption, or is he used as a way to bring back some fish and then to be able to synchro summon?
It's kind of both, because if, for example, you got one of the 2 there banished during your opponent's turn.
Welcome back here live from Bologna. The main event is really shaping up to be going to its final stages with top 4 approaching. But I have someone sitting with me here. Familiar face actually, Johannes. How are you doing here this weekend in Bologna?
I'm doing fine. Woke up today with a headache, but it turned out pretty good.
Yeah, we know you, of course, from the World Championship. You've been playing Luna Light there, and your Luna Light deck actually, in a different form, has proven you some success this weekend here as well. Tell us, what did you do here today?
I won the Genesis Invitational today.
All right, and you did play your beloved Luna Light deck again, didn't you?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
But it's a bit of a funny story for you here as well this weekend, because you came without a ticket for the main event, so you couldn't play the main event, but then you just decide, hey, I'm playing Genesis. But you told me beforehand you actually played a different deck for the qualifier and now a new one for the actual Invitational then, right?
Yeah, on Saturday I played Generator Radiant Typhoon. Was a really cool deck, but I was pretty bad with it, so I switched back to Luna Light. Worked better.
And Luna Light worked a lot better. What decks did you face throughout the tournament run here on Sunday?
At Emancipator, Onomat Rise, Onomat, Psychics in the finals, one Dracotail.
Okay.
Don't really remember the rest right now.
Fair enough, but I mean, you're still saying Luna Light possibly the best deck in the Genesis format?
Against the Onomat it was really rough, because the Light Dragon XYZ monster protects from Liga Dancer destroying, but otherwise it's a really good deck, breaks pretty much every board except for the Ringo Miniat guy, where you can't normal special summon, but otherwise it's very good.
I mean, you playing the Genesis Invitational worked out pretty well for you, because let me tell you, I have something here for you. You, of course, won a Dark and Dragon prize card. One of those old prize cards is now yours. Congratulations, winner of our Invitational here, Johannes Bauer, of course, all the way from Germany here, taking it down after already some big success at the World Championship with his 9th place finish. So, congratulations to you, Johannes. Thank you so much for attending this tournament, and we will definitely see some more of you in the future as well. Maybe see you in Dortmund?
Probably,
of course. All right. So, as I told you, top 4 rapidly approaching, so don't go anywhere. Our main event is continuing just shortly after this.
And it didn't come back yet, you can bring it back with this by interrupting your opponent. So yeah, that's great, yeah. It's kind of multifunction, and it's really cool. Then we have a level 4, that's Ixip, Omen of the Goaty. This one's not always played, you can cut it. It has some uses because it summons itself from the hand when a fish is banished. So it has an application with the field spell that allows you to play bricky hands, but it's not really needed in the combos. It has another effect to get back Goaty traps, but we're not running them, so it's just to unbrick some hands. And then for the best Goaty monsters in the main deck, the level 6s, we've got 6, Moonlight of the Goaty, which is like one of the very broken cards in this deck. So when it's banished, you can banish any fish from your hand, field or grave as cost and special summon it from the banished zone. And when it's normal or special summon, you can search a fish monster, any fish monster, and then you banish a fish from your hand or field. So it allows you to get into rotation every single one of your little tuners. Also, if you banish it during the opponent's turn, you can get him on the field, and then it will search Zep that you banish immediately. When it's banished during the opponent's turn, special summons itself, and then goes for
summon.
exactly a synchro summon. So it's one of the best cards in the deck. I'm only playing 2 there because it's a little bricky to have multiples because it cannot banish another copy of itself to bring itself back. So sometimes it's a little annoying to have too much, but it's one of the cards you want to loop the most. And then the heart and soul of the deck, Snopios, Shade of the Gori, which is a quick effect in the hand. You can banish 2 fishes from your hand and or graveyard and special summon it during the main phase of any player. And when it's banished, you can banish a fish from your graveyard and get it back into your hand. So it's the way you will get into rotation usually the Zep there, so you can do it with Psyx, but the Psyx will usually get banished by Snopios in the first place to have access to another push and other interactions during the opponent's turn. Also, since it's in the hand, you can't really lose it. Your opponent has no easy way to get around it, and you will have your interruptions with it. So yeah, that's for the Gori monsters that are in this deck. And yeah, they're pretty cool. And now we're on to some generic fish supports. So we've got Abyss Shark. It's a level 5. If you only control waters, you special summon it from hand and you search a level 3, 4, 5 fish monsters and you're locked into water afterwards. So
that's not a problem.
Not really. And also it's treated as a level 3 or 4 for a number Xyz monster, which is relevant because we are playing 1. Okay. So this is a level 4 for the Xyz in the extra deck. And for the targets from this guy, we've got Aspiskull, one of the pretty new cards from this year. So this one, if it's banished, it just comes back and it allows you to climb into more plays. And if you normal summon it, you can summon a fish from hand in defense. Not in defense. Yeah, in defense. And it's banished when it leaves the field, so it's a really nice extender that you can search with the Abyss Shark. The other one would be Lifelessly Fish, which is the main normal summon of the deck, because when it's normal summoned, you can send a fish from your deck to the graveyard. The main target would be Sheaf, because it has an effect to banish itself from grave, to boost a fish by 500. The important part there is it banishes itself like alone, so it will come back during the standby phase and you can start synchro climbing. So it's the only card that does something alone in the deck and starts your engine over multiple turns.
So it is more of 2-card combos, or?
Yeah, the deck needs multiple cards to function, but this card can make your play like with 1 card. And the last Abyss Shark target is a one-off. It's Harpooner Fishborg. So that's a fish level 4 tuner, importantly, which means that it can make a Synchro 6 with the Kift, which is not a tuner, or the last fish that I'll show, and the Synchro 6 is the main starter of the deck. Also, it can reveal itself and another water in your hand, discard one, special the other. So when you search it with Abyss Shark, you can get just any fish monster from your hand special summoned, or it if you need it. So that's pretty nice, and that allows you to extend. Last fish monster, 2 white sardines. So you can send 1 white sardines from your deck as cost to the grave to special summon the other from hand. And when it's reborn, it can become a tuner. That's relevant for Coral Anemone in the extra deck, the Marine Cess Link monster. That allows you to have a level 2 that's either a tuner or a non-tuner. And with the Harpooner, that's Synchro 6 also. So you go Sardine special, special Abyss Shark, get the Harpooner, normal summon, Synchro 6.
Makes sense.
So yeah, that's for the fish monsters. And we're on to the spells now. We've got a few. So first, the field spell, the most distant, deepest depth.
What does it do?
Yeah, it's a field spell. If you control a fish synchro monster, it can't be destroyed or banished. That's nice. If it's in the graveyard and you summon a fish monster, you can banish a fish monster you control to get it back to hand. so it's kind of recursive, it's cool. Once per turn, you can banish a fish from your hand or graveyard and search for a Goaty monster. So it's a recursive searcher and a consistency card. Since it banishes as cost, even if it gets interrupted, you can trigger the effect of like Psyx and Aspie School that you banished.
That is cool.
Yeah. Other spell that you might know from the Malice deck, Gold Sarcophagus. Obviously, you want to banish your fishes, you play Gold Sarcophagus. And the last spell...
very powerful.
Yeah. The last spell in Engine is also a card from Alien, like the Aspie School. It's Fish and Beads. It's a normal spell you can only use at the beginning of your main phase 1, and you will banish a card from your hand as cost. And then your opponent has the choice to banish 2 cards from their hands to negate it. If they don't, you're locked into fish, and you either send 2 fish from deck to grave or banish 2 fish from deck. And yeah, and you're locked into fish. It's a really powerful starter, and the opponent has the option to negate it. But the card you banish from your hand as cost can extend your plays, and also if you play against 2 less cards, it's like it baited 2 hand traps, so it's okay.
Totally, and allows you to know what you're going to play against also, because
they
you
decide
get some
to
knowledge,
banish cards,
so
of course, yeah.
That is very, very strong. When you showed me the card just before this video, I mean, I was impressed, to be honest.
Yeah, it's a very nice card. And yeah, that's for the engine cards in the main deck. It's, I think, 30 engine cards. It's a deck that likes to draw engine heavy hands, so it's very nice to have a lot of it.
And then you have some free spots.
Exactly, and since I don't have that much, I need them to be very impactful. So the first one is Dimensional Shifter, which is extremely impactful.
That is very impactful, indeed.
Yeah. So until now, Goaty couldn't really play this card because most of the banish effects needed fishes in the graveyard to be useful. But now the Aspie School, this one, the level 4, comes back alone when it's banished. Doesn't need any more resources, so you can play this and just slow the game down for 1 or 2 turns and then go back to your normal play style. So it's cool. And then for the other hand traps, I've got Walls.
Very impactful as well.
Yeah, and I've got Impulses because it's a water deck. Why not play Impulse?
One of the best cards of the format, of course, and if you can play it, of course you are going to put it in your deck.
Exactly. Last free spots is Super Polymerization. This deck uses it really well because the tuners come back in the standby phase, but sometimes you miss the non-tuner, so then you Super Poly for Dragon or Garura and you get the non-tuner you need. Because yeah, the synchros from the archetype are generic, so that's nice. And yeah, that's it for the main deck. I think I'll go show the extra deck and then some combos.
Yeah, I am eager to simply watching that.
Yeah.
I mean, I want to know what you can do exactly with the deck, and I think that people at home, they want to know that as well.
Okay, so for the synchros, we've got Arian Post, Snake of the Goaty, which is the Synchro 6 that starts pretty much everything. It has 2 really powerful effects. So on Synchro Summon, it can banish any level 6 or lower from your deck fish.
Okay.
So it's like banishes usually Psyx, the one that comes back and searches 1. So you can get a lot of advantage. And when it's used as synchro material, you can banish a fish from your graveyard and search a fish with a level equal or less than the fish you banished.
So this is basically your bread and butter.
Yeah. If you get to this and it's not interrupted, or you can synchro summon with it, you will usually have a decent setup. So that's why the level 4 there, Aspie School, is really cool to go with the tuner level 2. And why you want the Fishborg to be a tuner to combine with Sardine and Kif, because they are level 2 non-tuners, you need to be able to make this with them.
Okay.
We're playing one of these because you don't really need the other one once you summoned it once. And then we've got 2 more Goaty synchros. We've got Ascan, we're playing 2 of. Generic 8. Unsummon targets a fish on my field and a card on the opponent's field. Banish both. When it's banished itself, it can banish a fish from the graveyard to come back once per turn.
Can you banish itself?
Yeah. So that's the thing. You summon him, you banish itself on a card, and then you banish a fish to get it back. Usually you banish the fish that will come back during the standby phase.
Welcome back to your coverage here at YCS Bologna 2025. We're down to our top 4 feature match. Only one of these 2 duelists will make their way into that final, and then we'll see who is going to be crowned our YCS Bologna champion. Now in front of me, I have 2 French duelists, and in the other top 4 feature match, 2 Italian duelists, which means we have a guaranteed final of France versus Italy. Who will win? We'll all find out together. But first, we have to go through this. We have Pierre Bugals and Gabriel Huard, and they're ready to take this on. We have cheers from the French supporting crowd. We have a great energy in the room, and everyone's ready. Joe, we're going to do a high roll. Who would like to roll first? Pierre is going to roll first. That's a 12 for Pierre. Okay, and Gabriel, that is a 3. Pierre, you're going to go first. Pierre is going to go first, so I'm going to hand you guys over to your commentators to take you through this top 4 feature match here at YCS Bologna. Take it away.
Welcome back, duelists, to the penultimate time here at YCS Bologna 2025. As you can see, Jean-Alexis has a massive smile on his face as we are about to see 2 Frenchmen go head-to-head in order to meet that all-coveted final. And we have 2 amazing decks up for offer as well.
Tell us a little bit more about those French players that we're about to see here, Jean-Alexis.
I mean, yeah, those 2 players are, of course, very well known in France. Gabriel, of course, a very, very good player who is used to play the Mali strategy, and he still likes it, to be honest. A very good strategy. We saw that it was on the rise recently and decided to stick to it. And on the other side, Pierre Burgals, which is such an amazing player, was not able to participate in Lille, unfortunately, but he's here to just take a revenge and try to win it all. But what excites me the most is that in the final, it's gonna be for sure France versus Italy. And I mean,
speaking of that, why don't we have a quick look at the bracket, actually, because we know our 2 players here in this match, but on the other end, of course, there we have it. Giuseppe, of course, impressively enough on the main feature last round, defeated Joshua Schmidt. And then on the other hand, I was actually at those top 8 matches. Alessandro pretty quickly got the win in against Ifran and is going to also be repping Italy here at that home crowd YCS. So an all-Italian semi-final, and here in our main feature also an all-France semi-final. And they have brought some interesting decks. One thing that I can already spoil, which is quite interesting, in top 4, the most represented deck is no longer in the room with us. Draco Tail completely out. It will be a new deck that is going to win here this weekend. No Draco Tail after it winning in Pittsburgh. We will have a different deck winning here in Bologna this time around. But now, after all this talk, only 4 players remaining. We will go back into the dueling action. I hope everyone is ready as top 4 starts now. Gabriel Huard was in the World Championship points playoff at the last European Championship. Did not make it to the World Championship, but he's trying again this season. Had a really impressive finish with a 2nd place already at the German Open a couple weeks back, and is now here with another huge finish already in this tournament too. But it will be Pierre taking revenge after not attending YCS Lille, leading us off here for this semi-final.
And this is a very interesting start. Of course, we know that the K9 Vanquished strategy is very, very good going first, and we get access here to the whole issue, which means that we'll get access to both engines if we want to, because of course we will get access to 2 level 5 and therefore to the K9 Reaper. And this is very interesting because Pierre, he used to be very, very good in regionals, but on the international scene was not as good as on the regional. So he has a chance to just get redemption and maybe go to the finals here.
I mean, that's a cool sign for everybody else in the community though, right? When you're having constant success on the regional level, eventually that success is also going to transform to success at the biggest stage, at the European stage, at this YCS here, with him being in the top 4. But there was a dominant impulse on the effect of Holisu. How well can Pierre do after that? Nothing after Gabriel, and the Malice deck will take action here.
Yeah, exactly. They're stopping Pierre right in the tracks. We know that there is an Ash Blossom in Pierre's hand. Maybe this might be enough. We do see a lot of fragilities in the Malice consistency right now, but we're about to see exactly what Gabriel can bring to this semi-final.
And that's very, very important, of course, the fact that Dominus Impulse was actually used and stopped Pierre from special summoning. We set a card. Is it the sign that we bricked, or is it the sign that we are normal summoning a Malice monster? We are going to see that in a few seconds. Of course, you talked about it, Dale. The fact that the Malice strategy sometimes has some difficulties to see some starters, but there is one.
And we do even still have a trap to set in our deck, as the White Rabbit will be activated and is also resolving. And from my personal experience, whenever I'm playing against Malice, they have a normal summon to follow up a set card, and Gabriel does here as well.
Absolutely not the best normal summon though. I mean, usually you prefer to have something like a Dormouse, which is way better, but still you can have full combo over here, especially considering the fact that Pierre does not have a whole lot to interrupt Gabriel. For now, we are going to activate the MTP, so it was not a bait, it was actually the Malice Trap card which was set, and we see, of course, the Ash Blossom used there. I think there was no better way to use it, apart from the effect of Chasing Cat, of course.
Yeah, I mean, this is good here, because with the cards we know for the moment, this would not be combo, as there only is now the GWC, which cannot even be activated now anymore when we go into that Link 1 here, which is probably going to be a Lingo Rebo. Yup, there we go. So we will need further extension, and do we have that? Okay, okay.
This is the sign, in my opinion, of course, to a special summon from deck, because we know that we don't have a whole lot to interrupt, so we might just try to remove the Linguribo and destroy it with the Raisin, which is of course special summon in this column. We are going to be able to access a little bit more engine, of course, in this process, but the most important part is, of course, to just remove the Link one. We don't want the Malice player to get access to the
We're going straight to game 2.
This is enough. Pierre wins the game on the spot with the special summons, and you talked about it, Dale. I mean, sometimes the Malice strategy, it just has some difficulties to stick on the field with the bodies. You want to get access to 3 bodies on the field, to 3 monsters, so that you get access to the Red Ransom and therefore to the field spell, which is of course very, very important. But there, the start was not that great. Starting with the White Rabbit, it gives some advice, and yeah, Pierre recognizes that. He didn't have a whole lot, because the Ash Blossom, let's face it, Ash Blossom plus Holisu is not enough usually to stop the deck, but here it was actually enough to go 1-0. So Pierre going 1-0 in this semi-final, that's a great start for him.
It is, and I think it was also a showcase why this Vanquish Soul deck is so strong, because this is so hard to stop. Yes, they had Ash Blossom on the first turn to stop the Holisu, but guess what? On the second turn it will just try to do the same thing again, so you will need a second Ash Blossom, or it's just going to do what it was originally intending to do, and Pierre made good use of that, winning this first game impressively enough. But actually, the Malice deck, it's still in there. It's my pick to win the whole thing. Of course, that wasn't the best first game here for Gabriel, but still, of course, in this.
I mean, yeah, the fact that the Malice strategy is not that good going second, to be honest, let's face it. If you don't draw that many hand interactions, it's a bit difficult against the Vanquish Soul K9 strategy. Now, he's going to be able to go first, and going first, we know that this is very, very scary. Of course, the Vanquish Soul K9 has some abilities to play with the Odyssey, of course, but also the access to Izuna, which is so good because it allows you to remove some bodies which are crucial to this strategy.
Yeah, exactly that. And I think the side day is going to be incredibly important on this one. As you've already said, you want to try and take as much advantage as you possibly can. But what you need to take into account is when you're coming to an event like this, we already know that the highest represented deck will be Dracutel. Most players will be prepared for that. Malice being one of those decks that has started to slowly come back into popularity. kind of makes a lot of duelists start to think, double check their side deck and everything else in between. And we're about to go straight over to the table to see exactly what these players have brought in and see if we're going to be going into either the game number 3 or if we're going to be able to move on to the final from game number 2. So let's get straight over to the table.
Already quite the tournament run, but now when you are so close to the trophy, you of course do not want to stop the winning. So Gabriel now will have to make it in 2 games in a row. Can he make that happen? We shall see.
Yeah, it might be this decisive game to enter the final. Will Gabriel have what it takes to try to get back in this duel and equalize 1-1. This is a good start, to be honest. A way better start. Having access to the Chessy Cat is very good because...
Wasting no time!
We can do City Holies here. We talked about it and the ability to just remove the body, taking control of the Chessy Cat.
And is there as well. So we can possibly even get that one going later on in the turn. That Chessy Cat is mine! Sets a card here on Gabriel's end. Is this maybe the end of his tournament run? Quite possibly is, as he's passing it over to Pierre. Yeah, you can have the Chessy Cat back, but it's my turn now.
That is absolutely insane. The fact that you don't destroy and therefore you don't have access to the resource in the graveyard. You cannot activate something like a Bestial to try to get the body on the field. And now we activate the Inscription. We've seen that before during the tournament. So strong over the past formats. And look at Gabriel's face. It doesn't look very good for him. We are going to special summon from the deck thanks to the Odyssey and get access to more resources. Gabriel's laughing, but I'm not sure that he's very happy about this one.
That one's actually interesting though, siding in Gravekeeper's Inscription going second. I feel like that card surely is a staple going first against a lot of matchups, but siding it in going second against Malice seems to be quite valuable as well. So Pierre, even though the Draco Tail deck was the most represented, definitely had an idea to go into Malice as well.
Yeah, exactly. That Gravekeeper Inscription, putting a lot of work in, being able to choose one of the 3 effects as well to give you a bit more versatility depending on the matchup that you're in. So when you are against Malice, it kind of does allow you to counteract the Bestials in some way, but also allows you to deal with that White Binder. And we're going to be seeing a Droll and Lockbird in response to the search from Pierre.
Yeah, the Droll and Lockbird, of course, very good against the Mitsurugi variants, but also against the Vanquish Soul K9. It will prevent Pierre from adding more resources from its deck to the end, and we know that Vanquish Soul likes to do that.
Destroys the Chessy Cat now because it is of course in the same column as Bad Razin, but how much more can we do here under Droll and Lockbird? Usually this deck can still put a lot of monsters onto the field, so will it be enough to make a full 8,000 points of damage? Or maybe not even 8,000, because against Malice, when you bring him down to like 70, like when you do 7,000 points of damage, that can already be a really awkward situation as they cannot pay that many life points anymore. Oh, Borger is also of course there. That's so much possible damage here.
Yeah, absolutely. The fact that the Warrior can literally remove a lot of life points from Gabriel is of course huge. We are going to enter battle phase and inflict a lot of damages, and as you just said, Basti, I mean, you have to pay some life points to be able to activate the Malice effects, and I think that under the Inscription and on top of that, with so little life points, it might just be it. Pierre might just be able to enter the final.
Wants to destroy a card now as well. That is going to go through. Which one are we going after? Gabriel, that card did not allow him to play, and it is an Infinite Impermanence, which we did not even want to chain. Of course, it wasn't really worth using it on any of the Vanquish Soul monsters, as we knew about the Borger in the hand. Now the burn effect comes through as well. Gabriel, that's the handshake!
Pierre wins the semi-final 2-0 in a very convincing way, and will bring the Vanquish Soul K9 strategy in the final. It will be him representing France, trying to win it all. That's absolutely insane. What a semi-final it was. And I'm a little bit, sad for Gabriel because he couldn't show a whole lot. We didn't get to see a single Malice Link during the semi-final.
That's true.
That is so horrible for him.
It is quite tough, but I think with all the World Championship qualifying points that he's earning here from this top 4 finish, it will be all right for him, as he is bringing him in an even better position to possibly go get into that playoff again here at the end of the season at the next European Championship. So definitely something to not be too mad about. And as that was over so quickly, of course, we have the backup feature match. And in that case, that means that is our second top 4 match. So why don't we see it? We know it's an all-Italian affair. So let's go over to that backup feature now. So what do we have here? Look, we have the full match already finished on the one side, and here they are still in game 1 between Alessandro and Giuseppe. Mitsurugi K9 versus Sky Striker Yami. And as we know, that is the pure version pretty much of the Yami deck, which is interesting because that means even though in representation Mitsurugi Yami has clearly taken over the pure version of the deck, when it comes to ultimate success, the pure version goes a little further here in the hands of Alessandro.
Yeah, exactly that. And I think one of the big things that does let them get a little step a bit further is the accessibility of the Dominus Purge. It's just such an incredibly good hand interaction that could be utilized to its max potential in Yummy. It does open up more space as well for a little bit non-engine to give you a bit more interaction in sacrifice of a little bit less aggression. And we're seeing it holding its own right now against Giuseppe with his K9 strategy. Not seeing any Mitsurugis from his side of the field right now in rotation as of yet, but we are about to move over to Giuseppe to draw the turn.
Maybe a little Habakiri off the top, that could definitely help. But we will see going into the graveyard. Also, of course, as most of you viewers have probably realized already, there is no clock running here during the semi-finals, as from top 8 onwards, of course, we have no more time limits for any of our matches. So this could basically still go on for, I don't know, another 2 hours or something. Are you ready, guys, to have that kind of a match here? I'm sure we all do, as that would mean we get plenty of high-pressure dueling action.
Yeah, and that's pretty cool. The fact that we have access to both semifinals is very, very good.
For sure.
I really enjoy it.
Yeah, exactly that. So just like every single one of you at home, we are locked into our seats. We are about to see who will be joining Pierre in the final of YCS Bologna 2025. And it's going to be either Giuseppe or Alessandro.
Giuseppe going for his deck here. No response to the K9 Ripper. Already has one card picked out there. And I think we're trying to go after Noroi, but maybe changing plans here. Noroi is still at the top of his deck, but it rather looks like Jokwil. Okay, that decision is made very carefully here, going back and forth between the options, and Jokwil in the end is the one we like the best.
Yeah, exactly that. I think we've already seen it in the past. One thing you really need to remember about the K9 strategies, even though they have that amazing ability to be able to be normal summoned, there is a caveat to that. Your opponent must have 2 cards or more in their hand, and if they don't have that, you might instantly be drawn to a card that you kind of miss that factor that they may not have, quite like Alessandro right now. 0 cards in the hand.
But all those set cards, and I'm sure they will be impactful. Interestingly enough, the Dominus Purge though is banished right now, so I'm not sure whether there is another trap card in the graveyard, which could of course be relevant when it comes to a second Dominus Purge possibly coming into the occasion.
I've got the feeling that we are going to enter battle phase here and try to attack with the Reaper.
I mean, then a Gaia Charger would be cool, right? Gaia Charger into Zeus, but I think those days are over. Back in the day, you did do that. I remember me in my Virtual World deck, for example, I always had that in to have a material morph of a Zeus, but not going to happen here. I mean, that's smart, because before the Synchro monster can even activate its effect, just attacking over it is nice.
It is actually pretty nice, and that is one of the weaknesses of the Yumi cards. In the Yumi strategy, is that you can literally, if you don't activate anything, they cannot return to the extra deck and special summon 2 other monsters. And yeah, I would like to put an emphasis on the fact that Giuseppe has been very creative with his Mitsurugi K9 deck. Sure. I've talked with a few people who helped him build the deck. And the idea behind that is that the K9 cards are, of course, very, very strong into the Dracotail matchup. and very strong in general, because you know the pure Yumi strategy is not really on the rise recently.
That's
even
true.
if here we see it in top 4, and therefore the K9 cards have a lot more applications, so you can use them against a more a larger variety of matchups.
And I feel like even against Yami, you do actually have your Mitsurugi cards, right? Because historically, Murakumo just taking away all of those all of those Yami monsters, that matchup always was kind of favored towards the Mitsurugi decks. So I feel like we're okay with that. Has been a while that I saw the Nightmare Phoenix coming down here from Giuseppe's side, discarding one card to destroy one of those many spell traps. Gives up on a Ghost Spell in Haunted Mansion. That's a commitment into his Phoenix.
Absolutely, because the Ghost Spell is very good in that matchup. Of course, you want to prevent your opponent from special summoning back those monsters from the graveyard. So, I mean, what are the two other cards?
Well, I guess we're about to find out, because Giuseppe just left that decision to a dice roll.
We all know it, right?
That is the roll of destiny right there. We know that there is a Jokul in the hand, we believe, so this is going to be very, very interesting. Will the dice be on his favour, or will it mislead him a little bit? The fact that Alessandro is thinking about it means it is actually quite an effective choice off of the back of that Nightmare Phoenix.
We've all been there before, right?
Yes.
Just rolling the dice, deciding which card we want to destroy, because we can't make the decision ourselves. But Alessandro will chain the Yami surprise. So I'm not too sure whether that actually was a good hit then for the Nightmare Phoenix, because now we just have the Synchro that we previously dealt with in the battle phase back on the field.
Yeah, absolutely. And Giuseppe didn't look very satisfied with that, to be honest. I mean,
is that a Typhon?
I think so, yeah.
When a Link monster is moving zones, that can only mean that it is becoming an Exceed monster. And there is, of course, the Slayer, the big Typhon. And that usually, and also in that case, will mark the end of this turn for Giuseppe. So maybe besides the Jokul, there is no other level 5 monster anymore, which we can summon out possibly.
Yep.
That is rough.
It does make you think that discard of the Ghost Spell, you don't want it to kind of come back and haunt you, I would say, in the next kind of game. But we'll be able to see this could be exactly like we saw Giuseppe in the previous round, where we ended up having access to 2 Draw Unlock Birds. There could be a second Ghost Spell, but then it could also be trying a way to mislead Alessandro a little bit here as well, so that he doesn't kind of get too comfortable with the position we are currently in.
Okay, Alessandro now thinking, probably happy that that was the choice there, that we see the Typhon on the field.
Yeah, and this is what I absolutely love. We've already previously mentioned this as well, but the fact that all of these decks kind of have their weaknesses and strengths against each other, it's just an amazing round circle of everything you need, because the Yummies have great synergies and great plays against the K9 strategy, because they try not to, where at all possible, activate card effects in the hand and the graveyard. So if you are a little bit cautious when you're trying to approach the strategy and you're already aware that your opponent is playing K9 cards, as we saw with Giuseppe going through his graveyard a moment ago, we didn't really see any Mitsurugis there, so we've probably only seen K9 pieces as it stands, and that gives Alessandro a lot to go for and how to be very defensive, especially with a field already built here.
For sure is, and Alessandro now thinking whether he wants to do anything else in the end phase, or have we passed the turn? Is it the turn of Alessandro already? Because he is carefully considering whether to activate something right here, right now.
Yeah, and I don't know if the Typhoon is going to do a whole lot, to be honest. I mean, this is kind of a desperate move to special summon this one.
Surely.
And yeah, we know that the Mitsurugi cards are very good, of course, indeed, in the Yumi strategy, as you just said before. And I've got a feeling that when you don't see those cards, the K9, I mean, they are not that good, to be honest.
Yeah, unfortunately that when you navigate around them so much, and you've probably navigated, if you're Alessandro, you've probably navigated quite a few K9 matchups in the past, or even just today or over the general weekend. We are just trying to find our way to get past this Typhoon. I can't imagine it's going to be that much of a sticking point as we try to push a little bit further forward, but we're going to be seeing if Giuseppe has any interactions left with those 2 cards in hand. One of them we believe is going to be the Jokul, and maybe that unknown set card could be the ace in the hole.
And I think that we are going to enter battle phase real soon.
Battle phase, indeed. They're so big due to the field spell boost. So with an empty field after the attack over that Typhon, that is definitely more than 8,000, and for sure also more than 7,500. So game 1 goes to Alessandro Bognolo here in this matchup between him and Giuseppe. And I mean, Alessandro, he he doesn't want to lose since top 8 started, because I saw him. He very quickly won his top 8 match as well against Melis with a swift 2-0. So maybe since Top Card started, he has decided, no more losing. We lost twice in Swiss. Let's stop with that and let's just take it all down now.
Yeah, what a time to decide to do that.
Right?
Get to the top 8, then now I'll decide. You know, we were taking it a little bit lightly as we go through. But no, this is going to be amazing. Giuseppe is no stranger to pressure. He just defeated Joshua Schmidt in the previous round as well. On the main stage, he's now on the backup feature match. We're going to be able to see which one of these duelists is going to be able to kind of make their way to the final. This is probably going to be the second most pressure you're going to feel of the entire weekend, and in some duelists' chances their entire lives. But this is what you work to get to. This is the position you want to be in. Yes. If you are not entering events like this, you're not going to have the chance to do it, and both of these duelists are more than capable of taking it all the way.
They are. They have had previous success. They have been YCS toppers. They are in the Italian community also just very successful, topping and winning regionals there left and right, and now maybe their moment to shine, because so deep into a tournament, none of them has ever been. Top 4 is their biggest success so far, and for one of them, that journey will even continue into the finals and into a possible title. We will have actually a first-time YCS champion here this weekend, right? We had options for multiple times champions, not still in top 8, as Joshua Schmidt, of course, could have added a title to the list, but now we can proudly say that there will be a new name with that add-on of being a YCS champion.
Absolutely, and in this matchup it's going to be very interesting, because of course we saw that there are 2 parts in this deck. The Mitsurugi K9 strategy. The K9 strategy was not there for the Yomi, but
true.
Still you have to face the Yomi, but you still have the Murakumo, which is of course amazing to deal with all those bodies. So I think that the game will revolve around the ability to draw those Mitsurugi cards and to resolve the effects, because of course it's not going to be that easy. There are some cards like the Dominus Purge, which is of course very good and does not trigger the K9 cards. So yeah, it's going to be very tricky.
Yeah, and I mean, we have seen so many hybrid versions where Mitsurugi was paired with something else. We saw the Yami deck, where there was a bridge in both directions. Of course, the Mitsurugi Yami deck, Mitsurugi Raziel deck as well, which had bridges as well. So it's actually, I'm quite curious that this version now, the K9 Mitsurugi deck, where there is no real bridge between the two things, you just have to draw them together, is the one that is successful in the end here, that made it into top 4. I guess when you just draw them together, it's also kind of fine, kind of nice, right?
If you decide so, right?
Yeah.
Let's see what he decides here.
Exactly that. Fully exciting. There's definitely a card in Alessandro's side deck that I am eyeing up right now that we saw in the previous feature match. I'm not sure how well you could best implicate it, but it will kind of mean that some of the interactions that will come from your opponent using the K9 strategy will be a lot more minimized. But then a real big question that you need to kind of consider if you're in Alessandro's position is you already know how to naturally counter the K9 strategy themselves. Yeah. So you don't need to worry so much about making sure that Lupus is live or making sure that Azuna is live. You actually need to now start to worry about the ritual side of this one being the Murakumo and, of course, the Mitsurugis. So we're going to see how these duelists are going to navigate, because for one of them, we're going to be stepping into the final very, very shortly. So let's head over to the table and see which of our duelists it will be.
And there we go. How many interruptions can Alessandro accumulate in his hand? And does Giuseppe even have a push to start off with?
I mean, we know that the Yomi strategy usually has a lot of hand interactions, and we start very, very strongly here from Giuseppe with the Pot of Prosperity. You can get access to so many cards. Usually you can literally banish 6 cards in the Mitsurugi strategy, and considering the fact that we are post side, I mean, you want to dig into your deck and to get those resources.
You definitely want to, but on the other end, that is a card, in my opinion, that you would always try to hold after already using some other cards in your hand. So if I'm Alessandro, and if I have something along the lines of a Dominus Purge or an Ash Blossom and Joy Spring, I'm throwing it at this Pot of Prosperity with lightning speed. He's looking into his hand, and there seems to be an option, there seems to be an answer. Ash Blossom answers it, and does Giuseppe have anything to follow this up with?
That is a good way to follow it up. You've already mentioned, though, if there is a purge there, this could cause issues again. There is a purge!
Now searching for your deck, Mr. Giuseppe.
We've said that the Yomi strategy has a lot of hand interactions, and we are passing over here Giuseppe wanted to activate the Pot of Prosperity because he wanted the following spell to resolve, but then after 2 interactions, he's forced to pass turn. It might be it. We are going to normal summon the Fuvalos. We don't have any answer, and therefore we are being able to special summon the Almirage. Now, we're going to see the Yomi strategy with the Cookie being special summoned, and this is very good here for Alessandro. We know that the K9, you cannot trigger them during the entire turn and still get a pretty strong field with the Yomi. There is the Ash Blossom.
Okay, that's good.
Do we have something to extend?
At least prevent them from getting all those additional Yummy monsters into rotation. But still, of course, this can be transformed into a Snatchy Yummy.
Oh. This is going to be the case, and we are going to activate Defect, of course, to get access to the field spell and being able to get another monster on the field and keep comboing.
This may already all that it needs, because we saw it. We saw how the first game ended. When you just have this field spell on the field, your monsters keep on adding in terms of attack points. You just need that field spell, the Yummy Usement Minion, alongside all of those Yummy monsters that can easily get over 8,000 points of damage. But we will need a couple more of those cute little Yummy monsters to get to those.
They are actually cute, but they can get really big as well indeed. And we are going to see if Alessandro can just push through and get the game right here. But very good situation over here. I mean, the problem is that we didn't get access to the resources thanks to the Cup C, and that might be a problem in the long run. But for now,
I mean, it definitely also hurt Alessandro that he had to normal summon the multi-chummy Fuvalos, because if that would have been a Yummy monster in the graveyard, we could have chained, of course, to the Ash Blossom Majora Spring, bringing those Yummy monsters back. But a Fuvalos in the graveyard cannot be brought back by any kind of Yummy Synchro monster, but we still keep on going. Look at that, bringing back those Yummies from the graveyard, and there's no response from Giuseppe. It keeps on adding up. This is almost enough that we have here.
That's absolutely huge, of course, because we can now get access to some more cards on the field and to keep comboing. Giuseppe, 2 cards in hand.
Oh, Yummy surprise!
Is this going to be it?
This is it! The finals! Alessandro Bognolo with pure Yummy is the second finalist that we were looking for. So he will be facing off against Pierre Bugals in the finals. So it will be Yummy versus Vanquish Soul K9, the 2 decks. Justice Hunter still out there rocking with those 2 archetypes being from that deck, of course, with the K9 cards and the Yummy cards. And it's interesting to see that pure Yummy may still be the way to go.
Absolutely, I was about to say that. We just find 2 decks in the final, and we didn't expect those decks at all. We're about all the, the Draco Tail strategy, the Yummy Mitsurugi strategy, even the Mali strategy. But in the final, we are going to find 2 other decks. The Vanquish Soul K9 on one side, and on the other side, the Yummy strategy. And to be fair with you, I didn't expect Yummy to be in the final. Pure Yumi, it has a lot of problems against the Mitsurugi cards and also into the Draco Tail matchup. And that represents more than half the room. So this is a huge problem for the deck, but still in the final over here for this France versus Italy matchup.
Definitely. I think the Vanquish Soul K9 variant, with how the tournament was going, you could have pictured that deck may make its way into the finals. I think that one definitely was coming, but the pure Yummy one, I definitely am with you that I'm very surprised about that one as well.
Yeah, exactly that. And I think the biggest difference is going to be those additional effects that a lot of people are not considering. A lot of people are now expecting Yummy and Mitsurugi to be the way, so then you don't worry about the Purge. We've seen how important the Purge was. Usually an Ash Blossom on a considered bait card in the form of Pot of Prosperity or just one of the preparation rights, you would feel a little bit freer and go, okay, cool, my next card is now going to activate and resolve. But that Purge comes in, stops one of those insanely powerful spell cards in order to kind of get everything rolling, and we saw just how very combative that was.
Absolutely. So pure Yummy against Vanquish Soul K9. At this point, when pure Yummy makes it into the finals, I'm almost inclined to say maybe it just wins. Maybe we were just all blind and just disregarded the fact that this deck is still so strong. Bognolo, again, hasn't lost a game since Top Cut started. On the other end, I think Pierre, he won 2-0 here in top 4 as well.
And thinking back of his top 8 match against Dadido Siracusa, that may have been a 2-0 as well. So maybe Pierre is equally unstoppable. So one of them will have to lose at some point, I guess.
But he's in the zone, but of course there's going to be a decisive factor in the final because of course the Vanquishful K9 strategy, there are some K9 cards, and we saw the fact that the Yummy strategy navigates very well into those interactions. So, you know, a crucial part of the deck of Pierre might not be as effective as usual. It's going to be so interesting to see that in the final.
Speaking of the finals, we have to take one step before the finals with someone, though, that is going to be in the finals. So why don't we talk about our main feature match a little bit more? Because in the analysis corner, we have Pierre Brigals, one of our finalists, together with Mike. So Mike, take it away.
Hello again, I'm here with Pierre, our first finalist of YCS Bologna 2025, and I think, first of all, I want to congratulate you for stepping ahead and going to the YCS final. First of all, congratulations for that.
Thank you.
How do you feel?
A bit stressful, but it's okay now. I think it would be a good game. It was a great tournament, and I'm happy to be here.
Okay, happy to hear that. So, as we saw, you played Vanquish K9.
Yes.
Can you tell me about your thought process before picking this deck for this event?
I started to play this deck some months ago, before the ban list, and then I take it back 1 week ago to regional at Paris, and the feeling with it was really great, and it's a deck that I really like. It's a cool gameplay. I really like this deck. I'm happy to bring it here.
Did you feel that K9 were a good strategy, bringing the YCS for countering the meta decks right now and trying to get along with all those cards that are in the meta and the community you plays right now in the YCS?
Yeah, I expect the last week a lot of Yumi, Mitsurugi, Dracotail, and Malice, and I think Vanquish has a good matchup against them. For this tournament, I also expect more K9 variants like Mitsu or Vanquish, so I prepare my deck for it, and yeah, I think it's a good call. And friends to me advised me to play this deck, so thanks to him.
First of all, I think obviously this is a good call because now you are going for the YCS final and potentially for the trophy and the YCS win. But before that, I want to have a discussion with you with some clips that we have prepared.
Okay.
The first one is regarding the effect of Holy Shoe that was answered by the Impulse. How did you felt at that point? It was one of those plays that stops you and you thought that now I lost the game, or it was something that you were expecting, and since Holy Shoe can't be again activated, you were pretty confident for that?
Okay. For be honest with you, when I opened my hand, I was a bit a fear because my hand was 2 Ash Blossom, 2 Frivolous, and 1 Madlove, so I have only 1 play. And if you got Bestials, Impermanence, something like this, my turn is just Ash and pass. So I'm happy to this Impair because I have only an Olisu who can summon a Raisin, who can generate 2 destruction on his turn. And I know Malice has some issues with this kind of removal because I've played the deck before. So I was not confident, but I mean it's a fair board, I think.
I see. I mean, as we just experienced, it was a very good call, and obviously you managed to take the win and potentially going for the whole match. The other thing that I want to discuss with you is your tech choice Inscription. So I think it is a very interesting card bringing this in this YCS because it can address so many problems like Mitsurugi, like Malice, like Dracotail. Can you tell me more about this card?
I was looking for a card who was good going first card and was good in every matchup because I want to side out the Frivolous. And this card appeared to me like the best choice because it's a floodgate application, like you resolve it and it's applied for 2 turns. It don't impact so much Vanquish K9. Only the effect of Don't Reborn is cut the Lupus and the... I forgot his name, the Lantern. But the no banish and no affecting graveyard are a really good call against Dracotail and Malice. And against Malice, as you can see, I play it also in going second. Because if they do a mid board or something like this, I can just overlap his board with this card.
So regarding this and dimensional fissure, I understand because this is the real debate for your deck, in which card you are going to use for going first in your side deck. I think it is one of those choices that you take to have inscription in your side deck, since you can also side in going second and potentially cut people off guard, right?
Excuse me, I don't understand.
I mean, if you want to pick this or dimensional fissure,
dimensional fissure.
Yeah.
Okay. I think dimensional fissure is not so good in the meta actually, because there is a lot of Mitsurugi and Vanquish Kanai and Malice too, and this card is not so good against them. Also, like the Vanquish board is good because it can be removed and just be replaced every turn, and this is what I like with the deck. And if my card goes to the banish, I can just be in a situation where I can't add them back, so I didn't want to go in this situation.
I see. And lastly, I want to discuss with you the real reason for me that you decided to play Vanquish All, and I think it is the Holy Shoe on 10-0. Can you tell me more about this? How do you feel? So right here we can see that Jessica was normal summoned from Gabriel, and right now you are going to activate Holy Shoe to be special summoned from the hand, and later to activate the effect to take control of Jessica. Tell me, how do you feel when you resolve such a great effect in your opponent turn?
Absolute cinema.
Is this the real reason why you choose to play this deck?
Olisu is a big part of the deck, because if you can high roll every round, if you have Olisu and a white attribute in your hand, you just can do whatever you want. You have a so powerful end trap in your hand, and the card is broken. It's not the reason why I play the deck, but of course it's the best card of the deck.
I see. So I don't want to waste any more time. Again, and for the last time for today, best of luck to the rest of the tournament. You had an amazing run. One more match to go in order for you to be crowned the YCS champion.
Right.
Best of luck in the final, and we will be back soon with our YCS final of YCS Bologna 2025.
So on your turn, you start with Synchro 10, for example, or a Link play or something. You play 2 because that's one of the cards you always want in your extra deck. You never want to run out. And then for the last card, which is the win condition of the deck, it's Gaudi of the Deep Beyond.
Look at that, look at that. I've seen you play in some tournaments and just synchro summon this card, and players were asking, what does it do? So what does it do actually?
It wins the game. So Gaudi of the Deep Beyond is a synchro 10 that needs fish tuner and generic non-tuners. And it has 500 attack for each banished monsters from both players, which is cool, I guess. If it's banished from the field, it comes back during the next standby phase to do damage. But the most important part is when it's synchro summoned during the opponent's turn, you banish everything on the field, every card, all spells and traps, all monsters,
including itself.
Yeah, including itself, and it will come back, except your fail spell, because you have a synchro fish, you won't banish it, so it will stay to allow you to play next turn. That's one of the important things about that card, and it's really, it's your win condition. Banishing everything on the field is crazy.
Like literally, you have the ability to banish everything on the field, which most decks can't recover from.
Yes.
And on the next turn, it just comes back and
with
it has
like
huge
4,000
attack.
yeah, something like that.
It looks great.
And also, all of the tuners you banished during the opponent's turn will come back too. Yeah. No, it's great. I like this card.
Wow.
Yeah. And then we've got some other water fish synchros. So we've got Toxic Boxfish, which is a card from Alien, earlier this year.
It looks amazing.
Yeah, generic level 4. 2 good effects for this deck. So when it's synchro summoned, you can banish any card from either graveyard. You target a card and you banish it. So you can just go for a level 4 with 2 non-tuner and a 2 tuner and extend your plays, or disrupt your opponents. And when it's banished itself, you can target 1 card on the field and negate its effect until the end of the turn.
Cool.
It's good into continuous spell usually, because you can get it in the grave easily, and then you banish it with the Snopios, that's the hand trap. So yeah, it's useful and a nice toolbox.
Yeah.
We've got the White Aura Whale, which is Synchro 8. fish, like the goatees, they synchro summon any fish synchro during the opponent's turn, and this one on synchro summon is Raigeki, Lightning Storm, because it destroys all attack position monsters. So having a quick effect Lightning Storms is okay.
There are some very good disruptions in this deck, to be honest.
Yeah, of course. They're pretty cool. And the last synchro in the deck is Changing. Because except with fish and beads, you're not locked into fishes, just water. And you can make this pretty easily, and you banish all the time, so you will trigger it whenever you want.
Whenever you want, yeah.
Yeah,
it does make sense.
It's a good card in general in the deck. And that's it for the synchros.
Wow.
Other thing to be mentioned is that the lifelessly fish there that sends a fish on summon, it can banish itself from the graveyard to shuffle back 3 fishes from the graveyard and draw 1 card. So usually it will recycle your extra deck if you ever need it.
So you never run out of options.
Yeah, and when they're banished, they come back also. So yeah, that's the synchros. We've got 1 Xyz. Yeah, which is number 4, Stealth Kraken.
Of course,
yeah,
the Kraken, which is so good. So tell us about...
Attention duelists! Over 2,400 participants have battled their way through the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series in Bologna to make it to this table here, the grand final of YCS Bologna 2025. Your 2 finalists, Pierre Bugals and Alessandro Boniolo. These 2 titans are ready to clash to see which of them is going to be crowned our champion. But before we kick that duel off, we are going to have to do a high roll. Gentlemen, who would like to roll first? Pierre, do you want to roll first? Alessandro? Oh, we're waiting for the shuffle to be completed, and then we can get this match underway to see who the champion will be. Right, Alessandro, you roll first. We'll find out which of our 2 participants will be starting the duel. Oh, we're still going for more shuffling, so at least the pacing of this is going well. Right, let's see what the dice roll tells us. That is a 7 for Alessandro, and for Pierre, a 6. So you're going to go first. Alessandro is going to be going first here on a home turf tournament final. And I get to say the thing I look forward to saying every single YCS. It's time to duel.
Over 2,400 players gathered this weekend here in Italy, Bologna, but after 15 rounds of Swiss and top 8, we're down to the last 2 standing. And what a match it is going to be. It's France against Italy, and it's Pierre against Alessandro. And what a match again it will be. They only lost 2 matches all weekend long, but now they're one final match away for being crowned YCS champion and taking this trophy right here home where it belongs. Can France do the upset in the home territory, or will we see 3 tournaments in a row won by an Italian player after the European Championship and YCS Lille? Personally, I can't wait to find out who is going to take it. So, just like that, I'm gonna say it as well. It's time to duel!
It's all come down to this. Both players, when they signed up for this YCS, they wanted this moment, this chance to win the YCS trophy, this chance to be the YCS champion. And I feel like that Pierre versus Alessandro, it will be one of those matches that we can experience some true Yu-Gi-Oh going to be played.
I mean, it's gonna be Yami against Vanquish K9, and we were saying this all weekend long, and here is just a normal summon from Alessandro, and it comes the Fuvalos.
Do we have us to respond though?
I think we let it go through, and that is a huge punish. Of course, normal summoning and drops usually goes into Almirage, but this is the one punish, getting Fuvalos.
I mean, Yami is one of those strategies that can afford to play a little bit around Fougalos, giving 1-2 draws potentially, and just establish Snatchy with a name in order for you to play around in our opponent's turn. So I believe that Alessandro right now is considering the fact if he's going for...
Whoa, there's the talent!
But at least there is the talent. But this is an interesting choice. Because would you talent right here before committing to your synchro? That's the question.
Because I really feel like either you really want to extend and push, or otherwise you just want to really prevent your opponent from having already an interruption before continuing.
But that's a crazy good end. Case for K9 called by the grave, and then Razen and Borger. What a end.
I mean, if you had a single hand wrap, for example, for Case or Razen, we could potentially give back to the deck of our opponents the one or another in order for us to just interact with them. But I see right now that we are going for Synchro Summon, and I think Cookie Yami, Capsi Yami will be summoned in order for us to find two names and potentially go for a potential plays with Snatchy.
Again, this was an interesting, for sure, decision from Alessandro, because he knew he was going to commit into Capsi Yami way regardless, so that talent could have given additional information, and let's see whether he will be punished by this decision in the end.
Alessandro's considering his options, and I mean, as mentioned once again here, the triple tactics talents could have waited a little bit, in my opinion, but I mean, maybe really felt like this needed to go through, and I mean, essentially here is also what really he wants to put up on the field, because like, do you really want your opponent to draw at least another card, essentially, because otherwise, you know, you're just, you know, not gonna put enough pressure on him.
I mean, I think that talent was in the correct spot, to be honest, because he wanted to consider his option if he's going to commit into Fougalos or wait and just pass turn if Pierre didn't have any potential lands in his hand.
I don't know, I think you still always go at least for the Capsi Yami way, it's just too safe. There are so many one-card combo starters from the deck, but here we are committing even more, and this makes, you know, a ton of a difference, because if there is one deck that can punish you even during your own turn, it's the K9 Vanquish Soul with that Olli Su potential top deck. We already have Fire and Dark in hand.
And I mean, we just experienced Pierre activating Holy Su in turn 0, as we call it, and being summoned in opponent's turn in order to activate the effect to take control of a monster. And we may see again this case, actually.
Let's see. Anyways, the end was really, really solid. This is a matchup that we have seen plenty of time around, starting from the World Championship in Paris. And usually I'd say it favors the Yami deck, but you never know. Nowadays they have adapted quite well, and each has a great chance. And we have picked up the Olli Su. Wow.
Speaking of punishing our opponent with cards like Holy Su, and that Vanquish Soul is one of those decks that can afford to activate Fougalos and find its way to Holy Su with the correct attributes in order to activate her effect to be special summoned from the hand in opponent's turn, and actually activate also the effect to special summon from the deck or take control of a monster regarding the attributes that we currently have in the hand.
Yeah. This, although the attribute is obviously good, might be one of the rare cases where drawing the one-off Razen might actually be a bit of an issue, because often you want to special summon it if you have another fire with the Olli Su, but I mean, it's kind of like first world problems, I'd say. And at least hard opening the cookie is going to be nice for Alessandro, because he gets to use the effect right here to pop this Olli Su. But I mean, we already know about the Borger, and we know that, as we can see, we are chaining the effect of Olli Su to special summon, but there is a forbidden droplet, and this is big because it prevents the heavier Borger from also being activated, and yeah, I mean, not much you can do.
Yeah, forbidden droplet being made from Alessandro here, and I think it's another one of these field breakers which we have seen a lot during this weekend.
Also, yeah, you gotta give credit to him because he didn't set it.
Yeah.
So he was playing around a possible Ollisu top deck. So well played by Alessandro.
I mean, he's in a YCS final. I mean, he clearly has thought all of this.
And there is a pass right here. Pierre throws into his hand and has already quite the good pieces. We know case for K9, Rasen, Called by the Grave, and also that heavy Borger. And we start things off with the Rasen in the same column as the Snatchy.
Yeah, I mean, Rasen once again makes his appearance here. I think it's been one of the key cars so far of the week, and once again. And let's see if Alessandro with another droplet.
A second droplet here.
Wow. But we still have a case of K9. However, either we add Zenizuna or not.
Yeah, but we can respond. Because we can use Called by the Grave and then the Heavy Borger. Yeah. And that's why Pierre says, no, wait a minute, don't send it to Grave. Last turn I couldn't use the Called by, but now I can. And no, in the end he decides not to respond to this. Interesting.
Maybe he values more his Called by the Grave for another play that he has thought about.
And the last card should be surprised, no?
Yeah, it was a draw from Fugalu.
Yeah, it's a surprise, yeah.
No, yeah. I mean, yeah, me surprise.
Ah,
you mean the set card? Not an action surprise.
I know you wanted one, you know.
Yeah. Okay, and now we use the Borger in a new chain. Ooh, and a clutch. There is the surprise for you. The Mad Love, which gives us even more advantage. And in such a simplified game state for Alessandro, this is starting to add up.
And more surprise in the hand.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, the cards being drawn from Fugalos, honestly, were very good from Pierre. Like, very good cards being drawn. And the Medal of the Raisin, and there's the Ollisu as well. It's, I mean, what you're really looking for it. And then here is come the Rock of the Vanquisher.
Interesting choice for sure here. We can use it to either special summon or add back. In this case, we are going to be adding back Ollisu since we haven't used it.
And we can special summon here.
Yeah. And there it is, Ollisu coming back right away. All the correct attributes are in the end, as we have both Mad Love and Rasen.
Fire and Dark.
Yeah. But now we use a case. I thought he activated Ollisu, but no, probably just revealed it. And yeah, seems like the case will resolve. And we are chaining Ollisu to case. To which Alessandro starts debating. Because which is the moment in which we activate this Snatchy. Takes a look at his own graveyard right now. You can feel the tension growing again. All this fighting, but now we're down to this, and one match is all that matters, and we finally use this Snatchy to go into a synchro.
And I think right now you have a lot of options. You can either go for Cookie, Yummy Way, or Lollipop, Yummy Way, but since there's going to be the Ollisu that is going to summon herself into the field, maybe potential Cookie, Yummy Way is a good option right now.
The thing is, even this Called by is quite huge because if you bring out a synchro and then you tag out, you can hit the Snatchy and pretty much force the surprise. and then everything is known. So let's see. It's going to be Kapsi Yami Way. So Ollisu will resolve, then the case will resolve, and then it will be Alessandro with the initiative of activating the synchro effect to add. And it's Izuna.
Izuna,
Yeah.
yes.
The only thing with Izuna is that she cannot activate the effect to special summon herself, since
Maybe
Yami has not activated
we
an effect
already
from
have.
hand or field or graveyard.
Yeah, I think he already has it, because otherwise,
Yeah,
I mean,
maybe
would
he
have not
already has
get it.
Jokul,
Yeah.
or yeah, let's see. Did we activate the search, I guess, or no? From the Kapsi Yami Way. So, as you can see, Alessandro debating, he is well aware of the call buy in the end, and yeah, he's gonna chain this. Are we gonna see a call buy on the Snatchy to just force out the surprise? No. So keeps the spell for now. So Alessandro is gonna resolve this tag out. Then Ollisu will bring Caesar values to the field, and we still can search.
You think that Pierre waits for the summon of Herald, for example, in order to activate Call by the Graveyard?
If we even get to the point, because we're starting to put up a lot of monsters, and it's not gonna be easy. I don't know, I feel like it was an alright point, just because you prevent the play of using, as we have seen, Surprise and then chaining Snatchy, just to bounce, for example, and you kind of limit the option, but we'll see. Right now, Alessandro makes sure to add the last remaining piece in the Lolly, in the grave, and in this new chain, he will activate the effect of Kapsi, possibly to draw. Let's see what he decides to do. And since this is the pure version of the deck, I believe we are maining a Croaky.
Yes, we activate the effect of Snatchy at Chaining 2. So Chaining 1 Kapsi to draw, Chaining 2 to place a Croaky, and also play around Ash Blossom and having a Croaky from the deck to the field zone, since we don't want to draw it with Kapsi.
But this is big. Caesar does not target, which means that we cannot really chain the Snatchy to Synchro, otherwise we would get punished that way. And as you can see here, Alessandro says that's fine, I have the surprise, but now we only have one Snatchy, no?
Yeah, there's only one remaining.
So this is huge, because if we use the surprise, this is why Pierre kept the call buy. You cannot have him in check. I mean, we have already normaled, but we searched Izuna, and I can only imagine maybe we have another way in a Jokul in the end. That would be absolutely amazing if the last card is Jokul.
I mean, it has to be Jokul, right?
I mean, from the way he played, honestly,
kinda.
I mean, it could be possible, but I'm starting doubting, honestly. Not so sure anymore.
So in hand right now we have Madlop, Izuna, and
Razen and Kolbai.
This is
I'm just wondering if there is another card. There should be one
There should
more.
be the fifth.
I'm pretty
there
sure.
should be a fifth card, yeah.
And that is the mysterious one. But no, we're just for now moving to the battle phase, and here we activate Yami Surprise, and I believe we will chain Call by the Grave on the Snatchy, and yes, we do. Great find here by Pierre, who is able to shut down the place, at least for now, but in reality, call by will carry over during the next turn, which is gonna be huge.
And the fact that I like Izuna to be added through a case of K9 is that at least keeps pure Yami in check, meaning that the Yami strategy wants to draw into hand traps and interrupt his opponent with, for example, Ash Blossom, Ghost Bell, and right now Izuna is there for if Alessandro has drawn into a hand trap, can be summoned from the hand and be a potential threat.
And here we can continue the attack, so without the boost. We don't have quite enough here, but yeah, this is gonna be an interesting one.
At the end of the day, though, Snatchy will be also negated for Alessandro's turn also, so we can interact with him. And Jokul, of course, yeah. There's no way.
Yeah, we know about it. But that's interesting. Why did we wait? That's the only thing I'm thinking.
I don't know what he was afraid of, honestly.
Afraid of Nibiru, maybe? Just to have a plan B.
Okay.
I mean, you have to respect it.
Enough. Yeah, it must have been drawn because Alessandro was out of cards. But I guess if he draws it off the cups, he maybe.
Yeah, but I mean, this is one of those times that you feel that you have every card that you want in the hand and just questioning yourself.
Yeah, but I mean, I feel like maybe if you really want to push enough, maybe you go for it right away. I mean, I understand that maybe like if your opponent draws the Nibiru, of course, it's a very bad situation. But I mean, still, I mean, it was quite the card we were really waiting for. I mean, it was the last card which we were not aware of. And of course, like paired up with the Izuna here now makes a lot of difference going for another exquisite summon.
I'm also wondering whether it was slightly better to go for Vanquish Soul Rocks, because I mean we battle with a Vanquish, no? So instead of going for SP right away, maybe we could have gone for Vanquish Soul Rocks over Olisu, and then we could get rid of the entire field. Because we pop one, which is the field spell, then we make SP, and SP can banish because we use the Xyz, and then we get rid of the entire field for the same cards. But anyways, we are still in a really, really good spot if we are Pierre.
Here comes the Nash. Yeah.
Do we play two targets for him?
I think so. The Masquerade, I think.
Yeah, and I think yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So it's also quite an interruption because you have to remember that Snatchy has been called by the Great, so you cannot activate the effect on Alessandro turns to Synchro Summon, so he will not be there in order to provide some, protectiveness when trying to play around for a potential SP, for example, effect to banish.
Yeah, and also another card that we have seen a couple of times this weekend, the CXYZ Nash CH9. I think it's very nice addition, honestly, to the deck in general. I really feel like it's good. It's not mostly played. As you can tell, Alessandro is just having a read about it. Yeah,
we saw a lot of this at again previous events, and it's so good because now we will play into the C104, and that allows us to destroy a spell on trap when summoned, which will be the field spell, and then we set up a huge interruption which not only halves our opponent life points, which is absolutely crazy, but it's also a negation. You know, it's really, really good.
Yeah, I mean, I really feel like this is one of those additions that really, just look at it itself. I think we have seen it on stream maybe a couple of times this weekend. But yeah, I mean, number C104, honestly, here it comes on the screen.
So we talk about cleaning the field with the Vanquish Soul, but right now I think that Pierre managed to clear the field pretty
we
well.
still did it. The question is just the versatility that you want to have, because essentially you could have already cleared the field and then you can choose whether you prefer, because I'm not too sure against Yami if I prefer to have C104 rather than just an Ash, you know, because their plays are limited a bit.
I mean, but the card's effect itself is just, you know, insanely good.
Yeah. The only thing is it doesn't destroy, it only negates. And so specifically against Yami, this could be a bit of a concern. But I think the main issue right now is outside of this incredible field from Pierre, Called by the Grave is still active on that Snatchy. So we cannot easily access field spells. And yeah, just look at this incredible once more showcase of what K9 Vanquish Soul can still do. A deck that I have to admit was a bit forgotten by many players after the Forbidden and Limited list that brought Razen and Stake Your Soul to 1, but still is here and it's as real as ever.
Alberto before talked about the fact that yes, the consistency has been hit, however the deck level is still here, we can still experience its true power. The only problem for the deck right now it is to find access to his engine, but I think that when you have it with K9 that actually find ways to, you know, bring engine and find ways to start playing, I think the ceiling is very, very high.
I mean, yeah, I think that the lack of consistency is well balanced by the K9s themselves. And then, of course, like if they're paired up with Vanquish Soul, I mean, even better. I mean, we just witnessed what deck is capable of. And, I mean, let's now see Alessandro here needs to play under Called by the Grave. So it's going to be very, very difficult for him. Let's see if he can find a way to deal with this impressive fear from Pierre. So let's see how he starts things off.
Oh yeah, this is the issue we have been talking about. This Cookie cannot comfortably just turn into a Snatchy and grab back that minion. So what are we gonna be doing? And I think Pierre also should take this in consideration, because usually this would be a threat. Right now, not so much, honestly. And it's also interesting the zone that we decided to go for, because we know there is a Razen, no?
Yeah.
So you should always try to put it in the same column as your opponent monsters, yeah.
Yeah, I think right now we can activate the effect of Rock to special summon Razen in the opposite side of Cookie in order for Pierre to be able to destroy Cookie and leave Alessandro with 3 cards in hand, and I think one of them is Surprise that we know, and 2 more cards. So we choose to summon Holy Sue, revealing issue 9 Madlove.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, we take control of Cookie. And now, question is, do we have any way of dealing with this incredible field? Or is this just going to be the game wrapped up? Of course, also in the finals, there is no time limit, which you must keep in mind while watching this match, because I'm sure, you know, when you're playing with a clock, you might pick up, you know, we have seen it all weekend long. You might concede just a bit earlier to save time. There is no need here. They can play out of their hearts and just give it their best.
I mean, I think Alessandro's really trying hard, honestly. It's just considering what he could go for, but...
I mean, I think he has the Cookie, yes, as a real threat.
And again, coming back a second cookie, and here comes the forced release from Pierre, and this is it. He takes game one. What a start to this final. We've mentioned it already, but Alessandro with the home turf advantage and going first, but still, you know, Pierre believing really in his deck and showing us all why he made it all the way to the finals, and he is here to stay. Now only one game away for becoming a YCS champion.
I mean, obviously Alessandro can, come back to it, find the right options in order for him to find the ways to play around the K9 Vanquish Soul strategy. And also we need to keep in mind that Yami, if he doesn't activate the effect of Mass Mao, it can play very well against K9 and do not give Pierre the advantage to have Izuna, for example, in his turn.
I mean, I really feel like in general Vanquish Soul is one of those decks that even going second, I think really deals very well with your opponent's field. Of course, the Fuvalos really helped him out a lot because he went, drawing some very good cards. But on the other hand, I really feel like also Pierre played very well, honestly. I think he also showed us how powerful the C104 is and what a good addition the card is for the deck itself. Whereas on the other hand, I think nothing much that Alessandro could have done, especially with the Gold Body Grave being activated and preventing him, honestly, to use the Snatchy. So, game 2 now. So
yeah, there were for sure a couple of interesting moments out there. I would say we're both chose to play in an interesting way, especially Alessandro began quite strong, even though he got hit by Fuva with that droplet, setting and keeping it in the end to play around his opponent interaction with the Olisue. That seems like a very promising start, but then just something crumbled out there, and eventually he wasn't quite able to take it. But again, you can see him shuffling his deck, taking those cards that I'm sure both of them have beaten throughout this week in this same matchup. They know how to do it. They just have to execute and hope that their deck is not going to let them down this one last time, and we could be just moments away from finishing up this tournament. So I'm sure as they need your support from home, they are also in great need of support from the crowd. So before we jump into action, let's give up a round of applause for our finalists. One more. Nice. Love to hear it. And now, without further ado, let's go back to the game. Let's jump into action.
Game 2 of YCS final has been started, and I think right now we can experience why Pure Yami, it is one of those options that you really want to bring into an event like this.
And let's take a moment to witness it. Do we have more Mulcharmies? And do we have our lovely Yami monster? Is the best Yami we can normal summon. It is the Capsi. Are we going to see the Fuvalos? We see again the Fuvalos, but do we have a response? We have Ash Blossom! Oh, here comes Izuna!
Yes.
Wow!
I wanted to talk about this because, yes, we may have a response to Fugalos with Ash Blossom. However, Izuna can be activated right now in order to send Lupis from the deck to the graveyard and give us access to Nash Knight. Will be very, very strong against this opening.
What a start again, Pierre with the Fuva, and now trying to shut down Alessandro's hope. He got into the surprise, so any Yami can still get him to play, but this is brutal.
How many times have we seen Izuna being activated on stream this week and then taking advantage? Honestly, it's one of those cards really changing the entire game. And what I really like also about Pierre's deck is that he plays multiple Lupis, so just in case.
And I like this. We go into Vallon instead.
The only issue right now is if we are going to have one more name in our hand for Surprise to be activated.
That's huge. If it's a pass, this could be absolutely brutal. But we do have an aim. We activate surprise. What is it going to be? Ooh, it's arguably the best in the Marshmallow, getting back surprise right away. And now we might just be free to play this game. Are we gonna see more interruptions from Pierre?
I mean, right now, if Pierre has one more interaction, it will be very strong against Alessandro, because he has committed a lot of his engine and his hand to go through this rune activation.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the only one remaining would be the Ash Blossom, I would say, which we haven't seen so far, so maybe I doubt that he has one.
Unless Nibiru is playing, but like, yeah, probably this could just be it. It's already a very, very strong opener from the Frenchman, and now we will go most likely into the Capsi Yummy Wave. Anyway, starting things off with Vallon is quite annoying if we don't have a way to deal with it, because it forces out our set face card and even the Herald if we wanted to set that up. But yeah, Capsi Yummy Way gets to resolve.
We will probably go for Cookie and Lollipop here, because and Capsi has also not been summoned from the hand. It was rather normal summoned.
Yeah, I mean, it depends also what we are holding into the end. Let's remember we have only committed a couple of cards yet, and yeah, here we set up the Cookie. Just a quick check at that graveyard. Gonna be a bit of an issue here dealing with what we have, and here again down to the details. Alessandro shuffling back the Fuvalos, hoping his opponent is gonna draw into that Mulcharmi.
Yeah, I mean, why not just giving your opponent an extra card that you can potentially, you know, top deck.
Yeah, take the chance.
Yeah.
It's one of those scenarios that you really hope to be lucky.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you take those small percentages, even though, to be fair, if there is a deck against which Fuvalos is good, even going, you know, second as the 6th card is yummy.
We have Vallon though.
Yeah,
so
but eventually it could get off, so. For now, I'm just expecting, you know, the usual suspects. There is a pressure for Zeus, though, which we do just keep in mind, because that Lubis is quite annoying, no?
Yes, I think this would be the game plan for Pierre, to try to have access to Zeus, since Vallon is untargetable. It cannot be targeted due to the effect of Lupis for being an Exis material. And I think that, however, from Alessandro's side, we're going to experience the classic Yami combo with Metal Matcher to revive, and then go for Synchro Summon of Herald.
Oh, we switch things around here and are going to commit an SP into the Arizona. Definitely not what you would expect, and I think, yeah, that's just gonna be it.
Are you surprised by this SP? Because
definitely an unusual opener here from Alessandro, but it feels like that Vallon is too pressuring, and now play is back to him, and as we can see, we can just attack and exert this pressure into the Zeus. How are we dealing with this? That's very interesting play from the Italian.
Would you consider the option of not activating Ash Blossom into Fugalos and just give it, because you only give one draw? You could make Snatchy, activate Mignon, and Mignon to revive and pass. Otherwise, you have to play into Izuna.
Sure, but I mean,
if he has, he has it.
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, I think I've just got it right.
But here we see this Marshmallow just getting back the surprise, and I think, yeah, Alessandro has just accepted that he doesn't have anything to deal with this Zeus. Yeah.
Wow. Things look very, very good for Pierre.
And a case of K9.
Is there any response here from Alessandro? And there is not.
I mean, we know 2 cards in his hand, right? We know Capsi and Surprise.
Yeah.
And he has 4.
I think he has 3. 3 cards, yeah.
Wow, I mean, we have seen it so many times. I gotta say, maybe you think the start of the show has been the Izuna this weekend, but I think it has really been Del Lupis. Like, that protection effect is just what makes this so complicated to deal with. And again, we see a demonstration of it. And now comes Noroi, which is gonna take a look at the end if they want.
I mean, and as mentioned, I really like that Pierre is maximizing the copies of Lupis in his deck, like by playing 2 in the main deck and 1 in the side deck as well. I think this is the first time that we see Lupis being, you know, playing in multiple copies. It's working incredibly well for him. And as mentioned, in general, K9s are just dominating the field as YCS Bologna.
Absolutely.
It may be due to the fact that Lupis on its own, it's a very good card, meaning that you can summon it on your opponent's turn, bring a Typhon, untarget double, since the Lupis effect, when he's an Exist material, protects from targeting the Exist monster, and go for Zeus. So I think right now in the current meta state, it is one of those mini combos that you want to achieve.
And you have so very easy access to Zeus indeed. I mean, just with the Valdon itself being on the field, honestly, you get access to it every single turn essentially. And here, once again, putting more and more pressure to Alessandro with the Reaper being summoned.
And I think when Reaper is summoned, Pierre has to be very, very confident. Because there is no more the threat of Nibiru, since we can just negate it with Reaper.
I mean, we already pretty much knew what was in the end from Alessandro. The start seemed promising, but now Pierre is in control, already winning game 1. Again going second, and again trying to just completely dismantle what many thought to be his worst matchup.
And we are going to experience the
and
last
let's have a look.
And well, this is definitely not promising, because only 2 Yummy plus Surprise, and you see Alessandro not happy with it. He knows this is gonna be extremely tough.
So the effect of Noroi in one hand seems quite interesting, since you just look at your opponent's hand, but in the current state of Yu-Gi-Oh, having this knowledge, it's an insane information, and it's very, very important.
I mean, it gives you so much advantage knowing, essentially, I mean, of course he knew 2 of the 3 cards in hand from his opponent, but knowing them all honestly gives you so much advantage. Are we going to see this SHUEISHA? And
wow.
Here it is. Here it is.
Going all out into the School Dread Saruya. I mean, we have seen it from time to time this weekend, and this is just once you have the knowledge that your opponent cannot negate it, it gives you so much.
And I think that we just need to see Raizen or even Madlov right now in order for us to access Vanquisol and feel pretty safe.
I mean, the card is so strong, it essentially allows you to just, you know, give you the pieces that you were missing and shuffling back the remaining cards which you would not be using, and maybe Pierre found what was looking for with this SHUEISHA. I think it's one of those cards that, you know, really can change the game state when summoned.
And we're going to special summon Madlov.
And here it is. You called it. I mean, he was looking for the Madlov, and here it comes.
I mean, it is quite logical after going through all of these K9 monsters that you have 4 draws. Potentially, one of them is going to be a vanquished monster.
It's quite likely that that is gonna happen, and here the Vanquish Soul Star hits the field, and look at how Pierre's field is just shaping up card after card, and here comes the Oldisu as well, taking control of it.
And yeah, as you can see, the crowd is starting to feel it. Everyone here starting to doubt that there is anything that the Italian can do to bring this around. But we learn to understand that it's never over until it's over.
I mean, we're going to have one distraction from Caesar, one distraction potentially from Raisin, and also Holisu. I believe that we're going to pass with the correct attributes in order for her to be able to take control of one of Alessandro's monsters.
It's definitely gonna be rough, but I mean, everyone knew at the beginning of the day. I saw a lot of people saying we are expecting Vanquish Soul to be back. It seems like the secret was indeed out, but now we are witnessing with our own eyes there were 2 in the top cut. Joshua Smith, who we saw losing in top 8, and Pierre is just moments away for becoming a YCS champion and breaking this Italian streak.
And I mean, Izuna, it is one of those cards that everyone was discussing about, that it has some weird interaction against Yami, yet we see that right now in game 2 it was the card that established the game and established a potential win for Pierre, because it was the card that he gave him the advantage to play through Alessandro's field.
I mean, look at this. Honestly, it's just so impressive from Pierre and the Vanquish Soul Kanan deck. The card is extremely important. The ESP Leader Knight gets summoned, 2 set cards. Can Alessandro do a miracle here?
And now we shuffle our deck because we know this might be the last draw of our event.
And right now Alessandro is going to have his draw, and right now Pierre is thinking about how he's going to interact with Alessandro. I think that the goal is very, very simple. Just do not let Alessandro find a way to his Snatchy. Do not find a way to a Link 1. So right now I think that Alessandro is debating about either normal summoning Caps, for example, or going for activating Yami Surprise in order for bring back Masmao and trying to interact as fast as he can with Pierre's field.
Did you manage to take a look at what was the draw for turn? Not quite, no. But I mean, what could you even get here? And we start things off with the Capsi. With surprise already in hand, what can we even get? That Mignon gone is quite relevant.
Speaking of details, right now we see that Capsi has been summoned in the opposite side of Holisu in order for us to at least play a round of Raisin.
Yeah.
Tough spot, honestly. From
really tough. You can feel a lot of emotions coming from him. And here we add the correct choice, which is the fierce bell. Oh! But just the end, as it is, there can be only one, and that is Pierre, the winner of YCS Bologna 2025. Give it up for him as France takes it all here in Italy. What an event it is, and what an ending.
There can only be one YCS champion. There can only be one YCS champion of Bologna 2025, and this is Pierre taking home the victory. France again is in the spotlight. France again is a YCS champion.
I mean, congratulations to Pierre. What a final, what a tournament it's been. So K9 Vanquish Soul takes it home, and I mean, what a match that it's been, honestly. What a tournament. Congratulations.
Yeah, great match. Of course, if any of you guys missed any of the action, I highly suggest it to go back and watch it either on Twitch or on YouTube, because we had amazing matches all tournaments long. We had our first ever European Genesis Invitational, as well as, of course, the main event where we just witnessed incredible matches, incredible decks, but in the end, I mean, K9 cards were all over the place this weekend, and it's only rightful so that they were the winner in the end. And I mean, Vanquish Soul is back.
And I mean, we have talked so much about it that Izuna played such a huge role in those 2 days of Yu-Gi-Oh! Izuna is one of those hand-ups that many people have forgot about it, feeling that it has got out of meta very much, and I think it's here. It says that I'm back. Even against Yami strategy, without Mitsurugi, still found its way back into the meta scene, and as we experienced Izuna into Lupis and providing all those exist monsters that cannot be targeted, it plays such a big role when you go second.
I mean, I really feel like he was a very good choice for the event. I mean, 2 players, Joshua Smith and Pierre, brought it into the top 8, and honestly, I mean, it was a show-off. K9s in general, I think, were the MVP of the entire weekend. Most of our duelists have that in the deck. We saw also before Giuseppe in the Mitsurugi. I mean, a lot of different cards.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, we had a lot of fun. 6 different decks were in the top 8, which was incredible all alone. 4 different decks in the top 4, and you know, that's absolutely amazing. 2,400 players gathered, but in the end, again, congratulations to Pierre, walking away soon in a few moments with this beautiful trophy. But first of all, let's hear it from the winner of YCS Bologna 2025, Pierre.
We have a new YCS champion, and his name is Pierre Regal. So a big round of applause once again for him as he is joining me here in the winners interview. Pierre, congratulations. What's going through your mind right now? Are you incredibly happy?
Thank you. I don't realize yet it's huge.
It is huge indeed. And I mean, did you even, since top 8, I followed your top 8 match, in top 4 we saw you on the big stage. Did you drop a game in top 8 even?
In top 8?
I think you won all 2-0 since top 8, right? That's crazy.
Yeah.
Just 6-0, not even dropping a game all the way in Top Gun. Incredibly impressive. First of all, let's talk about your deck choice. Vanquish Soul K9. Were you just sure that's a good call for the event? Do you think it was the best pick to make?
I think it was the best call. Merci Vincent. Yeah, he told me to bring this deck to the YCS. It was a great call, great deck, and I'm happy to work it with all my team, all my friends.
Nice.
Yeah,
it's always great to share the success with your friends, of course. There's also your friends Noel and Mathieu. They also won YCS not long ago. Now also you're joining them in that club of YCS champions. But let's actually look at some gameplay from that impressive final that we just had there. First highlight coming from, there we go, the first game as well. And this one was actually quite the start to the match, as your opponent had to start off by normal summoning out the Ghostbound Haunted Mansion, and you immediately had the Fuvalos.
Yeah.
And I'll stop it a little bit here, as I think the decision by Alessandro was quite interesting to use Vitalence so early. What were you thinking about that? Because he kept on playing after looking into your hand. Were you thinking that was a weird time for Vitalence, or were you happy with that?
I think I don't know why he does it now, but I think because my deck is a bit tricky, it does this early, because if my hand is not so good, it can just pass turn and just high break, and yes, it can win like this.
That's fair enough.
Yes, my hand was really good at this moment. I have a lot of interruption over there, and after with the Fuvalos, I have the Holy Souk.
Ooh, the Holy Souk came later on, of course, with those draws from the Molchami Fuvalos. So that was insanely strong for you, of course. And then in the second highlight we have here, we saw you playing into the field. And one thing that I really realized was you were holding that Called by the Grave in your hand for forever, for the battle phase. Here now, when your opponent is activating that Yummy Surprise, you finally made the decision that it's time to use the Yummy Surprise, to use the Called by the Grave. Were you just waiting for that safe moment to go after the Yami Snatchy, or what was your thinking there?
My callback is now in my hand, because
he knows it, yeah.
Yeah, and if I activate too early, he can just change his surprise and just summon his Snatches back and just cancel my callback. I know because he was on the frivolous, he can't make too many Snatchy.
True.
If I catch the Snatchy with the callback, it's insane because he has no Snatchy for this turn and for the turn after.
Yeah,
so
exactly. Not only do you have a good play here, but also the next turn is just so important. Without him having access to Snatchy, actually really strong from you. So game 1 goes to you. You win that first game, and then in the second game, let's face it, starts off quite crazy as well, as the normal summon from Alessandro's side is quite good, as he is normal summoning that also powerful. Maybe the best Yummy monster in the deck, the Capsi Yummy. But immediately you dropping that Fubalos, Alessandro has the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring, but you come right after also with the Izuna from the hand. Did you ever consider to maybe take out some of the K9 cards against the Yummy matchup? Because Yummy does not activate many effects in the hand, of course, but you had that Izuna still in your deck, right?
I did. I've cut one Izuna from my deck for going second. And my Izuna, it's the best way to use it at this moment because I have we have a theory against Yumi and the variant. It can't beat Nix's monster with Lupis behind and under that.
Yeah,
understand.
Because you were then just going for the Balin. And I mean, very often it's just over after this, right? Very often you put that monster face down and then he cannot continue. He did actually continue after this as he had that Yummy surprise in his hand as well. Still though, it was so important for you, that Valen here. That basically, I mean, not the Valen itself, but maybe rather the Lupus was the star here, right?
The Valen is not good. It's just, if you don't have any extender, it's just a good play. But the more important, it's the Zeus I can make after that.
Let's talk about that, as that is also the next highlight I have lined up, because that felt really like to everyone watching like the game-winning move there. The moment it was really completely going into your direction. As in the battle phase, sure, we are using that Yummy surprise, because also Alessandro knew what was coming. You wasting no time, and there is the Zeus. And when Zeus wipes the entire field, it's always a good feeling, isn't it?
It's very good. I was really scared about Veiler on it or something like this, but my hand is really weak after that. I have something like two Ks and one trap Vanquish Soul.
Okay.
So I was like, if he has Purge, Ash, anything, it's a bit over. Especially Purge, because I can't bring back the Lupis, and I can't banish his field spell. So
very good point.
Very lucky on this interaction,
Interesting thing, you're mentioning the Vanquish Soul Snow Devil, the trap card. You main deck that, right? Because a lot of other people have made the decision not to main deck it anymore for this tournament. I saw it in the side decks a lot, for example, Joshua has played it in the side deck and Dinkabui as well. What was your thinking of still having that in the main deck?
I really like to just put only Vanquish board. If I only add the Vanquish monster, I do the Vanquish with the Rock, Holy Sue and Mad Love.
Fair.
And because I don't want to take Nib will be sad, because my board is really good with this, and the trap is a really good card going second and of course going first against so many matchups. So yes, I mean, like, a lot of the time I side out the trap, but in this matchup I thought it would be a grand game, interesting with it.
Talking about trap cards, my friend. One trap card then also to seal it all, to become a YCS champion, because now this was, but there can be only one on your end. Even going second, you kept that card in against Yami, right?
Yeah, of course. Because if I can break his board, or his board is a bit weak, I can just flip Zakenbi and you can just do nothing.
Yep, look,
when
Alessandro still with a little bit of hope, but you just there flipping it up, and there it was all over. So there it is. You are now officially a YCS champion. You said you cannot really believe it. Is it coming to your mind, or will you need a couple of days?
It's huge.
Man, you played so good. Very cool deck to see there as well. Thank you so much for the winners interview, but of course, there's one more thing that we still need to do. We need to give you your very well-deserved trophy, so stay tuned for that. We're going to throw it over very shortly to the stage. with crowning our new YCS champion. So stay tuned for that.
So, that means the final is over. The winner's interview has been done. So we're going to get him over here so that we can hand him his trophy. Please give it up for your new YCS Bologna champion, Pierre Bourgas! Pierre, come and take a step over here. You've just had your big interview. You said right at the start, it doesn't feel real yet. With everyone here standing on this stage, does it feel real?
Oh yeah, I'm so happy. It's I don't have the word.
So we're about to make it even more real because we're going to give you this trophy. Dom, our Konami representative, going to hand this over to you, and you can lift this in front of all of your fans right here. Give it up for your new champion! Congratulations, Pierre. Over 2,400 duelists, and you've got it. Do you have anything else you'd like to say?
Thanks to everybody. Thanks to everyone who come with me to the event. It was a great event. Thanks to Guillaume. Best deck.
Congratulations, Pierre. That is going to be it for our coverage here at YCS Bologna. I'm going to welcome on my wonderful coverage team to come and join us right at the back. But first, I have to say a big thank you to all of our partners, all of our sponsors, all of our judges who helped make this possible. Obviously, my wonderful coverage team who have been great, minus Marcello, who has had to leave to go home. But also, very importantly, to all of our players, the participants who took part in this tournament, and of course, all of you at home, the community, the viewers, because without you, this would not be possible. We will be seeing you all in Dortmund for the 13th to 15th of February. That means we're all going to be spending Valentine's Day together. So, with that in mind, show some love one more time for your new champion! That is going to be it from your coverage. Thank you very much, everyone. We'll see you in Dortmund. Good night.